In Shangliang Mountain's first inner city, Shang Xinci was handling the clan affairs. Second inner city's reparations are finished. The fake Gu incident has also been settled. Shang Xinci inspected an information path Mortal Gu in her hand with a slight smile on her face. She then used her primeval essence to add new content into this information path Gu worm. She made a decision that all the items in Shang Clan's managed stores would be sold at a discount, with the reason being the losses to the Gu masters because of the fake Gu incident. Like this, we can greatly increase Shang Clan's reputation as well as earn primeval stones and make up for the losses caused by the double compensation. Shang Xinci's delicate fingers loosened, and this information path Mortal Gu let out a light as it flew out of the study room. Shang Xinci picked up another information path Mortal Gu on the desk. The Mortal Gu's information came from Shang Yuan. Ever since Shang Buli resigned, Shang Xinci handed the task of managing Shangliang Mountain's market to Shang Yuan. The information in the Mortal Gu said that there were a group of merchants who were hoarding goods to push up the prices. Shang Yuan's suggestion was to kill them all. Sigh, for their own self-interests. These people have harmed countless ordinary people. Shang Xinci sighed in her head. She pondered and wrote a new message in the information path Mortal Gu. Only kill the main culprit. Let go of the others. After this information path Gu worm also flew out, she looked at the third information path Gu worm that contained a request for help. In the periphery of Shang Clan's territory, a village encountered a beast tide and was in danger of being exterminated. This village was a Shang Clan vassal, but they only had several rank 3 Gu masters and had little to no presence. Saving people is like quelling a fire. Such distress calls should have been delivered urgently. Why did it come through the regular affairs channel? Shang Xinci frowned. She understood the reason. Her subordinates knew that, with her nature, she would definitely spare no effort to rescue them. But the current situation was the opening stage of the Great Era. All kinds of inheritances were being fought over. Both mortals and immortals of Shang Clan were extremely busy. Taking out some of their manpower to do this arduous and fruitless rescue task was a huge loss of human resources, as well as a loss of future profits. Considering the time, it might be too late already. Sigh, the hearts of the people. Oftentimes, Shang Xinci felt her own insignificance. Like now, she could only sense her subordinates' thoughts but was unable to change them. The longer she held this Shang Clan leader position, the more she felt her powerlessness. Compared to Shang Clan, or even the entire world, she was really nothing important. Maybe this is the reason why almost all Gu cultivators stake their lives on chasing strength. Shang Xinci pondered for a while, but still decided to assign a group of Gu masters to commence on the rescue. Even though it was very likely for that village to have already been destroyed by the beast tide by the time the rescue team set off. The fourth information path Mortal Gu mentioned good news. A new Chi Path resource point was discovered in the surroundings of Shangliang Mountain, and required Shangliang Mountain to station some force there or support the nearby village. Shang Xinci let go of the information path Mortal Gu one by one. Occasionally, Gu worms would fly into the study room. Unknowingly, night passed and dawn arrived. A dazzling information path Mortal Gu flew in front of Shang Xinci. Shang Xinci's mind jolted. A task from the higher-ups. Shang Xinci quickly took the Gu and looked into it. This information path Mortal Gu's content was indeed about a huge matter. The matter concerned the contest for Fur-Blessed Land. This Fur-Blessed Land was located at the central region of southern border and contained Fur true inheritance. It was exposed because of the Chi Tide. Because of its remote location, it did not belong to any one of southern border's super forces, so it was fought over by all the super clans. Righteous Path Gu Immortals discussed and decided to send out Gu masters to determine the winner. Gu Immortals were not to interfere. The information path Mortal Gu also had some secret information regarding the owner of the blessed land, Fur Immortal. This immortal was a dual cultivator in Wood Path and Transformation Path, but she did not have an excellent method and was only carelessly dual cultivating. It led to conflict between Wood Path and Transformation Path Dao marks. Her battle strength was low her whole life, and she was the target of bullying in the Gu immortal world. None of the super forces have an interest in such a true inheritance, except the Blessed Land's location holds true value. It is not within our borders. In the event that our Shang clan wins in this contest and obtains this blessed land, it is only an exclave which will be difficult to manage. But this territory can be transacted. I believe those super forces near the blessed land will definitely be willing to purchase it. The curtain to the Great Era was pulled upon. There would definitely be huge commotion and unrest in the future. At that time, this kind of blessed land would be a bridgehead for the super forces to expand their territories or be an important frontline defense area. Its value is high. After all, these southern border super forces might not have any methods to relocate immortal apertures. Shang Xinci evaluated inwardly. Benefiting from the change in eras, she was exposed to even more information on Gu Immortals than Shang Yanfei when he had been a clan leader. Thus, even though Shang Xinci was only a rank 5 Gu master, she had a deep understanding of the Gu immortal world situation. This is the most important priority for Shang clan. Time is pressing. It must be dealt with immediately. Shang Xinci felt troubled. Despite having recruited Shang Qionyou, Shang Qi1, and the rest, at the crucial moment, she had too few subordinates. Feng Tianyu is not only a refinement path master, but has rank 5 cultivation as well. I can let him take on the role of the head this time. Shang Xinci summoned Feng Tianyu as she thought this. Soon, Feng Tianyu received the message and went up to the study room. Enter. Shang Xinci willed, and the study room's door opened slowly. Her study room was a mortal Gu house. Feng Tianyu had an excited expression. Clan leader, I have good news to tell you. Oh, what news? Shang Xinci asked with a smile. Feng Tianyu, I have been researching that strange mudman over these days, and I have discovered a shocking secret. This mudman might be crazy and disorientated in thoughts, but he responds properly as long as we ask one question at a time. I asked him question after question like this and learned of his origin. His name is Nijian. He had been a young clan leader of a village. One day, a demonic path expert appeared and slaughtered everyone in the village, including him. But after he died, he was revived by a Chi Path Gu Immortal. This Chi Path Gu Immortal inquired about the culprit, and after getting the answer, he was disregarded and left alone. This mudman Nijian was extremely strong, having near immortal level strength, but after such a long time, he has weakened to this state. I did not expect this mudman to have such an amazing history. Shang Xinci sighed. But how did such an ordinary village get connected to a Gu Immortal? Feng Tianyu said with even more excitement. This is the point that I pursued. I found that Ni clan's people have a huge secret. Once in a while, a Gu master in Ni clan will awaken their bloodline. If they survive, an immortal Gu will grow inside their body. Immortal Gu? Shang Xinci's brows rose subconsciously. This immortal Gu was the reason for the Gu Immortal's attention. Feng Tianyu's eyes shone. This is too strange. A mortal Gu master's body can actually give birth to an immortal Gu. More importantly, the slaughtered Ni clan village was only a separated branch. There are many other clan branches that are blood-related to him in several areas of southern border. Shang Xinci asked, So you are thinking of? Feng Tianyu nodded. Right, I want to request clan leader to allow me to investigate this huge secret. If we can grasp this kind of refinement path method, we can refine immortal Gu while only being mortals. Shang Xinci pondered before saying. Then, go ahead with it. I will send some people to help you. No need, no need. Feng Tianyu shook his hand. I am a rank 5 Gu master. Even if rank 4 Gu masters accompany me, they will only slow me down. Moreover, if such a contribution can be made, it will definitely be huge. I need to accumulate contribution points to have hope of seeing Lord Fang Yuan in the future. Shang Xinci nodded. Seeing that Feng Tianyu's attitude was so resolute, she could only let him go. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Mini Yellow Heaven. A group of Gu masters with the same surname arrived beside the gold fragment current. An old clan leader whose hair had gone white and had rank 5 cultivation stood with his back facing the gold fragment current as he called out towards the group of people. It has been about a dozen years since we mysteriously arrived at this place from southern border. Although I don't know what the reason is, it is definitely the doing of a Gu immortal level existence. Our Ni clan bloodline is all gathered in this place. Over this dozen years, our Ni clan has been developing and growing. The number of our Gu masters has increased by 10 times. However, recently, the weather of this mysterious place has become uncertain with dangers emerging constantly. Right now, in front of us, we have a life and death crisis. The gold fragment current is continuing to rise in water level. We must create more channels for the current. Otherwise, when the water overflows and turns into a flood, the surrounding 1,000 li will be completely submerged. We will lose our home and will no longer be able to live here. Chapter 21-27 Sovereign S. Commotion inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini western desert. An enormous pitch-black city occupied the desert. This was a large city with rigid structure. The entire city was a hexagon, and its walls had gone through the weathering of time. The city walls were more than 200 li long. They were 100 feet tall and tens of feet thick. If a person stood on the grassland, they would see what looked like a huge black beast sprawling. If they got closer, they would need to raise their heads to look up at the huge city gate and walls. Every edge of the city had defensive towers that were filled with countless holes that could shoot out arrows. Every few li apart, there would be a wide path for horse carriages to move on. There were even very secretive armories within the city walls. Passing the city walls, one would arrive at the vibrant world within. The city had many streets and shops. There were great numbers of houses and palaces. People and carriages were bustling. There was an endless flow of activity. Loud noises could be heard constantly. This was truly a lively city. This was Inkman City. It was created by the legendary Inkman immortal Yuan and was a smaller version of Emperor City. Later, it was captured by Fang Yuan and moved to mini Western Desert. At this time, two Inkman Gu immortals, Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi Yi, were floating in the air and looking at the surroundings with grave expressions. These toxic vines and windmill trees have spread over 10 li in just 3 days. They are only around 20 li from Inkman City. Mo Tan Sang said. Mo Chi Yi frowned. We have already cleared them up over 10 times, but every time we exterminate them, they grow back rapidly. Are we going to have to relocate again? Right now, the surroundings of Inkman City were covered in vegetation. These vegetation were formed from purple-black toxic vines and huge azure gold windmill trees. It was like a terrifying tsunami of plants engulfing everything in its path. Mo Chi Yi sighed. These vegetation have already started producing desolate plants. It is even more difficult for us to clear them up now. If we are not able to get rid of the source, even if we clear them up for thousands of times, we won't be able to solve the root issue. I thought we had moved to a good place, but I did not expect the environment here to be dozens and even 100 times worse than Northern Plains. Mo Tan Sang patted Mo Chi Yi's shoulder. Master has already sent people to help us. It is better if you speak less of such complaints. Mo Chi Yi immediately kept quiet. His master was the #1 demon in the present world, a ruthless and vicious existence. Look, our reinforcements have arrived. Mo Tan Sang suddenly pointed towards the faraway horizon with joy. Mo Chi Yi looked towards the direction and saw 4 Gu immortals flying over. There were 2 Snowman Gu immortals, 1 Hairy Man Gu immortal, and 1 Mushroom Man Gu immortal. Among them, 1 Snowman female immortal was tall and vibrant. She had blue eyes and hair, and looked pure and noble. She was Shui Air. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi Yi quickly went forward to greet them. Shui Air's identity was special. Back then, because of what happened with Fang Yuan and her, on the surface, Shui Air's identity was Fang Yuan's fiancée. Naturally, Fang Yuan had never acknowledged it, but he had not denied it either. The Snowman tribe, especially the Snowman Gu immortal behind Shui Air, Bing Yuan, was always trumpeting about this relationship, which led to every Gu immortal in the sovereign immortal aperture knowing of it. I did not expect Lady Shui Air to come personally. With your help, my Inkman City's crisis can be considered to be resolved. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi Yi flattered. Shui Air. Inkman and Snowman might be of different races, but both sides have already cooperated back when we were in Northern Plains. I came this time to help you too, as well as to request for you to come back to help my Snowman tribe once this matter is resolved. The Snowman tribe was living in many Northern Plains and had also encountered trouble. The 2 Inkman immortals quickly expressed they would give full support. Bing Yuan. We have already investigated the situation on our way. I and Shui Air will activate ice and snow killer moves to freeze and slow down the growth of the vegetation to buy time for you. The Hairy Man Gu immortal. I brought a large number of Hairy Man Gu masters with me. We will modify Inkman City into one entity, forming a large Gu house. It will be extremely convenient for you to relocate in the future. The Mushroom Man Gu immortal. I can solve the issue of the toxic vines. These toxic vines are a disaster to you, but they are superior cultivation resources for my Mushroom Man tribe. Moreover, I have already found the source of the toxic vines. By fighting poison with poison, I can make use of the toxic vines to fix this area of vegetation and stabilize it for some time. The 2 Inkman Gu immortals showed both joy and new worries. Mo Tan Sang asked the Hairy Man Gu immortal. Back in Northern Plains, Inkman City had a population of over 800,000. It has already crossed 1,200,000 now. Modifying Inkman City will probably have some effect on the residents. Master had instructed me to preserve the lives of the residents and help them progress with all my strength. The Hairy Man Gu immortal raised his hand and interrupted Mo Tan Sang. You don't need to be too worried. Our Langya sect has already received Master's command to modify all the cities in the sovereign immortal aperture. Every city has a specific blueprint. Most of them will become mortal Gu houses, while several large cities will be raised to become immortal Gu houses. I need to congratulate you too. Inkman City is one of the cities chosen to become an immortal Gu house. Mo Tan Sang and Mo Chi Yi looked at each other, seeing the excitement on each other's faces. Mo Tan Sang was speechless and could not help asking, isn't this too big of an investment? Master is actually so resolute. I naturally hope for such things to happen more often. But if this delays Master's cultivation and uses up a lot of Master's immortal Gu, then wouldn't it be our fault? The Hairy Man Gu immortal laughed loudly. You are underestimating Master. How can you estimate Master's might and plans? Master's refinement path attainment has already surpassed the predecessors, reaching a level that you and I are unable to speculate. This evaluation was not made by me. Fang Yuan Spirit personally said it. Currently, it is extremely easy for Master to refine Immortal Gu. You have not seen those blueprints. They are all different and ingenious. Just choose one of them. It will take those ordinary Gu Immortals several years or even a dozen years to design them. But Master casually drew them within a few minutes. Master's attainment and wealth rivals the scale of mountains and seas. This investment you see is just an insignificant amount to Master. This hairy man Gu Immortal's face was filled with fanatical reverence when he talked to Fang Yuan. I was wrong. I should be punished. Mo Tansang quickly apologized. That mushroom man Gu Immortal added. Although us mushroom men have moved to this world just recently, we were immediately certain of the boundless potential of this world. To create the sovereign immortal aperture, Shadow Sect used up all of their accumulations. The important thing is it is able to show infinite grandeur in the hands of a divine hero like Master. Every time Master annexes a grotto heaven or blessed land, there will be a huge surge of Dao marks in the sovereign grotto heaven, and a large number of territories will be added out of nowhere. Just take these toxic vines. This species has never appeared in the 5 regions, and their toxicity is extremely strong. The Mushroom Man Gu Immortal addressed Fang Yuan as Master. It was natural and without any hesitation. Although they had joined only recently, they were extremely optimistic and excited about their future. Mini southern border. At the base of Firebird Mountain, Shi Chung, Shi Zong, and other Rockman Gu Immortals were controlling an Immortal Gu formation. As the Immortal Gu formation started activating, the shaking Firebird Mountain reluctantly calmed down. Success. Shi Chung let out a breath of air and relaxed his mind. Shi Zong said, Master annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven as well as immortal apertures of its Immortals and Fire Plane Grotto Lord, causing a huge increase in Fire Path Down marks in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This Firebird Mountain is a volcano and almost erupted because of this. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and set up an immortal formation to suppress it. But from now on, someone needs to stay and preside over the immortal formation. Shi Chung nodded. We need to do that, but the number of Gu Immortals we can mobilize are already few, and now we are going to have one fewer. Shi Zong heaved a sigh. Yes. We are already hard-pressed to control these territories. It can be imagined how troublesome it is for Master to look after the whole sovereign immortal aperture. Shi Chung. Didn't Master take in many members of the variant human alliance and station them everywhere in the sovereign immortal aperture to salvage the situation? There is no choice. Master annexed too frequently in this period of time. There is a huge increase in Dao marks and countless resources of every path. Shi Zong shook his head. What kind of person is Master? He should have already known of these demerits beforehand. We don't need to be concerned for Master. It is better if we look after our territories properly. Like this Firebird Mountain, it is not feasible to suppress it with just the immortal formation. We must modify this Firebird Mountain and make it adapt to the changed environment. Shi Chung agreed. Yes, the resources in the past all developed naturally bit by bit over a long period of time. But here, there are huge increases in Dao marks. Even this volcano was at the point of erupting. We must modify and quicken the volcano's adaptation process artificially. It is just that Fire Path is not the specialty of us Rockmen. We need to send a request to Star Collection City. Mini Blue Heaven, Star Collection City. This was managed by the previous generation's Combat Beast King. In the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, this rank 8 Gu Immortal had made a great contribution by resisting the tribulation formed from 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. After that, Fang Yuan personally healed him. Fang Yuan had annexed too many apertures, causing instability in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan then arranged Star Collection City as the main city and ordered the Combat Beast King to oversee the overall internal affairs of the sovereign immortal aperture. The issue of Inkman City at Mini Western Desert has been resolved. Mini Southern Borders Firebird Mountain was suppressed by using the formation. But they want Fire Path Gu Immortals to go modify the volcano? This needs to be coordinated. At this time, an information path Gu Worm flew over while making loud sounds. Combat Beast King's expression changed. Where did the rank 8 disaster appear again? He quickly inspected the Gu Worm and found that the source of the disaster was a huge fire rain formed in Mini Red Heaven. Fire rain often appeared in Mini Red Heaven, and after the increase in Fire Path Down marks, its emergence had become much more frequent. But this wave of fire rain was different. It kept on growing and shot through a charcoal lake, forming rank 6 level killer move Meteor Rain. As the Meteor Rain entered Mini Orange Heaven, its strength increased to rank 7 level. As it entered Mini Yellow Heaven, It resonated with metal path down marks, and its might increased to rank 8. Damn it. Only I can deal with this disaster. But it is already too late to go and resolve it now. Combat Beast King's face was slightly pale. He came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The Gu Immortals there felt that it was their responsibility and glory to protect mortals. Combat Beast King's heart was in deep pain. I cannot salvage this. This disaster covers 1,000 leap dozens of resource points, as well as the human Ni clan and Rockman Metal Water Branch tribe will be annihilated. 2128 who land projection Ni clan's Gu masters were using all their strength to deal with the gold fragment current. They first used mortal Gu to make a grand embankment. Then they dug a canal to draw away a portion of the river. The rising gold fragment current was gradually receding. However, a large number of life forms lived in the gold fragment current. Ni clan's army had invaded the territory of the river fish, frightening these fish monsters. All kinds of river monsters swam to the surface and attacked. Some even charged to the shore and attacked Ni clan's Gu masters while letting out strange sounds. Ni clan specialized in Earth Path. Their basic Gu worm was rank 1 Mud Gu. Earth Path specialized in defense. Ni clan Gu masters had constructed lines of defense and were prepared for the fight. But the number of river monsters was high, and they even had stronger myriad beast kings. Under the frantic offensive waves of the river monsters, the defensive lines of Ni clan's Gu masters broke one by one. Persevere. Kill. Avenge our clansmen. Hold on and carve the future of our clan. Mud and blood splattered everywhere. Groups of Gu masters rotated as they resisted the attacks of the river monsters. The Ni clansmen were brought into the sovereign immortal aperture and had been secretly nurtured by Fang Yuan. The number of their Gu masters had increased by a lot. Adding on the strong survival pressure in Mini Yellow Heaven, these Ni clansmen had to unite and foster a harmonious environment. In this defensive battle, Ni clan's army showed astonishing battle strength and resolute fighting spirit. Finally, there were fewer river monsters, and Ni clan's army was able to hold on. They then began their counterattack. The river monsters did not have much internal organization from the start, and under this sudden change of situation, they began to collapse rapidly. The Ni clan Gu masters carved a path of blood, leaving behind countless river monster corpses in their way. These corpses were Gu materials. They were rich battle spoils. Ni clan Gu masters killed their way to the gold fragment current. Various kinds of Gu worms were activated. Their attacks landed on the river, raising countless dazzling golden waves. We won. Quick, set up the Gu formation. It is not the time to rejoice yet. Yes, we must quickly set up the Gu formation, otherwise new waves of river monsters will come out. Ni clan Gu masters were setting up the formation with all their efforts. They had meticulously prepared for over half a year for this, making proper plans and arrangements. However, just as the Gu formation was about to finish setting up, the whole gold fragment current and the cloud soil they were on began to vibrate. What's going on? The river monsters are attacking again. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Look up. Oh heavens. Gu masters exclaimed in shock. When they looked towards the sky, they all stiffened like rocks, because they saw the meteor rain falling from the sky. Some of these meteors were only the size of a small field, while some were as large as a mountain, and there were tens of thousands of them. The large number of meteors whistled through the air, leaving behind blazing trails in their path as they pressed through the atmosphere and rained down with an irresistible momentum. We're doomed. The faces of Ni clan's Gu masters were deathly pale. Does heaven want to exterminate my Ni clan? In the deathly silent battlefield, an elderly Ni clan Gu master howled with grief and fury. I am not ready to die like this. The current generation Ni clan leader, who was also the current generation Ni Xiang, clenched his fists. We were close to success. My clan sacrificed so much to curb the flood. The beautiful future was already in sight. But now we are going to die. Everyone was hopeless. Nature's might was so horrifying that these Ni clan Gu masters did not even have the thought of resisting. They all felt their insignificance. This was the sorrow and helplessness of the weak. But right at this time, the sky that was lit by the meteor rain dimmed suddenly. Howl, howl, howl. Ni clan Gu masters heard waves of cries, which seemed to have come from the 9 layers of hell. Temperature began to fall down rapidly, and the countless Gu masters felt their hearts shaking. What is that? O lords in heaven! A black giant! The Ni clan Gu masters were horrified and in despair as they watched the scene before them with wide eyes. They saw a giant appearing slowly. It was pitch black like the abyss. Its body was so large that when it bent its leg, a huge shadow was cast on the ground. As the giant stood up, its height was even more horrifying, directly reaching the sky with clouds floating beside its shoulders. The black giant had 2 heads. Its terrifying 4 eyes let out a dark, malevolent light that seemed to shoot through the sky. Its hundreds of hands were raised high with their claws opened, forming a scene like that of an extremely ferocious and strange forest. One of the pitch-black giants had opened and breathed out a dark soul river. The soul river was tumultuous, whipping up astonishing waves that drowned a large number of meteors. The giant's other head opened and sucked in. Many small meteors were directly absorbed into its stomach. Bam, bam, bam. Its ghostly claws and giant arms moved through the air, catching the hill-sized meteors. Waves surged up and down in the Ni clansmen's hearts. It is truly capable of holding up heaven and earth, picking moon and stars at will. This world was actually concealing such a terrifying monster. Compared to this giant, our Ni clan cannot even be considered as ants. Almost the entire meteor rain was stopped by the giant. Only some fragments fell to the ground. Some of these fragments fell on the gold fragment current, and some fell on the cloud soil. They would definitely bring unknown influences to the original ecology. The meteor rain died down, and the giant also left, the enormous body slowly disappearing from the Ni clansman's sight. After a long while, the surviving Ni clan Gu masters erupted with cheers. And the greatest contributor to this, the black giant, turned into a ray of soul light that entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. Indeed, this black soul giant was the soul of Fang Yuan's main body. After Fang Yuan inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance, he had gained the supreme cultivation method of soul path. This method divided soul cultivation to 2 layers. First layer was human soul, the cultivation starting from single man soul to 100-man soul, 1,000-man soul, until the highest 100 million-man soul. 100 million-man soul was the limit of human soul, where it turned from phantom to solid and could interfere with the material world. The second layer was desolate soul. Because Fate Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable found a way to break through the limit of human soul. Once the soul broke through to desolate soul, the soul's essence would transform, the soul alone possessing desolate beast-level battle strength. Fang Yuan's soul had already reached desolate soul level. His soul cultivation had never stopped, and now had already reached 60 million desolate soul. 10 desolate soul, 100 desolate soul, 1,000 desolate soul, 10,000 desolate soul, 100,000 desolate soul, million desolate soul, 10 million desolate soul, and 100 million desolate soul. Reaching 100 million desolate soul meant the 3-headed 1,000-arms demon soul, which possessed quasi-rank 9 battle strength. The soul could directly resist calamities and tribulations, defying the heavens and stamping the earth, slaughtering deities and ghosts, shocking the world with unmatched might. This was the peak level of soul foundation, and also the limit that the world could contain. 100 million desolate soul had 3 heads and 1,000 arms. Fang Yuan had not reached that level yet. Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was similar to the previous spectral souls. They both had 2 heads and over 600 arms. Soul cultivation is really amazing. Just the soul itself has pseudo-venerable battle strength. If it uses immortal essence, it can even activate killer moves. More importantly, such killer moves aren't used through Gu worms, but through the arrangements of Dao marks like a natural ability. Fang Yuan ruminated. His soul manifestation had breathed out a tumultuous soul river, which was referenced from Spectral Soul's ability during the pursuit against Fang Yuan. According to Spectral Soul's techniques, Fang Yuan transformed the referenced Soul Path killer move into Soul Path Dao marks and engraved them on his soul. Thereupon, this Soul River killer move became an innate ability of Fang Yuan's soul. As long as the related arrangement of Dao marks was not destroyed, Fang Yuan could quickly activate this killer move without a need for Gu worms. This was an extremely simple, convenient, and quick method. Soul cultivation innate abilities, totem killer moves, as well as formation path great grandmaster that can use natural Dao marks to set up the formation. They are all the same in the end. With the supply from Fang Clan, I don't lack soul cores, and it is not difficult to cultivate to the peak 100 million desolate soul. This method can be one of my trump cards. It cannot be revealed casually. The 5 regions and 2 heavens were monitored by Heaven's will at all times. If Fang Yuan used this method in the outside world, it would be known by Heaven's will. There was no such threat inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Let's look at the situation now. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot and observed his luck. Fang Yuan frowned. His luck did not look good. At this time, his silver light pillar had become increasingly loose and was actually showing a sign of collapse. Those 3 clouds above the silver light pillar had also changed. The starlight cloud occupied the highest position. This signified star constellation Immortal Venerable was the greatest threat. Below this was Spectral Soul's pitch-black luck cloud. Although it was suppressed by the starlight cloud, it had spread some darkness that penetrated into Fang Yuan's silver light pillar like roots, showing signs of taking root and sprouting. And the golden cloud that represented Giant Sun had become much thicker. Although it was below the other 2 clouds, it showed signs of accumulating energy and biding its time. And besides the previous clouds, an anomaly had also appeared around the silver light pillar. The indistinct shadow of a raised hill was projected on the surface of the silver light pillar. Southern border. The travel-worn Feng Yuan stopped his footsteps. He was gasping for air. I have finally arrived. Feng Yuan's journey was arduous. He wanted to find other branch villages of Ni clan, but found nothing. That went without saying. Fang Yuan had already moved all the Ni clansmen into his aperture long ago. Feng Yuan was not able to make any contribution and was extremely disappointed. But on his way, he found that this mud monster Ni could devour mud goo materials to increase its strength. All the Ni clansmen have disappeared mysteriously. If I return in disgrace like this, I won't be able to give any explanation, and it is also not my style. I might as well raise this mud monster's battle strength, and when Shang Xinci questions me after I return, I can give a proper reply. Therefore, Feng Yuan moved around until he arrived at Rotten Mud Mountain. Rotten Mud Mountain might not be too famous, but it was still considered a famous mountain. Although there were poison path Dao marks, it mostly contained earth path Dao marks. These mud goo materials were everywhere on the mountain and were suitable for feeding Ni. It seems like a beast tide occurred here. The Goo Master village down the mountain is also destroyed. Alright, let me explore it alone. Feng Yuan had rank 5 cultivation and also had Ni with him. He moved up the mountain and gave the suitable mud goo materials to Ni to devour. After several days and nights in the mountain, Feng Yuan arrived in an area. Suddenly, Ni spat out the mud goo materials. What's going on? The mud here actually contains Chi Path Dao marks. Feng Yuan was astonished after investigating the reason. 21-29 golden red armor, this luck. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. Over this period of development, his luck had some growth, but the suppression from the 3 venerables had become even more clear now. I am growing day by day, but the 3 venerables are indeed beyond ordinary. They have stabilized the situation again. There may be some changes if my luck manages to solidify. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. At present, he needed to stabilize the sovereign immortal aperture. The troubles in the sovereign immortal aperture were continuing to increase. Unlike Feng Yuan's previous expectations where he thought the abnormal changes would decrease with time. With no choice, Feng Yuan placed many of the variant human alliances Gu Immortals inside. With these Gu Immortals working day and night along with himself taking frequent action, they managed to stabilize the unrest in the sovereign immortal aperture for the time being. Moreover, he still needed to create a suitable combat system. And the most important thing was to become venerable in refinement path. Becoming a venerable would produce qualitative change. Refinement path was divided into 2 major Gu refinement styles, Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style, and Human Isolation style. Feng Yuan's Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style had already reached the peak, and he could not improve anymore. Currently, he was exploring the peak of Human Isolation style. He gained a huge insight from Qing Chao style and the Accumulate Virtue Gu refinement technique of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. And the Ni clansmen could condense immortal Gu in their bodies. It was the result of Ni clan Gu immortal Ni run using a human path Gu refinement technique back then. In fact, this was very similar to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method of destroying fake Gu and preventing it from emerging again. If I can reverse deduce Ni Ren's Gu refinement technique from Ni clan, I will be able to fill a huge gap in refinement path. Maybe, I can even ascend to refinement path Supreme Grandmaster. The best situation was if Feng Yuan could ascend to Venerable before entering Crazed Demon Cave. That would be the most stable. If he could not become a refinement path Venerable before then, the second best would be to raise his strength to the limits. One was to get rid of the problems in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and annex all the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens, reaching the maximum accumulation. Second was to form his own combat system. Crazed Demon Cave was the greatest challenge Feng Yuan would face, because he was not facing just one Immortal Venerable, but several. Currently, it looked like there was only Star Constellation, Spectral Soul, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Limitless. But almost all the other Venerables had entered Crazed Demon Cave and explored it. When the time arrived, who would decide to jump out would be really uncertain. Especially when the River of Time was so chaotic, even if Fang Yuan's Spring Autumn Cicada was raised to rank 8, it could not be used. Fang Yuan only had one chance. Finally, Fang Yuan's gaze moved to the surface of the Pillar of Silver Light. The previous clouds represented Heaven's envy immortal Gu. Fang Yuan already knew of it. But what was this indistinct projection of a protruding hell? Fang Yuan was not sure. Southern border, Rotten Mud Mountain. Nature is really amazing. There are actually Chi Path Gu materials in this Rotten Mud Mountain. Feng Yuan praised. These Gu materials had no value to Ni, because Ni could only recover his strength by increasing his Earth Path Dao marks. What Feng Tianyu did not know was that these mud-containing chi path Dao marks were not a natural creation. It was the result of Kong Xing Tian's while activating his killer move with the help of Huland. Kong Ri Tian, Central Continent's 4 great obscenities, and Wang Xiao Air were able to escape because of this. It was unknown where they were now. This is strange. This amount of chi path mud is quite a lot. Is there a chi path immortal material buried deep under the ground? How could there be so much chi path mud with no rhyme or reason? Feng Tianyu moved around, feeling increasingly odd. He was a refinement path master and had a lot of knowledge and experience. He searched around before finally stopping at one area and ordered an IGN to dig. However, even after digging for 2 days and nights, Feng Tianyu did not discover any good loot. After Wu Clan's Gu Immortals secretly took away Huland, they had naturally cleaned up the scene. Even Gu Immortals would not be able to find out anything from just this chi path mud. After all, chi tides had swept the world before, and chi path Gu materials emerged everywhere. Western Desert. Sand heap blessed land was exposed because of chi tides, and Gu masters continued to enter and explore it. However, the environment here was extremely treacherous. Wind raged and carried rough sand that cut like knives. On the ground, sand waves rose and fell. If one was even a little careless, they would be buried under sand waves tens of feet high. The only areas where one could stay in were the sand heaps that appeared inside the sand waves. The sand heaps were of all sizes. Even the smallest ones were the size of a hill. There was space inside the sand heaps. Not only was it tranquil, there were also a large number of cultivation resources. At this time, inside a sand heap, a group of Gu masters were surrounding a rank 5 Gu material. The atmosphere was solemn. I saw this wisdom bead grass first. Bullshit. We were clearly the ones who discovered it first. Everyone deserves a share. What is the use in talking about who discovered it first? While the Gu masters were arguing, someone suddenly attacked. The others were caught unprepared, and the person who got sneak attacked was heavily injured, shouting furiously, "Imoli, you have such guts, you dared to attack me." Other Gu masters immediately split up and stared at the attacker while also being vigilant of one another. This Gu master was a middle-aged bearded man. He was wearing a white scarf on his head, and his triangular eyes let out a sinister light. He sneered, "I was most wary of you. Now that you are heavily injured, my greatest obstacle is gone. Ha ha ha, all of you die." The Gu masters were stunned before erupting with fury. "Imoli, you have lost your mind. All right, let me see what ability you have to speak such words. Hehe, you have angered all of us. Everyone, attack together. Let's get rid of this bastard first." Facing the group attack, Imoli felt even more thirst to battle. "Come, I will let you know my true strength." His whole body began shining with blue electricity. He slowly rose to the air. The chaotic and disorderly electric arcs became clear electric threads that covered Imoli like they were clothes. The killer move was activated successfully. Imoli shouted, "Golden red armor." Crack crack. Pieces of armor floated out from his body. The 100 or so pieces followed the electric circuit and pieced together into one complete armor. In an instant, Imoli was dressed in full-body armor. This armor let out metallic light. The golden and red lights emitted a domineering aura. The armored Imoli charged at the Gu masters like an eagle. At first, the Gu masters attacked wildly, but the golden red armor did not suffer any damage. There was only some soot left on its surface. The Gu masters were pale with shock as they began to evade and defend. The armored Imoli only charged around like a brute, and many Gu masters immediately died from the collision. The remaining Gu masters lost their will to fight and began to run everywhere. Imoli laughed coldly inside the armor. He then activated the armor's killer move. At the next moment, the golden red armor stretched out both hands. A circular marking shone on both his palms before several electric arrows flew out abruptly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The electric arrows flew with extreme speed, killing all the fleeing Gu masters. The battlefield became quiet immediately. Imoli slowly landed on the ground. The golden red armor separated into pieces and disappeared. After that, the electricity-weaved clothing also dissipated slowly. Imoli half knelt on the ground. His breathing was rough and his face was sweating profusely. Although this golden red armor has absolute might, the expenditure is too high. In just tens of breaths of time, my primeval essence, stamina, mental energy, and thoughts have been emptied. If not for your complete support, I would have only lasted half the time. Imoli mumbled. Peng Da's soul floated out. Don't we have wisdom bead grass now? We can refine electric brain, 1 Gu with it. With its addition, the consumption of golden red armor will reduce by more than half, and the time it can be maintained will increase by at least double. Yes. Imoli smiled and picked up the wisdom bead grass. After Imoli killed Peng Da and seized his thieving heaven true inheritance, he had been cultivating painstakingly. The killer move Golden Red Armor was his greatest achievement. With this killer move, Mo Li's battle strength was able to surpass rank 5 Gu masters for a short period of time. And the reason Peng De was cooperating with Mo Li was because Mo Li had encountered a life and death crisis before this. If Mo Li died, Peng De's soul would also disappear. Mo Li promised Peng De that as long as he helped, Mo Li would help resurrect Peng De, and Mo Li reached an agreement. Let's go. We have ransacked this place already. Mo Li came out of the sand heap and arrived outside. The strong wind almost blew him into the sand waves. Mo Li activated his defensive method to endure the devastating sandstorm as he observed the surroundings. He could not see other sand heaps and could only sand waves crashing down loudly. Mo Li endured for about 7 minutes before he finally saw a new sand heap. Such a large sand heap. This is the largest sand heap I have seen. There must be a lot of resources inside. Mo Li was exulted and was just about to jump into it. Suddenly, the sand heap exploded. Several figures flew out of it. Gu Immortals. Mo Li's heart shook. He immediately retreated. The Gu Immortals were fighting in the air. Their fight seemed to shake heaven and earth, and even dispelled the large sandstorm. This is the power of a Gu Immortal, so frightening. Even if I have golden red armor, I cannot endure the collateral damage of their confrontation. Mo Li watched secretly. His heart jumped wildly, and his mouth was dry. Mo Li observed carefully and gradually saw the actual battle situation. Several Gu Immortals were attacking one person. This besieged Gu Immortal provoked them while laughing wildly without any worries. Amidst the chaotic battle, a shadow suddenly intruded. This intruding Gu Immortal left shortly afterwards, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The Gu Immortal, who was sneak attacked by this figure, roared, "Ling Husu, you dare to steal my Fang clan's possessions." Ling Husu laughed loudly. "Who asked you to be the nearest person to me? I didn't expect you to actually carry so many soul cores. Looks like Fang clan's plans in Green Ghost Desert were quite successful." The Fang clan Gu Immortal was restless and furious. "Ling Husu, I will advise you to leave those soul cores alone. You are provoking a huge trouble." "Haha, will I be intimidated so easily? Goodbye." 1. This has the same characters as computer. Ling Husu was a Western Desert demonic immortal who cultivated theft path. Gu Immortal Fang Dong, she of Fang clan, could not restrain his anger. Sand heap blessed land appeared too suddenly. Fang clan was unable to take out manpower within a short period, and could only mobilize him, who was the nearest to the blessed land. He had not expected that the batch of soul cores he harvested in Green Ghost Desert would be stolen by Ling Husu during the chaotic battle. These soul cores are to be handed to Fang Yuan. I cannot lose them. Fang Dong, she was quite unlucky. He had a lot of resources in his immortal aperture, but what was stolen was the stuff that could not be lost. Fang clan and Fang Yuan's cooperation could not be exposed. Fang Dong, she could not announce it, and could only give chase. Ling Husu's cultivation had recently advanced to rank 7, and his speed was extremely fast. Fang Dong, she had already decided to chase him without resting. But just as he was about to leave, he was obstructed by Shirkang's killer move. "Shirkang, what are you trying to do?" Fang Dong, she shouted. Shirkang smiled coldly. "Fang Dong, she, you and these people attacked me for so long, and you want to leave just like this?" Fang Dong, she's eyelids twitched in anger. "Shirkang, you should rejoice that I am not going to attack you. Did you make some agreement with Ling Husu in secret? The Grand Shir clan is actually cooperating with a demonic bastard." The moment Fang Dong she spoke, he immediately made false charges. But because of this disturbance, Ling Husu had already disappeared. Shirkang laughed madly. "I have been in close cultivation for several years. This is my first battle after coming out. It must be famous throughout the world. Don't even think of fleeing. Come fight. All of you are the stepping stones for my name to spread far and wide." The other Gu Immortals' faces darkened upon hearing that. Fang Dong, she said through gritted teeth, "Shirkang, you are the one who spoke insolently and provoked us, which was why we encircled you. But because we are all from the righteous path, we did not use our full strength. Now, you have not only allied with Ling Husu, you are showing so much contempt towards us. You are really looking for death. Everyone attack." "Good. I also want to see what methods Shirkang has gained over these years." "Shirkang, I have not seen you for several years, and your guts have become so big. You think only you made progress." This time, Fang Dong, she took the initiative to attack first. Other Gu Immortals also attacked seriously from the sides. Fang Dong, she fought for a while before swapping with another Gu Immortal. Several Gu Immortals fought Shirkang in turns. Shirkang did not get any breather. The pressure on him was several times higher than before. The battle was rapidly becoming disadvantageous to him, but he was laughing with excitement. Come. The Gu Immortals continued to battle intensely, and having observed the battle for a long while, Mo Li flew to that largest sand heap while clenching his teeth. The Gu Immortals had flown out of this sand heap, They must have left many resources which had no importance to them. Fortune is found within danger. Mo Li was originally a merchant. Right now, his spirit of taking risks was stimulated. Mo Li entered the sand heap. He could still hear the sounds of the Gu Immortals battle. Shortly afterwards, he found that his choice was correct. As he moved deeper, he collected a large number of Gu materials on the way. Previously, there were many wild beasts and vicious plants inside the sand heap. But because the Gu Immortals had already explored it, the beasts and plants were already killed off. There were corpses of wild beasts everywhere, from 1,000 beast kings to even myriad beast kings. These resources were insignificant to Gu Immortals who tossed them aside casually, but they were incomparably abundant gains to Mo Li. It was like he had picked countless battle spoils for free. I have struck it. Rich, we've struck rich. Mo Li was extremely excited. He also saw many giant craters as well as terrifying poisonous blood. It was obvious that the desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts were taken away by the Gu Immortals, but the huge ruins quietly displayed the horror of a mortal fight. If I were exploring it, I might have become food for these ferocious beasts. Thanks to the Gu Immortals who explored it already, Mo Li entered the core area of the sand heap. Originally, this was the place with the most valuable resources, but Mo Li did not make any gains. This place was already ransacked by the Gu Immortals. If an immortal material was left out, even if it was only a leaf, it would be an enormous fortune. Mo Li was not resigned. He was going to search this area completely. He really ended up discovering a large rock buried under the ground. This is a rank 4 Gu material, flying rock. It contains Chi Path and Earth Path Dao marks. Mo Li sighed. This gain was far below his expectations, but it was better than nothing at least. Mo Li was just about to lift this flying rock when the rock split apart. A young man fell out from the split rock. What is this? Mo Li was shocked before being curious. This youngster was clearly immortal. How could he appear here sealed in the flying rock? Mo Li woke up this mortal young man. The young man stated his identity. I am Wang Xiao Air, from Central Continent. Uncle, thanks for saving me. Where is this? Mo Li gave a malevolent laugh as he grabbed Wang Xiao Air's clothes. Speak. How did you appear here? Wang Xiao Air stammered. I don't know. Back then at southern borders Rotten Mud Mountain, Kong Sheng Tian's had activated the immortal move using Hu land and transported everyone. But he had forewarned that the killer move would transport them to random locations. Like that, Wang Xiao Air was sent to Western Desert and coincidentally fell here. And for some unknown reason, he was sealed by the flying rock and fell into deep sleep. Although Wang Xiao Air knew some reasons, he wanted to preserve the secret of the whereabouts of the 4 great obscenities. Mo Li had plenty of worldly experiences. He could tell from Wang Xiao Air's expression that he was lying. Bam! Mo Li punched Wang Xiao Air so hard that Wang Xiao Air's nose bled. Tell the truth. Tell me everything you know. Otherwise I am going to make you wish for death. Peng Da's soul suddenly came out and stopped Mo Li. Stop. Mo Li stared at Peng Da's soul with an ominous gaze. Brat, what are you trying to do? Peng Da's soul said through clenched teeth. Uncle Mo Li, you are a rank 5 Gu master, and he is only a child, a mortal. Why do you need to resort to cruel means against him? The Uncle Mo Li that I met was a person who saved me in the desert and told me about living outside and helping each other. Uncle, don't deceive your conscience because of hatred. You are not this kind of person. Shut up. Mo Li shouted and smacked Peng Da's soul to the side. How do you know that I am not this kind of person? Even if I was not like this before, humans change. Mo Li walked towards the frightened Wang Xiao Air. Since you don't want to speak, I can only soul search. Wang Xiao Air suddenly screamed, pointing towards Peng Da's soul. Ghost, there is a ghost, a ghost. Peng Da's soul, stop making a fuss. Do you think that I will turn you into a ghost as well? Mo Li punched Wang Xiao Air to the ground. He had just finished speaking when a strange existence appeared while laughing. Good, amazing. Young man, I have a high opinion of you. Mo Li, Wang Xiao Air, and Peng Da's soul turned solemn. The 3 pairs of eyes stared at this existence that had appeared all of a sudden. Wang Xiao Air shouted, a talking pig? But why is there only the head and no body? Mo Li, however, shook with excitement. Idiot, this is Sand Heap Blessed Land's land spirit. Mo Li walked towards the land spirit. Speak, land spirit. What is your condition for acknowledging a new master? The pighead land spirit floated above Wang Xiao Air and looked down. My condition is simple. The person who can take the most beatings will be my master. It then laughed towards Wang Xiao Air. Young man, I think highly of you. Peng Da's soul realized at once. I understand. No wonder the Gu immortal named Shirkong was so rampant outside. He is trying to be beaten up through all means. The pighead land spirit smiled. That Gu immortal took a beating from ancient desolate beasts for a while, so he saw me and learned of the conditions to be my master. But he doesn't realize that it is not the one who can take more fierce beatings who will become the blessed land's master. Taking a beating is a grand cause. Not only do you need the ability to resist the beatings, you also need to have a firm and indomitable spirit to take the beatings. Look at this youngster. He is obviously lying, but even if he is beaten and is facing someone he cannot defy, he is still stubborn. This spirit to take a beating is worthy of admiration. So there is this way. Mo Li's eyes shone brightly as he saw hope of contending for the ownership of the blessed land. The battle in the sky was still continuing, but the attacking Gu Immortals had started to feel something amiss. Shirkong, is this your strength after close cultivation? You have been beaten to the point where it is difficult for you to even speak. If not for us holding back, you would have already died. A Gu Immortal scoffed. Shirkang's face was already swollen and blue from the beating. His vision was blurry, but he still laughed. Nonsense. I fugrat. Peak Conditon. Fight 500 Rons, no problem. Another Gu Immortal said. On account of our two clans' close relationship, Shirkong, just retreat. How much blood have you coughed from the beatings? Any more, and you might not have any left. Shirkong opened his mouth to retort, but coughed out a mouthful of blood. Bullshit. I half lot o' blood, can cough couple fools. Fang Dong, she sneered. Shirkong, even if you are most specialized in defensive killer moves and can turn into a rockman, you cannot hold out for long. You have already become the laughingstock of Western Desert's Gu Immortal world in this battle. If we fight any longer, you will be crippled. If you are sensible, then take out some resources to compensate for our losses. My Fang clan will let bygones be bygones. Western Desert's righteous path had rules. They did not go overboard in their contest over the inheritances. These resources in sand-heaped blessed land were not worth it to stake their lives. Shirkong was beaten so miserably that it had already surpassed the usual standard of contending. Could they kill him and attract the retaliation of Shir clan, causing this dispute to escalate? This was something that all the Gu Immortals, including Fang clan, did not want to see. Shirkong raised his head and was about to speak, but the slight exertion caused his right leg to crack in a crisp sound. Shirkong held his right leg and pressed it on the broken area while activating a killer move. Rocks filled the gap, and his Rockman transformation was back in one piece for the moment. Shirkong still did not want to show weakness. He shouted at Fang Dongshi. CME, ICN still fight. With the situation in this state, Fang Dongshi and the rest stopped attacking. Strange. This is really odd. Something does not make any sense. Shirkong is not a suicidal person. There might be great benefits involved for him to push himself this hard. As for what benefits, the Gu Immortals had a similar guess. Shirkong entered with us and had only gone into that sand heap earlier. Could it be? The Gu Immortals suddenly flew down and entered the sand heap again. Shirkong was really anxious this time as he gave chase. He yelled and cursed, but no one cared. The Immortals arrived at the center of the sand heap within moments and witnessed a painful scene. They saw Mo Li lying on the ground with his legs spread open. He was gnashing his teeth while his body shook from the intense pain. Wang Xiao Air was standing in front of him and fiercely kicking the part between Mo Li's legs, the most vital area of a man. On the other side, Peng Da Sol was also attacking Mo Li. What attracted the Gu Immortals' attention was the Pighead Land Spirit. The Pighead Land Spirit was cheering loudly. Good. This way of taking a beating really makes people marvel. What moves me even more is this spirit. What kind of spirit to take a beating is this? Exposing your vital area openly and allowing such fierce attacks. And you, Mo Li, have persevered without a thought of giving up. What fearless courage. Your dazzling spirit continues to move me. Ah. Then you are you moved Will you recognize me, as you're your master? Mo Li's tears fell from the pain as he shouted. The Pighead Land Spirit said with a solemn expression. Soon. You have already surpassed that Shirkong. Mo Li wanted to cry. You said that just before, Stop them. Fang Dong, she shouted first. A mere mortal wants to obtain a blessed land. The Gu Immortals made their moves. Shirkong was also among them. His head was soaked with cold sweat as he rejoiced. The other Gu Immortals discovered this secret. If not for that, he might have been defeated by this audacious mortal. Immortal moves shrouded the entire place. They descended like a tsunami. Mo Li's group was deathly pale. Mother! Wang Xiao Air held his head and tried to run. Land Spirit, save me. Mo Li was lying on the ground, his legs trembling intensely. The Pighead Land Spirit shook its head and flew away. I cannot save you. To become my master, you need to have the spirit to take a beating, but even more than that, you need to have the strength to take the beatings. But right as Mo Li was about to die miserably, there was a loud sound, and all the killer moves were destroyed. Who? Come out. 3 mysterious figures appeared from the corner. Their bodies were shrouded in a layer of profound light, hiding their appearance and gender. They stood silently, but their auras were closely connected and actually suppressed the side of Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Dongxi and the rest became solemn, like they were facing a huge enemy. This profound light, and this kind of image. You are the legendary E clan. Western Desert's E clan? There really is this super clan. There existed a hidden super clan in Western Desert, with powerful strength and a long history, seemingly existing since ancient times. But this was only a rumor between Western Desert's super forces, and there had never been clear evidence. Since you know of our E clan, then retreat. One of the three mysterious figures spoke. Their voice was also modified, gender-neutral and hoarse. Fang Dong, she snorted coldly. Cowardly people who dare not show themselves. Who knows if you are really from E clan? You want us to retreat just like this? Aren't you too arrogant? You are even more arrogant than Shirkong. Shirkong rubbed his nose and was about to speak when another person said, Look at the price of Shirkang's arrogance. Your outcome will be the same. Shirkong, a chaotic battle broke out. E clan's 3 Gu Immortals had tacit cooperation. They had clearly trained together for years. They immediately gained the upper hand. Western Desert righteous path might have been suppressed, but they had superiority in their numbers. The pighead land spirit floated near the edge of the battlefield and watched the battle excitedly. Gu Immortals prioritized defense to become the blessed land's master. They did not dodge the attacks they could dodge, and even move towards the attacks. They were also fighting for amoral. After all, he was the person who was thought highly of by the land spirit. If they could help him get the ownership, they would win this battle. Finally, after a strange, fierce battle, amoral was taken away by E clan. Wang Xiao'er was captured by Fang Dongxi, and the person who became the blessed land's owner was Gu Immortal Shirkong. He had not wasted his efforts after all. Fang Dongxi returned to Fang clan and reported the outcome of the battle. The matter concerned Fang Yuan. Fang clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong immediately convened the clan's Gu Immortals to discuss about it. We should kill Ling Husu. The issue now is, how do we explain this to Fang Yuan? We will tell the truth and let Fang Yuan kill Ling Husu. But we need to hide our transaction with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is the #1 demon in the world who cultivates all paths. We are unable to deal with Ling Husu because he cultivates theft path and is proficient in escaping. If Fang Yuan were to take action, Ling Husu would definitely die an extremely miserable death. That is not appropriate. Fang Dichong shook his head, rejecting this suggestion. His soul was traded to Fang clan by Fang Yuan, and he obtained freedom once again. Right now, he had possessed a rank 5 Gu master's body and was preparing to undergo immortal ascension again. He was part of this discussion right now. Fang Dichong continued to analyze. Do you think that possibility is likely, or is it more probable for Fang Yuan to find trouble with us instead? What is the reason for Fang Yuan's transaction with our clan? It is because our clan is the closest to Green Ghost Desert, and he needs countless soul cores to cultivate his soul. After all, he inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance. If my Grand Fang clan cannot even handle this properly, we will no doubt lose our value in Fang Yuan's eyes. At that time, what do you think he will do? Fang clan's immortals felt their hearts turning cold from this analysis. Fang Gong nodded. I approve of Fang Dichang's words. Fang Yuan could step on heavenly court. It is very easy for him to deal with Fang clan. We cannot fight him. Besides this, our clan also benefited plenty from transacting with Fang Yuan. The numerous immortal materials in Fang Yuan's hands are the most important transaction gains for our clan. Fang Dong, she was troubled. But this time's soul core quantity cannot meet the requirement. Tomorrow is the day to hand over the goods. What reason will we use to delay it? If Fang Yuan wants to investigate this, he can easily realize the truth. But if we don't lie and say the truth, won't our value fall greatly in Fang Yuan's eyes? Fang Dichong said, we must tell the truth. But since the soul cores are not enough, we will use other things to compensate for them. Won't it be okay as long as Fang Yuan is satisfied? Fang Huasheng was worried. Fang Yuan has a large number of venerable true inheritances. His standards are extremely high. Our Fang clan does have some items that can satisfy Fang Yuan, but every one of these items is a foundation of our Fang clan. We cannot hand over our foundation because of Ling Husu, can we? Fang Dichong laughed. You are thinking too deeply. In my opinion, this matter is easy to resolve. Fang Gong asked, what plan do you have? Fang Dichong, didn't we already soul search Wang Xiao'er? Although he is only immortal, his body is mysterious and his experiences are also quite amazing. We know about Hu Land. This secluded domain of heaven and earth should already be in Wu clan's hands now. We will hand this information to Fang Yuan. It should satisfy him. Is that going to work? Some were doubtful. Fang Dichong shook his head. Don't treat Fang Yuan like us normal people. Spectral Soul and Xing Chou are already dead. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is suppressed. Qi Si ancestor was defeated by him. He is now the #1 person in the world. Even if Wu clan is the #1 super force of southern border. They still won't be able to protect Hu land. Fang Gong nodded. Then, let's do that. If Fang Yuan is not satisfied, we can only incur a greater loss once again. He then sighed. Such a pity about Hu land. If only my clan knew of it, we would definitely conceal it and dig it up secretly. Now, we can only give it to Fang Yuan. Fang Dichong said in a heavy tone. Fang Yuan should be satisfied. This person is terrifying. The most terrifying thing is not his strength, but his broad-mindedness instead. He doesn't bother about trifling matters in order to accomplish the major goal. His broad-mindedness and shrewdness are unfathomably deep and vast like mountains and seas. What gives me chills is that even though he is the strongest person in the world, he is still willing to trade with us and will not resort to brute force if he can. This kind of person is not someone our Fang clan or Heavenly Court can deal with. I am afraid that only the rumored venerable revival can curb such a terrifying demon. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, mini yellow heaven. At some corner of an I clan, a Gu master who had been unconscious for several days woke up dazedly from his bed. An immortal Gu condensed inside my body. The Gu master looked weak and pale, but he could barely hide his joy. From today onwards, am I going to rise up towards the peak of my life? The Gu master was extremely excited. He had rank 4 cultivation and knew of an I clan secret. In the whole of an I clan, there are 3 Gu masters who have passed the difficulty of bloodline condensation and survived. And with me now, there are 4 who possess immortal Gu. Now that I have an immortal Gu, I will be I clan's 4th elder even though my cultivation has not reached rank 5. The Gu master's mind was filled with plans for his beautiful future. Little did he know that his condition over the past few days, as well as the thoughts going through his mind right now, were all seen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fell into thoughts. Ren's method is indeed an ingenious human isolation-style refinement technique. After the event of the gold fragment current, although I clan lost a lot of Gu masters, the surviving Gu masters passed the cruel trial. After they returned to the clan, the phenomenon of bloodline condensation appeared successively. Over 40 people got a fever and fell unconscious, but only 2 woke up successfully and refined immortal Gu inside their body. Right at this time, a message disturbed his thoughts. Hu land. Southern border, Wu clan. Over 50 Gu masters were gathered in the hall. First Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder Wu Qiao. Supreme Elder Mountain Moving. Gu masters greeted together with solemn expressions and hardly concealable excitement. Wei Shenjing was among them. He had finally emerged from the cruel competition and obtained the opportunity to become an immortal. Besides him, there was Divine Dr. Sheng Shou and Wu Xintong. These 2 had been revived through the Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. There was also Zhong Yi, the Western Desert Gu master who had inherited Fire Thunder True Inheritance. These 50 or so people were geniuses of their generation and were Gu master elites selected by Wu clan. You may stand. Wu Yong was sitting on the main seat. To his left was Mountain Moving Old Monster, and to his right was Wu clan's rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Qiao. The information on Immortal Ascension and the matters to pay attention to regarding Immortal Ascension have already been given to you. Over the following period of time, you should start close cultivation and come out only when you feel you have the certainty to ascend to Immortal. Our Wu clan's Gu Immortals will help you resist the Immortal Ascension tribulations with all their strength. You may leave now. Wu Yong raised his hand. The group of around 50 Gu masters retreated. Wu Yong smiled towards Mountain Moving Old Monster. Supreme Elder Mountain Moving, I shall hand the matter of these Gu masters' Immortal Ascension to you. Mountain Moving Old Monster was not a Gu Immortal originating from Wu clan. His surname was Qin and his name was Jing Sheng. He was previously a lone immortal. When Fang Yuan was disguised as Wu Yihai, there was the issue of Mount Snail where he reached an agreement with Mountain Moving Old Monster. Mountain Moving Old Monster obtained most of the benefits of Mount Snail, but this immemorial desolate beast still belonged to Wu clan in name. But in the end, Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, and Wu Yong went after him. Mountain Moving Old Monster's situation immediately became awkward. Wu Yong was a formidable character. Why would he let go of this opportunity? He immediately exerted pressure on Mountain Moving Old Monster. Using both forceful and persuasive measures, he made Mountain Moving Old Monster become Wu clan's external Supreme Elder. Back to the present, Mountain Moving Old Monster quickly agreed to Wu Yong's command. I am in deep admiration of First Supreme Elder's broad-mindedness. I will stake all my strength to make sure the tribulations cannot harm anyone. Good. Wu Yong laughed. Wu Yong, guarantee that the Wu clan I govern is fair with rewards and punishments. I shall take my leave and make preparations. Mountain Moving Old Monster left. He knew the meaning behind Wu Yong's action. He was an external elder of Wu clan. External elders were usually ostracized. But Wu Yong's move was too revolutionary. He actually supported so many Gu immortal seeds at once. What raised mountain-moving old monster's attention the most was that these 50 or so Gu masters were mostly outsiders. Wu Yong ordered mountain-moving old monster to be in charge of this matter. On one hand, he was worried of Wu clan's Gu immortals being biased towards the clan members if they were put in charge. On the other hand, it was to reassure mountain-moving old monster, using action to tell him, I, Wu Yong, am different from ordinary leaders. When mountain-moving old monster left, Wu Yong's gaze moved towards Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao had been keeping silent and was feeling uneasy under Wu Yong's gaze. Wu Qiao had been Wu clan's third supreme elder with high authority and status. But he was enticed by Qiao clan and had supported Fang Yuan, who had disguised as Wu Yihai. This action was the same as betraying Wu clan's benefits. Later, Wu Qiao was in charge of guarding Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, but lost it to the enemies. This was a great stain to his reputation. After Wu Yong took the position, he suppressed Wu Qiao to the limit. Wu Qiao's situation declined day by day, and he was even stripped of his third elder position. Wu Qiao. Wu Yong spoke. What do you think of my decision to support so many Gu immortal seeds? Under Wu Yong's gaze, Wu Qiao's forehead became covered in sweat. He took a deep breath before standing and bowing, saying in a sincere manner, Lord Wu Yong, I think this action has far more benefits in long term. I give my full support to it. Wu Yong laughed. He raised his teacup and took a sip before asking leisurely, Then tell me how you will give full support? Wu Qiao took a deep breath and said what he had already prepared before. Wu Yong did not comment and only nodded as he put down the cup. Do it. Wu Qiao was exalted. He quickly requested for leave. He did not leave directly like mountain-moving old monster. Instead, he stood at the door and bowed deeply towards Wu Yong before leaving slowly. This attitude was extremely respectful. Only Wu Yong remained in the discussion hall. He was expressionless, but was sighing inwardly. This time, he invested all the resources of the clan to support the immortal ascensions of over 50 Gu masters. This move could be considered crazy. His move had caused dissatisfaction in many Wu clan Gu immortals. The main reason was that among these over 50 Gu masters, less than half were Wu clansmen, while the rest were outsiders. Many Wu clan supreme elders, including Wu Bachong, thought Wu Yong's action was shaking Wu clan's foundation. These short-sighted people. As Wu Yong recalled the recent times, when these people admonished his actions openly or secretly, he could not help but snort coldly. Wu clan's greatest issue was the lack of Gu immortals. There was not enough manpower to guard their territories, let alone when they were planning to expand in the future. However, Wu clan had few Gu immortal seeds as well. Even when they lowered the standard and revived some Wu clan Gu master elites, the number of Gu immortal candidates was only 18. Although Gu immortals could deal with the tribulations, the crucial point in immortal ascension was the balancing of 3 chi. Outsiders could not help in this. The Gu master had to rely on themselves. 18 Wu clan Gu immortal seeds. According to history, only 1 or 2 among them might succeed in immortal ascension. That would not do. What use was there in gaining 1 or 2 rank 6 Gu immortals for Wu clan? This simply could not satisfy Wu Yong's ambition. Thus, Wu Yong disregarded his subordinates' opposition and recruited outsider Gu masters to be Gu immortal candidates. Moreover, Wu clan treated them fairly and gave them full support. It is not that these people cannot see the situation, but they raised opposition because it threatened their own benefits. They have really disappointed me. Their vision is too narrow. Without the 5 regional walls now, our Wu clan's enemies are not just southern border forces, but the entire 5 regions. And among the 5 regions, the most terrifying enemies are in Central Continent. Central Continent's sect system, Wu Yong's side. With his foresight and wisdom, he was already clear of the superiority of the sect system. That was the reason he gave full support to outsider Gu immortal candidates and recruited outsiders to become Wu clan's external supreme elders. But even with his prestige, he encountered such opposition and resistance. It could be imagined what the situation in other superforces would be like. Wu Yong had excellent political skills. He dealt with this situation by deploying mountain-moving old monster and supporting Wu Qiao. Mountain-moving old monster was an external supreme elder. For the sake of his own future in Wu clan, he would definitely do his best to support those outsider Gu immortal seeds in their ascension. And Wu Qiao was an astute person. He saw Wu clan's situation and Wu Yong's plan to get back onto Wu clan's political stage, even if he did not approve of Wu Yong's move. He had to grab this opportunity, becoming Wu Yong's dog and standing against those opposing supreme elders. Like this, Wu clan's internal disorder was quickly resolved by Wu Yong. There will be 5 or 6 among these seeds who will succeed in immortal ascension. I hope one of my Wu clansmen becomes a Chi Path Gu immortal, whose land can be used then. In the future, if I am lucky enough to refine 8-faced prestige wind, my strength will rise by another level. Adding on Hu land, my Wu clan will be among the top super forces in all 5 regions. Wu Yong's mood turned much better when he thought of Hu land. He thought very highly of Hu land. If not for him cultivating Wind Path primarily, and having accumulated a lot of Wind Path Dao marks, he might have converted to Qi Path for Hu land. Wu Ji did not choose Qi Path and persisted on Strength Path, which had actually disappointed Wu Yong. Hu land's value was extremely high. This could be seen from Demon Immortal Qi Ju. As long as a set of killer moves involving this kind of secluded domain of heaven and earth was created, the Gu Immortal would have near pseudo-venerable battle strength. Hu land could be taken as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu, while it would be extremely difficult for Wu clan to obtain a rank 9 Immortal Gu. Even refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu was a huge trial to Wu clan. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, be it Mini Blue Heavens Star Collection City, Mini Western Deserts Inkman City, Mini Northern Plains Triple Sacred Mountain, or other areas, Gu Immortals were cheering in excitement. Just the previous moment, Fang Yuan had issued the latest contribution board, mission board, and exchange list. The contribution board and mission board were issued long before, but it was the first appearance of the exchange list. It was this exchange list that made all the Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture excited. The exchange list contained a large number of rank 6 and rank 7 Immortal Gu, a dazzling lineup of immortal moves, Immortal Gu recipes, and countless immortal materials. The Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only needed to spend their accumulated contribution points to exchange for any cultivation resource on the exchange list. I have never seen such a rich list of immortal materials and such enormous immortal material reserves. Even Lang Yalan Spirit, who was extremely knowledgeable, was dumbstruck when he saw the exchange list. There are rank 6 to rank 9 immortal killer moves, including common killer moves, battlefield killer moves, the present age Gu formations and Gu houses, and even ancient battle formations. What is this totem killer move? I have never heard of it before. Many Gu Immortals exclaimed in shock. The Gu Immortals who came from the Variant Human Alliance cared much more about the Immortal Gu in the exchange list. Even these Immortal Gu can be exchanged? Am I dreaming? How difficult is it to refine Immortal Gu? But here, we only need to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to exchange for an Immortal Gu. All of the Gu Immortals were moved. They suddenly realized that becoming subordinates of Fang Yuan was a really fortunate thing. Our future is so bright after following Master. This is too good. Looks like Lord Fang Yuan wants to nurture us. I have never seen a force have such wealth. Master's foundation is truly inestimable. The Gu Immortals' eyes shined with excitement. Their faces reddened, and some even cried in joy. Some quick ones immediately looked at the mission board. Previously, the tasks they completed were mandatory and they did not have much enthusiasm. But it was completely different now. The first task is so strange. Request for Lord Fang Yuan to protect us from tribulations, and we also get such rich contribution points in return. 2133 Zong's Tribulation. Fang Yuan was secretly observing his subordinates' reactions. He had issued the exchange list after careful consideration. Previously, Fang Yuan had thought the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's chaotic phenomena would pass with time, but they were instead becoming more severe. Sometimes, some strange situations occurred, which were so serious that Fang Yuan's main body had to deal with them. If he could increase the strength of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals by a level or two, the chaotic state of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be dealt with much more properly. Fang Yuan had no way to completely resolve the issues in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, so he could only alleviate them. Naturally, regardless of how he strengthened them, these subordinates would not have the ability to take part in the contest within Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan also did not have such extravagant hopes. Nurturing these subordinates required a large amount of resources. Fang Yuan had devoured many of the 2 heavens grotto heavens and plundered the countless years of accumulations of these grotto heavens. He naturally did not lack the resources to nurture them. On the basis of cultivation resources, Fang Yuan had already surpassed most of the super forces in the world. Even if Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven had much more accumulation than Fang Yuan, they could not copy his action. Fang Yuan possessed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. It was extremely easy for him to refine rank 6 and rank 7 Immortal Gu. That was why he could domineeringly place all kinds of Immortal Gu on the exchange list and let his subordinates exchange for them. If Fang Yuan needed to use some Immortal Gu that they exchanged for in the future, he could just throw a compulsory mission at the person who would dare to go against Fang Yuan's decree. At that time, Fang Yuan would give even more contribution points in exchange. The subordinate whose Immortal Gu was seized might even be quite happy. The heated reactions of his subordinates was within Fang Yuan's expectations. These Gu Immortals who were stimulated by the exchange list began to crazily accept the tasks and took the initiative to go to various areas of the sovereign immortal aperture to work like bees. As for the first task on the mission board, the Gu Immortals were discussing if Lord Fang Yuan had made a mistake, but even after a few days, the task content had not changed. The Gu Immortals became increasingly covetous. The contribution point reward of this task was sizable. Shizong was the person to study the new exchange list for the longest time. Recently, Shizong had been distressed over a huge issue. He was the first Supreme Elder of Northern Plains Rockman tribe. He was rank 7 and was about to face his third Grand Tribulation. Rank 7 Gu Immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a Grand Tribulation every 100 years. Earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations were not big issues to Shizong, but a Grand Tribulation was huge trouble. The previous 2 Grand Tribulations had almost destroyed Shizong's confidence. The third Grand Tribulation was imminent. Shizong was thinking of ways to delay the Grand Tribulation, but he had turned the whole exchange list inside out and was still unable to find a trace of hope. The exchange list doesn't have any methods to delay calamities and tribulations. Shizong frowned. Does Master not have such methods? Obviously not. Shizong's gaze locked on the first task in the mission board. Looks like Master is encouraging us to accept this task. Shizong was enticed. His Rockman tribe came from Northern Plains' northern icy plain. Fang Yuan had forced them on his ship. But by now, Shizong found that this ship had already become a warship with a bright future and unimaginable fortune. Since ancient times, the main criteria of a leader was making use of both benevolence and authority. Fang Yuan had no lack of authority, so when the exchange list appeared, it changed many people's hearts. Shizong did not dare to betray Fang Yuan and had seen the benefits of following Fang Yuan. He thought for a long while and decided to take the risk, accepting that task. He accepted the task openly and did not conceal it. And soon, the news regarding him accepting the first task spread throughout the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu Immortal world. Shizong is a veteran rank 7 Gu Immortal. If he can pass the tribulation successfully, he will become a rank 8. Let's see what's going on with this task. I also wanted to accept this task. I did not expect Shizong to seize the initiative. This is a good opportunity to express loyalty to Master. Not long after Shizong accepted the task, he was summoned by Fang Yuan's Time Path clone. The Time Path clone was going to manage Shizong's immortal aperture and make preparations for the tribulation. Shizong opened his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone personally took control and stuffed Earth Path immortal materials inside his immortal aperture. Worry soil, green pond rotten soil, diamond soil, Great Lake soil, concealing heaven dust, grand soil, region sand, impermanence rock, smoky warm jade, 1,000-year frost jade essence, dark ink stone, marrow sucking stone, regret water rock, round Cohen stone, hibiscus stalactite, stone heart liquid, 8 parts jade, and so on. The large number of Earth Path immortal material made Shizong speechless. After coming to his senses, Shizong's heart jumped in fright. Gu immortal calamities and tribulations are the result of heavenly, Tao-seeking balance. Right now, my Earth Path foundation has increased to such an astonishing amount. My Grand Tribulation will become even more terrifying. Ordinary Gu Immortals want their calamities and tribulations to be as weak as possible, but Master is completely the opposite. It is as if he wants the Grand Tribulation to become a myriad tribulation. Several days later, the time to undergo tribulation was here. Fang Yuan's main body arrived at an ordinary sea area of Eastern Sea and opened his immortal aperture, letting Shizong out. Shizong greeted Fang Yuan first before placing his aperture in the outside world. The Blessed Land's door was opened and started absorbing a large amount of the outside world's heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan stood outside the entrance. He could not go in. He had too many down marks. Previously, when he attacked Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, he was unable to go in as well, let alone this tiny ranked 7 blessed land. The Grand Tribulation was on time. First was the arrival of Heaven Path down marks. Then these Heaven Path down marks transformed into down marks of other paths based on the state of Shizong's blessed land. Most of these down marks were of Earth Path. The transformed down marks used and expended heaven and earth chi to turn into calamities and tribulations. If Fang Yuan used Big Family Chi Gu right now, he could absorb the tribulation chi and weaken the Grand Tribulation. Right now, Fang Yuan was looking forward to the Grand Tribulation becoming even stronger. Soon the Grand Tribulation took shape. Shizong's face turned pale. Yellow sky dust cloud. Heavens, it saw my immortal aperture was very prosperous and I had too many Earth Path resources, so this is specially targeting them. Yellow sky dust cloud would gain increasingly powerful suction force along with time and absorbed the Immortal Aperture's Earth Path resources. The more Earth Path resources it absorbed, the stronger it would become, its range would increase, and it would become denser with much more powerful suction force. Among all the Grand Tribulations, Yellow Sky Dust Cloud was absolutely among the top few hated Grand Tribulations. Zong tried several killer moves. Although they were effective, the effect was very little on such a large Yellow Sky Dust Cloud. I can only rely on Master now. Zong's expression was dismal. Right at this time, Zong saw multicolored and dazzling totems fly out of Fang Yuan's body and enter the Blessed Land, before charging into the Yellow Sky Dust Cloud. These totems were of various types and shapes. There existed ferocious tiger and leopard, agile deer and rabbit, lush trees, as well as spinning flying rocks. But no matter which one, they all emitted rank 8 aura. Zong's body and mind shook together. Oh heavens! More than 20 killer moves, all at rank 8 level. Master actually has such terrifying strength. These were all totem killer moves. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained the cultivation method of thousands of basic totems from Zhanbu, he would cultivate this move whenever he had some free time. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was the sacred land for cultivating totem killer moves. It was very difficult to cultivate totems outside of this place. Because there was no such food path environment, almost all the food recipes would lose their effect when placed in the outside world. Fang Yuan, however, was different. He had deep food path attainment. He modified these food recipes and turned them into killer moves. With the help of these food path killer moves and countless Gu materials, Fang Yuan was able to cultivate over 20 totems. These totems were all at rank 8 level and were carefully selected by Fang Yuan. Their power naturally would not be low. What was even more amazing was once these totem killer moves were formed, they were extremely easy and convenient to activate. Fang Yuan willed, activating over 20 totems at once. In other words, he activated over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. It was because he possessed the sovereign immortal body that he could fearlessly cultivate totems of so many paths. If it were other Gu Immortals, they would never be able to accomplish this. Zong watched with a stupefied expression, because at that moment, the extremely thick yellow sky dust cloud that covered the sky was shredded by these totems. Too vicious, too terrifying. Zong's thoughts fluctuated intensely, but although the Grand Tribulation was destroyed violently, it did not stop. Instead, it was trying hard to condense again. However, the moment a trace of yellow sky dust cloud condensed, it was instantly torn into pieces by the totems. Heavenswell did not give up, but the totems were even fiercer. Inexplicably, Zong suddenly felt that the Grand Tribulation was somewhat pitiful. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven Human Sensation. Immortal Killer Move, Human Executing Heaven's Work. Immortal Killer Move, Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. Fang Yuan made his move from outside the entrance, refining all the heaven path down marks from the Grand Tribulation. But the unrestrained heavenly marks fell on Zong's blessed land. But it was not a problem. Fang Yuan took out an Immortal Gu house. It was the repaired Thieves' Den's killer move, Steel Dao. The Theft Path Killer Move's working principle was to use Theft Path Immortal materials as the catalyst. The Theft Path Dao marks in the Immortal materials would be consumed instantly, and the Dao marks in the outside world would be stolen. The stolen Dao marks must be attached to these Theft Path Immortal materials. So, if the stolen Dao marks were disorderly, the Immortal materials would have no value, like those Immortal materials found everywhere in Crazed Demon Cave. In short, Thieves' Den had the ability to steal the outside world's Dao marks, but did not have a method to use them. Moreover, Thieves' Den was already a peak-level creation and could not be modified. It had no room or potential for improvement. These stolen, unrestrained heavenly marks formed a Heaven Path Immortal material. Fang Yuan took this Heaven Path Immortal material and activated a Food Path Killer Move, Devour Heaven and Earth. This killer move was Fang Yuan's gain from his recent cultivation. Fang Yuan's Food Path attainment level was Grandmaster. He had countless Food Path Killer moves and deep Wisdom Path attainment. It was not difficult for him to create a killer move to devour Heaven Path Immortal materials. 2134 Fang Yuan. Just you wait. After consuming this Heaven Path Immortal material, Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture gained 9 more Heaven Path Dao marks. The Grand Tribulation that sent Zong into despair, when turned into Heaven Path Dao marks, merely amounted to 9. Moreover, this Grand Tribulation strength was much higher than normal. A normal Grand Tribulation would give less than 9 Heaven Path Dao marks when transformed. Probably around 7. Fang Yuan estimated. This could not compare to the gains from annexing the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. Each of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens gave Fang Yuan several thousand Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan devoured Grotto Heavens one after the other. His Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development had already reached 80%. At present, His heaven path down marks numbered over 200,000. Fang Yuan wanted to become venerable through refinement path, so he prioritized annexing refinement path grotto heavens, which increased his refinement path down marks to over 6 million. Currently, the sovereign immortal aperture cannot annex any more grotto heavens, so I can only use this method to gain heaven path down marks. Although the increase each time is small, Gu Immortals undergoing tribulations is a process that will never stop. Little droplets of water make a mighty ocean. I can accumulate a substantial amount with this method. In the long run, this path of helping Gu Immortals undergo tribulation was quite bright. The two heavens grotto heavens accumulated for 1 million or so years to have such foundations. But if Fang Yuan annexed one, there would be one less. There was, however, an unending stream of Gu Immortals. Zongs' tribulation succeeded, and he advanced to rank 8. When he returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, he immediately received the congratulations of many people and was asked about the exact details. Zong was already prepared. He had used Gu worms to record the complete video of his tribulation. When this video was spread, it brought a strong impact to the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu immortal world. Master is so strong. He used over 20 rank 8 killer moves in an instant. Is he still human? These are totem killer moves. They look quite convenient. From the start, the Gu Immortals were attracted by the totem killer moves. When Thieves' Den appeared, they exclaimed in shock again. When the video reached the end and the yellow sky dust cloud was completely destroyed by Fang Yuan, the Gu Immortals sighed, deeply moved. Master's methods are unimaginable. He can really destroy calamities and tribulations beforehand. In history, these calamities and tribulations will calm down only after they have vented everything. But Lord Fang Yuan has unfathomable powers. He can get rid of calamities and tribulations ahead of time. It can be inferred that this task is a huge fortune. Not only can we increase our cultivation level, we can also get a sizable amount of contribution points. Didn't you hear what Zong said? Although he passed the tribulation and became a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he did not gain any new down marks. There was such a thing. No wonder this task compensated us with contribution points. Zong did not hide this. He was somewhat hesitant at first, but after the tribulation, Fang Yuan personally ordered him to publicize the truth. No gain in down marks. This news was like a bucket of cold water that poured on these excited Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals began to calm down. This result needed to be properly considered. No gain of down marks was a huge loss to Gu Immortals. After all, undergoing tribulation was the main way of gaining down marks. Over the next few days, there was no movement. But when Zong used these contribution points to exchange for 2 rank 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu and 3 Earth Path Killer moves, another person accepted the task of undergoing tribulation. After that, more and more Gu Immortals began to imitate this, and it soon formed a wave in the sovereign immortal aperture's Gu Immortal world. These Gu Immortals were shrewd. They had calculated the gains and losses. Although they would lose a batch of down marks, the value of the gained contribution points was far higher than the losses. The Gu Immortals' battle strength and immortal aperture's environment would indeed weaken from the loss of these down marks. But down marks was only one of the factors. There were many factors which determined a Gu Immortal's battle strength. For instance, Immortal Gu was a main factor. Immortal killer moves, as well, were much more important than some thousands of down marks. The immortal aperture's environment would be influenced, but the Gu Immortals could exchange for all kinds of immortal materials to create even more resource points to fill this gap. What made the Gu Immortals choose this path was that there was a special entry in the exchange list that allowed the Gu Immortals to supply the immortal materials and expend some contribution points to ask for Fang Yuan's clone to use food path killer moves to increase their corresponding down marks. These various reasons created an unending supply of Gu Immortals who underwent tribulation. Fang Yuan's heaven path down marks continued to increase. Southern border. Ku Xian Hong was flying through the clouds. He was communicating with his friend. You don't know that all the Gu Immortals are accepting the assisted tribulation task. Some Gu Immortals whose tribulations are still far away will choose an option in the exchange list. It requests Master's time path clone to accelerate their immortal aperture's time flow. They are using every means possible to accept this task. Ku Xian Hong read up to here before replying with the information path Immortal Gu. It is because the contribution points for this task are sizable. Moreover, whoever obtains the contribution points first will be able to move a step ahead and do more missions, entering a beneficial feedback loop. Look at that Zong. He has been thriving recently. His strength has surged. He can do and take on more difficult tasks, obtaining even more contribution points much faster. Unfortunately, I received a mandatory task now and have to go on a diplomatic mission to Wu Clan. Otherwise, I would have been the first to accept this task. His friend replied soon. You need to be careful. You are going to Wu Clan's headquarters to demand who land. That is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, and Wu Yong is the Southern Alliance's leader. Ku Xin Hong, however, was confident. I am quite hopeful for this trip. Even if it fails, Wu Yong won't do anything to me. You have not personally realized and witnessed Master's power and influence. All right, I have arrived. I will contact you later. Ku Xin Hong slowly flew down. Below him was Wu Yi Mountain. Wu clan's headquarters was located here. Seeing Ku Xin Hong, 2 Gu Immortals immediately flew up from Wu Yi Mountain. At the front was Wu clan's second supreme elder Wu Bachong. Ku Xin Hong had already notified them before coming here. Wu clan's earnestness could be seen. They had sent Wu Bachong to welcome him. Envoy, please come in. Wu Bachong led Ku Xin Hong to Wu clan's headquarters. You came from afar and must be tired. How about resting for a while? Wu Bachong was polite. Ku Xin Hong shook his hand. Let's get down to business first. All right, please wait a while. Our first supreme elder is handling some clan affairs. Ku Xin Hong nodded and waited patiently. He could understand that the leader of the great Wu clan could not be available so casually. Whether he was really busy or not, they had to put up this show. After 5 minutes, Wu Bachong came again and led Ku Xin Hong towards the guest hall. Ku Xin Hong saw Wu Yong there. Ku Xin Hong did not speak nonsense and said directly, Lord Wu Yong, I come with Master's sincerity to have another transaction with your noble clan. Wu Yong and Wu Bachong looked at each other. They had profited a lot in the previous transaction. Wu Yong asked with a smile, I wonder what transaction it is. Ku Xin Hong smiled. Master is willing to pay a price to buy the Hu land in your possession. Instantly, Wu Yong's pupils shrank, and killing intent surged in his heart. What? Wu Bachong could not sit still. He stood. What Hu land? How could my Wu clan have this secluded domain of heaven and earth? Fang Yuan is definitely mistaken. Ku Xin Hong smiled and did not refute. Wu Yong's expression was dark as he interrupted Wu Bachong. All right, Bachong. Wu Bachong immediately stopped denying it, but there was indignance and anger on his face. Veins popped up on his clenched fists as he stared rigidly at Ku Xin Hong. If gazes could kill, at this moment, Wu Bachong would have already killed Ku Xin Hong 100 times with his gaze. Ku Xin Hong only looked at Wu Yong, turning a deaf ear to Wu Bachong. He bowed. Lord Wu Yong, what is your reply? Wu Yong suddenly showed a smile. Since Fang Yuan wants to trade, of course we can. I believe he will definitely pay a satisfying price. Ku Xin Hong could not help but feel a chill when he saw Wu Yong's attitude. Wu Yong was really terrifying. In such a short period of time, he accepted this fact and made the most sensible choice. Ku Xin Hong took a deep breath and said the price. Master is aware that Lord Wu Yong desires rank 8 Immortal Gu, 8-faced prestige wind. Master is willing to personally refine this rank 8 Immortal Gu. What? Wu Bachong's expression changed again as he bellowed furiously. Hu land can be seen as a quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan is not taking out even one rank 8 Immortal Gu and wants to exchange with such conditions. You are too insincere, Wu Yong said through clenched teeth. This is indeed somewhat too overboard. Ku Xin Hong smiled. Wu clan excels in Wind Path. Your only Chi Path foundation is in Sheng Tian True Inheritance. Although Hu land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it doesn't have much value for Wu clan. Wu Bachong immediately refuted. You can't say that. Any path's attainment can be developed. Although my Wu clan excels in Wind Path, could it be that we cannot excel in Chi Path in the future? With Hu land, I would rather change to Chi Path and replace my Vital Gu. With such huge prospects, which super force would be willing to give it up? Ku Xin Hong glanced at Wu Bachong, second Supreme Elder. You are spot on, quite insightful. It is indeed correct. With Hu land, the prospect of Chi Path is highly favorable. But, as he said this, Ku Xin Hong intentionally paused before saying deeply. The prerequisite is, you need to possess Hu land. You. Wu Bachong's killing intent erupted, and he looked ready to attack. Ku Xin Hong's hidden meaning was that Wu clan could not keep Hu land. Since they could not keep Hu land, it was useless to mention any Chi Path prospects. Ku Xin Hong looked towards Wu Yong and bowed again, saying respectfully, Lord Wu Yong, I will be frank. If your noble clan is not satisfied with this price, we are willing to refine 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu for your clan. He then continued with a bitter smile. This is my side's bottom line, and there won't be any concession. Lord Wu Yong, please understand. I am only a messenger. I cannot make decisions. Wu Yong was silent for a while before smiling. You are an excellent messenger. I agree to your conditions. Wu Bachong, bring Ku Xin Hong to take Hu land and send the rank 7 Fan Yuan Gu as well. First Supreme Elder. Wu Bachong was indignant. Go. Wu Yong was solemn. Sigh. Wu Bachong heaved a deep sigh as he looked at Ku Xin Hong with hatred. Follow me. Wu Bachong quickly moved past Xian Hong and walked out of the hall. Wu Yong sat on his seat without moving. The guest hall had bright lighting, but Wu Yong's face was dark and heavy. Losing Hu Land had a huge impact on him. How did Fang Yuan know about Hu Land? Did he capture Kong Ritian? Wu Yong had a lot of doubts, but he did not want to investigate it. Since the matter had already reached this stage, there was no meaning in talking about this. After a long while, Wu Bachong returned to report, Xian Hong has left. Lord, should we send some people in disguise and ambush him? Wu Yong shook his head. With Fang Yuan's wisdom, how could he not have expected such a loophole? Don't do unnecessary things. Wu Bachong said through clenched teeth. Damn it. Our Grand Wu clan cannot protect Hu Land. Wu Yong said with a heavy voice. We need to remember this. In Wu clan's headquarters, we were forced to sell the secluded domain of heaven and earth. This is my disgrace, and also Wu clan's disgrace. In the future, if there is a chance, I will clear this humiliation and pay it back 1,000-fold. Fang Yuan, just you wait. 2135 Liver Life Formation. Fang Yuan was holding Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu in his hand. Under the continuous supply of rank 8 white lychee immortal essence, Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu let out a light, crystal-like radiance. This immortal Gu seemed like a flea made of crystal. It was as large as a fist and was curled up like a ball. Suddenly, the crystal radiance from Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu burst, turning into countless broken crystal lights that shone dazzlingly. Success. Fang Yuan was shocked. At that moment just now, he had actually refined this rank 7 Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. The curled-up crystal flea stretched its body and meekly lay on Fang Yuan's palm. I am probably the first person in history to completely refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. At this moment, Fang Yuan had created history, but, within an instant, his excited emotions calmed down. He already had many unprecedented achievements. In this recent period of time, I have repeatedly helped my subordinates undergo tribulations. Although the Heaven Path Dao marks gained each time are small in quantity, the numbers accumulate eventually. Adding these Heaven Path Dao marks, I am finally able to refine Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu completely, breaking the previous limit. My guess was right. The fact was proved in front of him. As long as the unrestrained heavenly marks reached a certain number, Heaven Path Immortal Gu could be refined. In the long river of history, there were countless Gu cultivators with geniuses as numerous as stars in the sky, and the 10 venerables like 10 large suns. But none of them truly cultivated Heaven Path. Limitless Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable might have grasp of the killer move unrestrained heavenly mark, but from what Fang Yuan knew, they had not delved deeply into Heaven Path. The former cultivated Rule Path, and the latter cultivated Earth Path. Maybe Limitless Demon Venerable researched unrestrained heavenly mark to cultivate Heaven Path, but he had already become a Rule Path Demon Venerable at that time and could not turn back anymore. From this, the advantage of the sovereign immortal aperture could be seen again. Cultivate every path. A brand new unknown path emerged before Fang Yuan. Heaven Path. Unrestrained heavenly mark was the key to starting Heaven Path cultivation. This path had huge prospects and terrifying advantages. Even mortals could understand a thing or two. Heaven Path comprises everything and balances everything. All living beings, be they immortals or mortals, powerful or weak, are included in Heaven Path. All kinds of immortal Gu, secluded domains of heaven and earth, are also under the restrictions of Heaven Path. Heaven Path controls calamities and tribulations. It controls lifespan Gu. Venerables were powerful for an era, but when compared to Heaven Path, they are like a burning torch. If I walk this path, Fang Yuan could not help but daydream. Apart from anything else, just lifespan Gu and fate Gu, these two factors made him feel a trace of excitement. Every venerable in history was troubled by lifespan Gu, and fate Gu had never been directly controlled by Heavenly Court. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have any solution. She could only become one with the Tao to interfere with Heaven's will and distort the power of fate Gu. Among all the paths, the starting threshold of Heaven Path is the highest. One must grasp the killer move unrestrained heavenly mark first. I have only stepped on the road of Heaven Path. I still need to walk a long distance before I can touch the deeper profundities like lifespan Gu and fate Gu. The battle of Crazed Demon Cave is imminent. I won't be able to accomplish this before the battle. Although he had officially stepped on the cultivation path of Heaven Path, and its prospects were bright and huge, Fang Yuan did not intend to fully delve into it. The situation did not allow him to do so. At most, I can invest once more in Heaven's Envy. Immortal Gu. Cooking Luck Pot brought enormous convenience to Fang Yuan, letting him know that Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu might be the key in the battle of Crazed Demon Cave. Heaven Path's cultivation road was going to be long, and Fang Yuan had just taken the initial step. But Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu could be developed further. I have completely refined Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu, but it is only at rank 7. If I create its corresponding killer moves, it might be quite impressive at rank 8 level. However, in my battle with Venerables, rank 7 will not be enough. I need to raise Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu to rank 8. Fang Yuan possessed 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, but this was slightly troublesome. Fang Yuan had a batch of Heaven Path Immortal materials. It might not be enough if he were to try to refine mini Heaven Path Immortal Gu, but it was enough to use on just Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. However, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path attainment was ordinary. He was not even at master level. Although his refinement path was as high as Quasi-Supreme, it would be quite difficult to research Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu's rank 8 recipe. It was not that there was no chance of success, but it would take too much time and energy. In his initial estimation, it was going to require 2 to 3 years of deductions at the very least. This was undoubtedly not feasible for Fang Yuan. Looks like I need to copy Wu Yong and raise some Gu Immortal seeds before helping them undergo the Ascension Tribulation. Fang Yuan quickly found a way. Fang Yuan did not care about the minimal gains in Heaven Path, Dao marks from Immortal Ascension of rank 5 Gu Masters. But when Gu Masters undergo Immortal Ascension, they would have a one-time opportunity to experience natural inspiration. With this opportunity, the Gu Master questioned Heaven and Earth, and almost all their questions would be answered. Since Heaven and Earth could produce Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu naturally, it definitely had Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu's recipe. Fang Yuan did not demand much. He only needed a correct version of the Immortal Gu recipe of Heaven's Envy Gu. He could rely on his refinement path attainment to modify it to suit himself. Moreover, Fang Yuan could also ask for some insights when asking Heaven and Earth. For instance, on the basis of certain kinds of Heaven Path Immortal materials and the current situation, which Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu recipe is the easiest to refine? As he thought of this, he put a new task on the mission board and listed it at number 1. Search for loyal and devoted Gu Immortal seeds who are suitable to undergo Immortal Ascension. Almost at the next instant, all the Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture knew of this task. Ever since the establishment of the exchange list, these Gu Immortals had gone crazy. Many of them had not even slept for months, using Gu worms to forcibly maintain their conditions, to complete tasks, and earn contribution points. Fang Yuan offered them the most suitable environment, reducing the difficulty of these Gu Immortals' cultivation to the minimum. Almost every day, they could feel their strength increasing. Even if this increase was only a little progress every day would accumulate to a terrifying amount after several days. It was this euphoric feeling of experiencing the increase in their cultivation and strength that made these Gu Immortals unable to stop. What gave Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise was that one of the human Gu Immortals developed an incomplete transformation path Immortal Gu recipe because of this. Hard Liver Gu. This human Gu Immortal primarily cultivated transformation path. He was Solid Rock Warrior, who came from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Hard Liver Gu strengthened the Gu Immortal's liver, giving them lasting and vigorous energy, which then allowed them to complete all kinds of laborious tasks without needing to rest. But if it was used excessively, the liver would harden to the limit and trigger a terrifying explosion, inflicting heavy injuries and even death. After Fang Yuan got familiar with the Gu, he modified and completed it, and even created rank 6 to rank 8 Gu recipes. After using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine it, rank 8 hard liver Immortal Gu was used as the core of a Gu formation. Fang Yuan named this Gu formation as Liver Life Formation 1. It operated all year round and collected a fee for every use. If the Gu Immortals were interested, they could hand over some contribution points to enter. After they come out, they will be full of energy and motivation. Did you liver today? How much longer can you liver for? I feel like my liver is about to explode. Such conversations had already become a common daily topic between the Gu Immortals. So, when Fang Yuan put up this task, the Gu Immortals were like red-eyed sharks that had smelled blood. Great task. It was published by Master himself. The reward is extremely abundant. I have not slept in 3 months. I want to rest a little. What rest? Go and liver. The great era is in front of us. We must grasp this excellent cultivation opportunity. The Gu Immortals moved out towards all kinds of places to gather Gu Immortal seeds. In just a short while, this task was completely taken. The Gu Immortals who could not take it were extremely vexed. Some shouted regretfully, "Oh, this task was quite excellent, but I missed it." Every task on the mission board had a limited quota to prevent Gu Immortals from taking just the tasks with the highest rewards, which would result in unreasonable and wasteful distribution of manpower. Fang Yuan handed the task of gathering Gu Immortal seeds to his subordinates. He estimated there would be quite a lot of Gu Immortal seeds, it was going to surpass super forces like Wu Clan. It was because Fang Yuan had annexed many forces like Langya sect and the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens, which had extremely deep foundations and long history. They definitely did not lack Gu immortal seeds. Using the little spare time he had, Fang Yuan personally went to strengthen Ni Clan. He quietly set up a year essence subpool in Ni Clan's territory, forming a time path zone. Ni Clan's time would pass much faster, which would increase the rate of immortal Gu production. It would become much more convenient for Fang Yuan to comprehend Gu refinement profundities of human isolation style. The sovereign immortal aperture has a huge number of variant humans, but not many humans. Most of the humans are from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, but it can be foreseen that in the future, many Yellow Heavens in I Clan will probably become the top human force. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He had just finished setting up the time path zone when Xian Hong's message arrived. The latter's diplomatic mission to Wu Clan was successful and had obtained Hu land. Immortal killer move, heaven and earth travel. At the next moment, Fang Yuan moved from eastern sea to southern border, appearing in front of Xian Hong. After putting Xing Hong in the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan returned to eastern sea. He secretly arrived in a nameless sea area and toyed around with Hu land as he waited for Qi Si ancestor. For you. Fang Yuan handed Hu land to Qi Si ancestor. The Qi Si clone quickly received it and said excitedly, Good. Good. I have a premonition. With Hu land, my combat system will be completed. I will wait in anticipation. Fang Yuan's main body left shortly after. He was also pondering about his combat system and had made much progress, but was still far away from completing it. 1. In Chinese medicine, the liver gets damaged/heaty if one does not sleep properly at night. In this case, livering/liver torture is a common Chinese internet term for staying up all night to game etc. 2136 Fang Yuan S. Secluded Domains of Heaven and Earth Immortal Killer Move. Landscape, as before. Fang Yuan activated the killer move. The previous landscape as before Immortal Gu was only at rank 6. But 2 months ago, Fang Yuan had successfully raised it to rank 8. Rank 8 was the limit of landscape as before Immortal Gu. The limit of most Immortal Gu was at rank 8. After advancing to rank 8, they would have arrived at their peak and could not be advanced anymore. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, fragments of the great Tao. These fragments had their respective limits. Those with higher limits could accumulate slowly and reach rank 9, while those with lower limits might even be forced to stay at rank 6. There were many Immortal Gu. Although they were unique, they covered almost all aspects imaginable. For instance, Fang Yuan used the killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, which gave birth to 2 Immortal Gu, Red Copper Immortal Ant Gu and White Noodle Immortal Ant Gu. If there was a slight change, there might be another kind of Immortal Gu. For instance, Dark Gold Immortal Ant, Black Noodle Immortal Ant, and so on. Among all the Immortal Gu, only a small portion could truly advance to rank 9. Rank 8 landscape as before Immortal Gu was still a time path Immortal Gu. But the killer move Fang Yuan was using right now was a compound killer move. It contained profundities of not only time path, but also earth path, water path, rule path, soul path, and other paths. Under the effect of this compound killer move, Reverse Flow River let out soft gushing sounds as it started expanding at a rapid pace. After Fang Yuan's nurturing over this period of time, the compound killer move that was used dozens of times showed great effects. Reverse Flow River, which previously only had a little trace left of it, had become a long, narrow river. Fang Yuan had all along been trying to restore Reverse Flow River, and he finally got a good result now. He had previously thought of using Orderly Well. This killer move was a rank 9 killer move and came from Shadow Sect's true inheritance. This move used City Well as the core. It could modify secluded domains of heaven and earth, removing the conflict between Dao marks, which made it convenient to restore them. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Minuscule Mountain had experienced this move, but Fang Yuan had never been able to grasp this killer move. Because he lacked its crucial core Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu was unique. That core Immortal Gu was already in someone else's possession. Fang Yuan had thought of modifying this killer move, but it was extremely difficult. This was a rank 9 rule path killer move. It had already reached a peak level where it had no room for improvement. At least, Fang Yuan was unable to see any. His rule path attainment level was at Great Grandmaster and not Quasi-Supreme. He was still some distance away from seeing through this kind of rank 9 killer move. Reverse Flow River is recovering faster right now, but at the later stage of its recovery, Landscape as before's compound killer move will experience a fall in effectiveness continually, until it becomes negligible. Landscape as before's compound killer move was at rank 8 level, while the complete Reverse Flow River was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, which was equivalent to rank 9 in terms of quantity of Dao marks. Because of the huge amount of Dao marks, They could sometimes be used as quasi-rank 9 Immortal Gu. Naturally, this depended on the Gu cultivator's ability. Conceptualizing killer moves with the secluded domain of heaven and earth as the core was only the start. The crucial point was how exceptional the created killer moves were, and if they could fully use the secluded domain of heaven and earth or not. For instance, Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal made use of reverse flow river only at the intermediate level. His Luo Pa seal was only at the elementary level of secluded domain usage. Orderly Well. Killer move was different. It made use of City Well to the highest degree and was at the advanced level. There was no killer move that completely used secluded domains of heaven and earth. Secluded domains of heaven and earth were not Immortal Gu. After all, Immortal Gu was alive and could be used fully as long as immortal essence was transferred into them. But secluded domains of heaven and earth were non-living. Their usage was limited. An Immortal Gu was a connected body of fragments of Dao marks. A secluded domain of heaven and earth was an amalgamation of countless Dao marks. These Dao marks were piled together. Some were straight or bent. Some were continuous threads. Some were entirely different. And some were intertwined. There was no way to make use of all the Dao marks. Even venerables were not an exception. This could be seen from the killer move, Orderly Well. I have gathered quite a lot of secluded domains of heaven and earth. Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Reverse Flow River, City Well, Hu Land, as well as the Incomplete Refinement Sea, Human Sea, and Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Dang Hun Mountain was the first secluded domain obtained by Fang Yuan. He even entered northern plains to find a way to repair it. Luo Pa seal, which used Luo Pa Valley as the core, had once helped Fang Yuan kill Gu immortal experts. There was no need to talk about Reverse Flow River. In that event of old ancestor Shui who refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, Fang Yuan had relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal to shock the world while being hunted by Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. City Well was obtained from the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Fang Yuan had used it as a trap to kill many Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Hu Land was the easiest to obtain. He bought it forcefully from Wu Yong. Naturally, it was possible because of Fang Yuan's strength and reputation. These things had been accumulated since his rebirth, while being on the verge of life and death, and going through countless large battles. The Incomplete Refinement Sea came from Langya Blessed Land. It showed long-hair ancestors' ambition. Unfortunately, although Fang Yuan obtained it, he did not have enough spare effort, time, and resources to complete it. Currently, the Incomplete Refinement Sea was being intensely consumed by 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. The Incomplete Human Sea came from Eastern Sea Xia Clan. Wu Shui led the Variant Human Alliance to invade Xia Clan's territory, killing or driving Xia Clansmen away, and looting this Incomplete Human Sea. The last was Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Put simply, it was a bunch of gray-white stone slabs. The surface of the gray-white stone slabs were filled with black ink lines. Some were straight while others were curled. There were thin and thick lines. The lines were drawn over one another. Some looked like letters while others looked like drawings of scenery. Legend said that if one gathered all of the stone slabs, they could piece back Qian Kuan Crystal Wall, and the Gu cultivator would be able to enter Book Mountain again. If one looked at the history of humanity, they would find that generations of Gu masters, Gu immortals, or even immortal and demon venerables collected these stone slabs before. Fang Yuan had obtained countless gray-white stone slabs from Great Wisdom, Immortal Mother. According to what Great Wisdom Immortal Mother said, these stone slabs could form half the Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Fang Yuan had obtained a batch of gray-white stone slabs from other sources like Langya Sect and the storage of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. Naturally, the number of these stone slabs could not compare to what Great Wisdom Immortal Mother had, and there were also fake goods among them. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother's gray-white stone slabs were from the Inkman race's true inheritance. There were many fake goods among the stone slabs circulated in the market, but the gray-white stone slabs in the Inkman race's true inheritance were all genuine. According to the records in U003 CU003, see the Legends of Run 003 U003E, Primordial Domain was originally inside Qian Kuan Crystal Wall. Unfortunately, Limitless Demon Venerable took it away and put it in Crazed Demon Cave. Even if I construct Qian Kuan Crystal Wall now, I won't be able to enter Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan tried all ways to increase his battle strength. These secluded domains of heaven and earth were naturally going to be made use of. Reverse Flow River was being restored. Killer moves using Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley as the core were also being developed. Hu Land was given to the Qi Si clone. Fang Yuan did not have time to put his effort into this. Among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Fang Yuan paid the most attention to the Incomplete Human Sea. Back then, he chose to invade Eastern Sea Xia Clan mainly because of this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth. All the venerables have human path killer moves, so I need to have some foundation in human path. Even if I don't become dominant in this path, I need to have means to defend against it. Fang Yuan had suffered during the Fate War. The venerable methods were mostly human path methods. Every move was terrifyingly powerful or had amazing effects, influencing the whole war. Previously, Fang Yuan had ordered his subordinates to kill 100 million humans in Fireplane Grotto Heaven to use in the incomplete Human Sea. But this was not enough. The previous resources were all spent. Human Sea was still some distance from completion. The variant Human Alliance also has many human Grotto Heavens with large numbers of humans. But it is not convenient to target these humans. Firstly, it will cause dissension in these human Grotto Heavens Gu Immortals. Secondly, these humans will be moved to the sovereign immortal aperture in the future, and are foundations for me to develop human path. Lastly, there are so many humans in the world, why do I need to sacrifice my own people? Fang Yuan then issued a task, slaughter humans and gather resources. Compared to the previous Tribulation task, this task was obviously cruel and reeked of blood. Master is a demonic path member after all. Many human Gu Immortals lamented. But I quite enjoy slaughtering the outside world's humans. This task resonated with variant human Gu Immortals. Forget it. As long as it is not our Grotto Heavens suffering, what does it have to do with us if other humans die? Those owners of human Grotto Heavens were glad about their allegiance. Soon, over 10 Gu Immortals quietly moved out from the territory of Eastern Sea's Xia clan. There were many fishing villages in Eastern Sea's islands. Birds chirped and dogs barked, smoke spiraled upwards. Kill. A mini-man Gu Immortal flew towards these fishing villages and ruthlessly activated Immortal Gu. Leaves fell down like a rainstorm, killing countless men and women, old and young, blood splashing everywhere. Back then, us mini-men were captured by you humans. My mother was strangled to death in front of me by human Gu Immortals. I am only taking back some interest. The mini-man Gu Immortal's face was filled with hatred. On a certain island in Eastern Sea, there was an enormous city. 2 variant human Gu Immortals united to bring forth a tens of feet high tsunami. At the juncture of life and death, an Eastern Sea lone immortal walked out and blocked the tsunami. Stop, I am Gu Mingsu. This is my homeland. I wonder what the issue is. Why are you implicating these innocent people? This Gu Immortal shouted furiously. The 2 variant human Gu Immortals came down from above the clouds and revealed their appearance. So it was Warm Sun, Immortal Lord. Immortal Lord, you are wrong. Back then, this place had been the homeland of us hairy men. But you humans occupied it forcefully. My hairy man tribe fortunately had the protection of our supreme elder, so we were able to survive in the 2 heavens. Gu Mingsu could not restrain his anger when he saw the 2 variant human Gu Immortals. So you are variant humans. You are really audacious. This place is near Eastern Sea's Tang clan. I have already requested reinforcements. Get lost. If you don't escape now, it will be too late. The 2 variant human Gu Immortals laughed loudly as they said, Immortal Lord, why do you pretend to not know from where we came? Our master is Lord Guyu Fang Yuan, let alone Tang clan. Even if the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path arrive together, they will be like chickens and dogs in front of our master. Gu Mingsu, stop trying to put up a front. We are here to kill your fellow humans, to let you taste the pain and suffering we felt back then. Gu Mingsu lamented inwardly. How can there be a demon like Fang Yuan? He actually sent variant humans to attack his own race. He is a traitor to humans. He has no bottom line and no sense of propriety. Damn it. Damn it. 2137 Fang Yuan deserves death. Qi Si. Because Qi Si ancestor lived here, the Qi Si area had become the Righteous Qi Alliance's headquarters. At this moment, a banquet was being held inside the Qi Si formation. Qi Si ancestor sat on the main seat, while the representatives of Eastern Sea Righteous Path forces sat to his left and right. Sitting to the left of Qi Si ancestor was a food path Gu Immortal. He was an old man with a brandy nose. He raised his wine cup high and toasted Qi Si ancestor. Lord ancestor, I offer this toast of spring sea blossom wine to you. Qi Si ancestor nodded. His seat was high above the others, which gave him a naturally overlooking vision. Qi Si ancestor took a sip before commenting lightly. Zui Xianwang, your spring wind petals wine is quite good. It has a vague, poetic flavor of youth. This food path Gu Immortal was Zui Xianwang. After he inherited green antiseptic and wine fairy's true inheritance in Central Continent, he was then silently persuaded by Qin Dingling to be a chess piece. According to Qin Dingling's arrangements, Zui Xianwang returned to Eastern Sea and rested for a period of time before taking the initiative to side with the Righteous Qi Alliance. Everyone in the Righteous Qi Alliance welcomed him warmly. Because Zui Xianwang was among the outstanding lone cultivators of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Zui Xianwang possessed Wine Sea, He held a wine reception every year where he invited heroes and warriors of Eastern Sea. His connections were extremely wide, and he himself had good relations with all the large Eastern Sea righteous path forces. There was a huge political significance for a representative character like him to join the Righteous Chi Alliance. Just this significance itself had a huge value. Because, although the Righteous Chi Alliance was established, most of its members were of Eastern Sea righteous path superclans. Besides them, there were also some 2 Heavens Gu Immortals who had joined Chi Si clone. Few Eastern Sea lone Immortals joined the Righteous Chi Alliance. Demonic Immortals were even rarer. Zui Xian Wang joining the alliance would definitely be a model example, which would change some trend of Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Maybe, other lone and demonic immortals would take the initiative to join. Besides these, there was another reason which was somewhat connected to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's lingering poisonous ant plague killer move had caused a huge disturbance in Eastern Sea's righteous path. They were forced to take out their hidden true inheritances to research the killer move. Only then were they able to find a way to restrain it. During this event, the Righteous Chi Alliance had wanted to invite Zui Xian Wang. However, at that time, Zui Xian Wang had already gone to Central Continent and was secretly searching for Green Ant's true inheritance. Zui Xian Wang cultivated food path, which was rare in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. While rarer things were often more precious, Zui Xian Wang was worthy of being recruited. Chi Si Ancestor discussed with Eastern Sea super forces and held a large welcoming banquet. Not only were they trying to leave a good impression and gain the approval of Zui Xian Wang, they were also proclaiming the Righteous Chi Alliance's attitude towards lone and demonic immortals. When Zui Xian Wang saw Fang Yuan, he was extremely respectful and even had a flattering expression. For instance now, Zui Xian Wang's wine was clearly called Spring Sea Blossom Wine, but Chi Si Ancestor called it Spring Wind Petals Wine. Whether Chi Si Ancestor had not heard clearly or if it was a slip of tongue, Zui Xian Wang did not ponder on it. He bowed. Many thanks to Ancestor for bestowing the name. Amazing, amazing. Spring Wind Petals wine not only suits the characteristics of this wine, it is also filled with poetic sentiment, making one feel like they are being caressed by spring wind, while flower petals flutter in the air. It is a great honor for this wine to be bestowed a name by Ancestor. With Ancestor's granting of this name, I believe this wine will be known throughout the 5 regions. Ha ha! Chi Si Ancestor laughed heartily as he pointed at Zui Xian Wang. Old Wang, you are quite witty. The various clan representatives also chimed in. Their compliments were like waves that followed Zui Xian Wang and moved towards Chi Si Ancestor. These Gu Immortals were praising while cursing silently. I did not think this old guy Zui Xian Wang to have such a shameless side. Truly a bootlicker. But it is not strange. He holds a wine reception every year where he invites all the forces. He has some skills in social interaction. Tang Clan's Gu Immortal Tang Tang was just about to raise his wine cup when an information path mortal Gu flew in. He viewed it with his divine sense. What? The variant human alliance has attacked. His body jolted, he was greatly shocked. But after reading the information properly, he relaxed somewhat. Fang Yuan only sent 10 or so Gu Immortals over different areas of Eastern Sea to kill mortals. What is he trying to do? Not long ago, he invaded Fireplane Grotto Heaven and slaughtered 100 million humans. Tang Tang was pondering when he recalled the incomplete human sea. After Fang Yuan invaded Eastern Sea Xia clan, the information about this artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth had spread far and wide. So the Righteous Chi Alliance was well aware of it. At this time, another information path, Gu Worm, flew over. Gu Ming Su is requesting reinforcements from my clan. Tang Tang's heart stirred slightly. This Worm Sun Immortal Lord was a lawful lone immortal. Tang clan had always wanted to recruit him, but was rejected by him. Who could have expected a crisis to appear out of nowhere? Gu Ming Su actually offended the variant human alliance. In the request letter, Gu Ming Su had clearly expressed, if Tang clan can provide help, he will join Tang clan. My Tang clan cannot offend a person like Fang Yuan. Isn't this trying to push my Tang clan into the fire? Tang Tang sneered mentally. They could not give support. Tang Tang immediately crushed this information path mortal Gu and treated it like he had not seen it. Fang Yuan's target this time were only the mortals. Moreover, he avoided the people of the super clans. So, Tang clan did not suffer any losses. As for reputation, Tang clan's reputation would fall a little because they did not retaliate. But other clans were also the same. Fang Yuan's action was not targeting just Tang clan. Since everyone was losing reputation, it was same as nobody losing any reputation. As long as the situation doesn't worsen, this is only a small matter. Let Fang Yuan kill however many he wants. Tang Tang continued to enjoy the banquet. After receiving this message, he began to deliberately observe the surrounding Gu Immortals. Sure enough, these people received the news one after the other. Fang Yuan's subordinates are slaughtering mortals? They are not our clansmen anyway. Why provoke Fang Yuan because of this? Eastern Sea has so many mortals. Even if some are killed, the population will be restored in 10 years. Let's drink, let's drink. Ha ha ha, good wine. The atmosphere became even more lively. As the banquet continued, these Gu immortals were starting to get drunk, their faces flushed red as they enjoyed themselves. Tribulation clouds surged continually. A large amount of water splashed around in the time path clone's immortal aperture, like fish jumping madly. This was a grand tribulation, jumping time fish tribulation. The outcome is set. The time path clone was observing the whole process calmly. With the main body helping personally, there would definitely be no issue. The jumping time fish tribulation was not strong. It was an ordinary type of grand tribulation. Heaven's will did not trouble Fang Yuan, which was rare. But the time path clone was not surprised. In the recent period of time, my main body has not only helped Gu immortals to undergo tribulations, he is also helping those Gu immortal seeds to undergo immortal ascension. With him present, unless it is a dream path tribulation, there will be no issue. Heavens will realizes this fully. The calamities and tribulations are ordinary, so that the main body won't gain more heaven path Dao marks. While the time path clone was thinking, the tribulation clouds in the sky were almost gone. Fang Yuan did not continue to attack. Instead, he took out ability Gu to give it a try. But ability Gu was almost destroyed. U003 CU003 see the legends of Run 003 003 E clearly stated ability Gu would continue to grow stronger in calamities and tribulations. But Fang Yuan was unable to find a way to strengthen it. According to simple deduction, the records in U003 C003 see the legends of Run 003 E stated that calamities and tribulations were Gu materials to advance the rank of ability Gu. Fang Yuan gave it a try right now, but discovered that calamities and tribulations were not suitable as Gu materials and were extremely hard to control. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations and was able to preserve ability Gu. After obtaining this outcome, Fang Yuan did not hold back and destroyed the final lump of tribulation cloud. This time, he did not devour the heaven path Dao marks. He left behind the time path Dao marks from the tribulation in the time path clone's immortal aperture. He did not touch the clone's foundation. Now, I also have rank 8 cultivation. The time path clone was filled with emotions. From now onwards, I shall use the name He Chunxiu. What do you think? Up to you. Fang Yuan's main body replied plainly. Currently, among Fang Yuan's 8 clones, Qi Si ancestor, Wu Shuai, the time path clone He Chunxiu, and Zhanbu Du had advanced to rank 8. But Fang Yuan already did not lack rank 8 Gu immortals under him at present. Southern border. Human Smoke Mountain. This was Chai Clan's headquarters. Almost all of Chai Clan's Gu immortals were assembled, and with Chai Clan's first supreme elder leading them, they welcomed 3 variant human Gu immortals. These 3 variant humans were Snowman, Hairy Man, and Rockman. They were Bing Yuan, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, and Shizong. People of Chai Clan, the 3 of us came with Master's order. We are here to discuss a trade with you. As the leader of this trip, Bing Yuan spoke. Chai Clan's immortals were in serious and heavy moods. It was not only because of Fang Yuan's reputation, but because of these 3 variant human Gu immortals' auras. Be they Bing Yuan or Golden Fur Immortal Monarch or Shizong, they were all at rank 8. What does Fang Yuan want? Could my Chai Clan have something of interest to him? Chai Clan's first supreme elder asked. No need to be modest, Lord Chai Gan. Bing Yuan smiled. My master is willing to purchase your noble clan's human path results, including the killer move congregated human talent, the human path mountain human smoke mountain, as well as many mortals raised by your clan. What? The expressions of Chai Clan's immortals changed. Fang Yuan is going too far. He is trying to dig up our Chai Clan's foundation. The main thing is, if we cooperate with this demon Fang Yuan, what reputation would our grand righteous path Chai Clan still have? Chai Clan immortals criticized softly. The expression of Chai Clan's first supreme elder was unsightly. He muttered for a while before asking. My Chai Clan does nurture the most mortals. These people live good and content lives in human smoke mountain and do not cause trouble for anyone. I wonder what Fang Yuan wants to buy them for. Shizong sneered. Of course, to kill them all. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had a crazed expression. These humans your Chai Clan is nurturing have abundant human chi. This is extremely good. Master's human chi is only lacking the final step. With these people, it can finally be completed. Chai Clan immortals were shaken. Disregarding lives so casually, this demon deserves death. One female immortal, Chai Kuching, shouted furiously. Chapter 2138 Shaken Chai Clan thousands of years ago, southern border, human smoke mountain. A cave at the peak of the mountain opened quietly, and an old man walked out of it. He had an ashen expression. In the past, he could not find Lifespan Gu and could only use other lifespan extension methods. His lifespan was at its end right now. Even if he found Lifespan Gu or other methods, it would be of no use. The Grand Chai Fu, cultivated to rank 8 as a lone cultivator, but in the end, I still lost to Lifespan. How sorrowful, how hateful. Chai Fu was filled with anger and sadness that was deep as the sea. He walked down the mountain numbly, but a village at the base of the mountain gave him a surprise. Before I went into closed cultivation, there had been no humans inhabiting this place. But in just several years, this place became so lively. The Grand Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chai Fu, whose name is spread throughout the southern border Gu immortal world, won't live for long, but you mortals are living so well. Looking at the men and women in the village doing labor work and children playing around, Chai Fu's anger and hatred surged so much that he was about to slaughter all these villagers. But at the next moment, he forcibly closed his eyes. His body trembled for a while before he gradually calmed down. Chai Fu restrained the evil intentions in his heart as he smiled bitterly. Chai Fu, might not be a good person, but I have never targeted people who have not offended me, and have never slaughtered innocents. So be it if I die. What else can I do? Even the 10 venerables were unable to escape death. It is easy for Gu immortals to live long, but how hard is eternal life? Chai Fu had looked back over his whole life when he was in closed cultivation. He had no regrets in his life. He had a clean record and was without lingering concerns. With nothing else to do, Chai Fu disguised as a passing old Gu master and entered the village. Is he a traveling doctor? The villagers misunderstood Chai Fu's identity. Chai Fu went with the flow and used that identity, receiving warm welcomes from the villagers. There were Gu masters in the village, but the highest was only at rank 3, and they were not specialized in healing. Many villagers asked for help from Chai Fu, and with Chai Fu's ability, it was a small matter for him to treat their illnesses. Chai Fu was even more revered because of this, and at the same time, he also learned of this village's origin. So these people are actually my descendants from over 100 years ago. This discovery made Chai Fu feel some lingering fear and thankfulness. Fortunately, he did not make a move earlier and slaughter them. Shortly after, Chai Fu began to think about the meaning of life. Maybe this arrangement of fate is for me to leave behind something. Chai Fu had already thought of leaving behind his inheritance, and now his thought had solidified. It just so happens that I got an inspiration during my close cultivation and thought of a human path killer move. Looks like fate is never aimless. It wants me to use this move here. This killer move was congregated human talent. Chai Fu had been conceptualizing a lifespan extension method, but he did not expect the final result to be this. Congregated human talent was a human path killer move that could concentrate the aptitude of many people into a small group. Chai Fu used this move as the foundation and the favorable location of Human Smoke Mountain to establish his superforce, Chai Clan. Since the establishment of Chai Clan, they had gathered and nurtured outsiders. They then used the killer move Congregated Human Talent to transfer the aptitude of countless outsiders to Chai Clansmen. Thus, geniuses always emerged in Chai Clan. And those outsiders had mediocre aptitude. They could not cause any problems. Chai Clan had this huge advantage and could rise continually, aspiring for the position of #1 superforce of Southern Border. However, there were Ba Clan and Xia Clan near Chai Clan. The 3 clans were near each other and had always been in dispute. Whenever one clan was more powerful, it would be jointly attacked by the other 2 clans. Adding on that Chai Clan had previously been near the 5 regional walls and had small territory, it lacked in resources. Even though they had a large number of geniuses, they did not have sufficient cultivation resources. After the 5 regional walls disappeared, Chai Clan became extremely excited, because they could march towards Central Continent. However, not long after the regional walls disappeared, Chi tides engulfed the world. After the Chi tides, inheritances appeared everywhere. All the super forces in 5 regions, even lone and demonic immortals, were scrambling everywhere for these inheritances. In fact, even if this wave calmed down, Chai Clan would still be in an awkward situation. Would they dare to attack Central Continent? Central Continent had the 10 great ancient sects, and in terms of strength, they were stronger than Southern Border. Even more terrifying was that Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had the same superior, heavenly court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fought each other, but if foreign enemies appeared, they would unite like one body. And now, Chai Clan encountered the greatest danger over the recent years, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sent 3 rank 8 variant humans to discuss a trade with Chai Clan, but their terms were excessive. Fang Yuan directly asked for congregated human talent, Human Smoke Mountain, as well as the countless outsider mortals that Chai Clan was nurturing. This was directly excavating Chai Clan's core foundation that established their status. It was no wonder everyone in Chai Clan looked unsightly. Chai Clan's Gu immortal Chai Ku-ching even shouted in anger. Fang Yuan deserved death. Impudent. You dare to curse my master. Looks like your Chai clan is asking for extermination. Zong shouted. No need to report to master. Us three will attack and exterminate Chai clan now. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch directly took out his two large hammers with surging killing intent. The expressions of Chai clan immortals changed intensely. They activated defensive killer moves and rose to the air. A large chaotic battle seemed to be imminent. All of you, stop right now. Bing Yuan stopped the fight with a dark expression. Bing Yuan, this, Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at Bing Yuan. Bing Yuan was the last to advance to rank 8 among the three. Naturally, she had safely passed her tribulation with Fang Yuan's help. But Bing Yuan was Shui Er's grandmother, and Shui Er had an extremely terrifying identity that made countless Gu immortals wary. She was Fang Yuan's fiancée. Thus, Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch had no questions about Bing Yuan's leadership position among them, and they were obedient too. Restrain your aggression first. Bing Yuan spoke. Zong snorted as he restrained his aura. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch reluctantly put away his hammers while staring at these Chai Clan Gu immortals. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder let out a sigh of relief, and under his lead, Chai Clan Gu immortals also returned to ground as a show of sincerity. Bing Yuan's expression was solemn as she said to the Chai Clan immortals, "We did not come here to make enemies out of Chai Clan. We indeed came to do a trade. My master is a benevolent lord. His demon title is only a misunderstanding by the outside world. It is just that those people who misunderstood master did not have a good ending. But what can my master do? Are you going to show your neck and wait for death when others come to kill you? There is no such logic in this world. I believe you can understand it and won't add to master's problems." Bing Yuan's words not only contained threat, she even distorted reality with her words. Chai Gan did not want to refute. He cupped his fists and said, "I apologize for my clansman's careless remark. But if we agree to your condition, it will be akin to losing the foundation of our clan. Back then, when Fate Gu still existed, it was Heavenly Court's foundation. Does this mean Lord Fang Yuan would request to buy Fate Gu from Heavenly Court? Would Heavenly Court sell it? Trying to buy a super forces foundation out of nowhere, there is no such logic in this world, isn't that so?" Bing Yuan smiled coldly. "Chai Clan, that is your own problem. Don't try to take advantage of us variant humans, and don't try to take advantage of our master. Our master is benevolent. But besides a fair transaction, do you still want master to help you think of a way to maintain your foundation?" Golden Fur Immortal Monarch snickered. "Isn't it simple if you want to keep your foundation? Just surrender to our master." Zong immediately added with sincerity, "Yes. If you become our master's subordinates, your future will be bright. If you keep on living like this, there are no prospects for you." The three rank 8 variant humans revealed proud looks. They were deeply aware of this over the recent period of time. Chai Clan was silent. They were using this tactful way to express their refusal. The three variant human Gu immortals did not persuade much, let alone elaborate on it. They would rather have fewer competitors. Bing Yuan continued to urge, "You are all aware in your hearts, if master wants to forcefully demand the resources, he will personally make a move. Why would he send us three to negotiate? Isn't this an unnecessary move? You can rest assured of master's sincerity. Take a look." Bing Yuan opened her hand, revealing a rank 8 immortal Gu. The Chai Clan immortals were stunned and astonished. They transmitted their voices to each other and discussed. "Fang Yuan is really willing to pay a price? I thought that he was going to demand those things forcefully. Be careful, this Gu may be fake. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. We cannot be deceived by him." After the rapid conversation, Chai Gan shook his head. "It is a good Gu. We can see Lord Fang Yuan's sincerity. But I am ashamed to say that even though I am Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder, my cultivation is only at rank 7. How can I be worthy of a rank 8 immortal Gu?" Bing Yuan smiled. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take a look." Bing Yuan opened another hand, revealing another Gu. It was another rank 8 immortal Gu. This time, many Chai Clan Gu immortals were moved. Bing Yuan observed their expressions and said with a confident smile, "That's right. You did not see it wrongly. This immortal Gu is perfect for your Chai Clan. This Gu is what your immortal Gu house lacks. If you add it, your immortal Gu house will become a rank 8 immortal Gu house." Chai Gan's grave expression was also somewhat swayed. If Chai Clan had a rank 8 immortal Gu house, they could fight against rank 8 Gu immortals and even participate in the peak battle between pseudo-venerable level existences. Their power and authority would rise to another level. It was a qualitative breakthrough. But at this time, Chai Ku-ching yelled, "Fellow Supreme Elders, don't be deceived by the demon Fang Yuan and these variant human Gu immortals. Even if these immortal Gu are real, our Chai Clan belongs to the grand righteous path. How could we lose our identity and honor for benefits? We must never collude with these demons. If we agree to this trade, what difference is there between us and the demonic immortals that we despise? If Ancestor Chai Fu were still alive, he would definitely berate us furiously. 2139 Righteous Speech, ha! Golden Fur Immortal Monarch laughed. You are wrong, little girl. Zong added. It doesn't hurt to tell you. Your Southern Alliance's leader, Wu Yong, has already traded with us several times. He purchased a rank 9 Wind Path immortal material from us, and also handed rank 7 Fang Yuan Gu to us to raise it to rank 8. What? Chai Clan's Gu Immortals were shaken. Bing Yuan smiled. Demonic path, righteous path. What's the difference? If my master converts to righteous path, who will dare to not accept him? In fact, not only Wu Clan, Western Desert's Fang Clan is also secretly working with us. Currently, Fang Clan is using all their strength to develop Green Ghost Desert and is supplying countless soul cores to master. There was another round of disturbance among the Chai Clan Immortals. They had heard of Western Desert's Fang Clan and also knew of their recent movements. What impacted them even more was that Wu Clan was secretly cooperating with Fang Yuan. How can that be? Chai Kachin called out. At least try to make a better lie. Lord Wu Yong is our Southern Alliance's leader. How can he reach agreement with you? Everyone, you should not listen to these variant humans' nonsense. They are just making lies to deceive us. But this time, Chai Clan Immortals were silent. Chai Kachin had undergone immortal ascension just recently and had done so through relationships. Although she had talent, she had always been taken care of by Gu Immortal seniors and was not aware of how the world worked. Her understanding of the Gu Immortal world was even less than Shang Xinci. Since these variant human Gu Immortals said this, Chai Clan's Immortals believed that it was likely to be true, because they only needed to investigate it and would be able to find clues. Since the variant human Gu Immortals had said it, they were not afraid of being verified. They could even provide direct evidence. Chai Kachin did not believe Wu Yong would do such things, but Chai Clan's Immortals were people who were experienced and aware of worldly affairs. Not long ago, they themselves had reached an agreement with Lu Wei-in secretly to leave a way out. Bing Yuan continued. My master is determined to create the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. I think you all know about master's nature. Even if all the people in the world oppose him, he will do it. He will not give up because someone obstructs him. You can also inquire about the recent events in Eastern Sea. We variant human Gu Immortals moved all around in Eastern Sea and slaughtered humans. It was to gather resources to complete human sea. Did any Eastern Sea Righteous Path Superforce oppose us openly? The Righteous Chi Alliance even has Chi Sea Ancestor, a pseudo-venerable, but he pretended not to see it, let alone your Southern Alliance. The will of Chai Clan's Immortals were shaken. They started conversing secretly. There are indeed many tragedies happening in Eastern Sea Gu Immortal world. Yes, these variant human Gu Immortals might be detestable, but their words are not without logic. Eastern Sea's Righteous Chi Alliance has the pseudo-venerable Chi Sea Ancestor, but it still ended up like this. Not to mention our Southern Alliance, which doesn't even have such an expert. The worst thing is, Wu Yong secretly collaborated with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's influence is truly terrifying. The enemy is strong while we are weak. It will be sensible to preserve our strength for the future. No matter how much they hated to admit it, Chai Clan knew they were not Fang Yuan's match. They were not even the match of these 3 rank 8 variant humans in front of them. What made them even more hopeless was that even if they retaliated, the Southern Alliance would not provide them any protection. Even if the Southern Alliance provided protection, they would not be able to protect them. Chai Clan's human Smoke Mountain had countless humans. If they really fought, these people were Chai Clan's weaknesses and Chai Clan would not be able to protect them. In history, when Ba Clan and Xia Clan caused troubles for Chai Clan, they relied on this point. As long as they made a threatening move towards human Smoke Mountain, Chai Clan had to act carefully. By now, Chai Clan was already inclined towards cooperating with Fang Yuan. There was nothing that could be done about it. The enemy was strong while they were weaker by a huge degree. Only Chai Kachin was still continuing. Everyone, listen to me. Shut up. Chai Gon could not endure it anymore. He waved his hand and sealed Chai Kachin, making her unable to even budge. Chai Kachin was shocked. She had never expected her first Supreme Elder to do this. This method surprised the 3 variant human Immortals. When Chai Gon used this move, not even a slight aura leaked out from the start to finish. Without being able to sense the aura, the 3 variant human Gu Immortals were unable to judge what path this killer move belonged to. Chai Clan was a southern border superforce after all. It had some foundation. Chai Gon's expression was cold as he stared at a Chai Clan Gu Immortal. Chai Dui Shan, control your own descendant. Yes. Chai Dui Shan immediately walked towards Chai Kuching and placed his hand on her shoulder. Instantly, the seal on Chai Kuching was strengthened further. Chai Kuqing's mind shook intensely. Her expression was one of incredulity. Her eyes moved towards the side and reddened as she looked at the ancestor that had once been so tall and grand in her heart. Seeing this, the three variant human Gu immortals had a similar thought. The outcome was set. A day later, while Chai Clan's headquarters were empty, Human Smoke Mountain was attacked by the biggest beast calamity of the past 100 years. An Earth Path immemorial desolate beast dug out from the ground. At that time, Chai Clan's immortals had gone out to fight for blessed lands, inheritances, and so on, and only a few rank 6 Gu immortals were left to guard the headquarters. In order to protect the common people, the Gu immortals left behind, with Chai Kuqing as the head, used killer moves without caring for losses to Chai Clan. This move inflicted damage on both enemies and oneself. Although the immemorial desolate beast was killed, Human Smoke Mountain was heavily damaged and was almost turned into a crater. Fortunately, they were able to protect some clansmen. Although there is a difference between immortals and mortals, Chai Clan holds no such differentiation. Human life is most important. Mortal lives are as precious as Gu immortal lives. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, it is worth it if we can save more lives. This is my Chai Clan's principle. It is our integrity as part of the righteous path. Chai Clan's first supreme elder Chai Gon proclaimed his words that were full of righteousness to southern borders Gu immortal world after the event. The three variant human immortals set off on a journey back in secret. Human Smoke Mountain was naturally attacked by them. According to the agreement between the three variant human immortals and Chai Clan sold Human Smoke Mountain, as well as most of the mortals on Human Smoke Mountain, only keeping their own clansmen. They also kept some random outsiders to put up a show. Chai Clan Gu immortals did not make a move. The three variant human immortals dug up Human Smoke Mountain and slaughtered countless mortals. Lastly, the three immortals took away Chai Clan's human path results, while leaving a fire path true inheritance and 3 rank 8 immortal Gu to Chai Clan. Master's bottom line was 5 rank 8 immortal Gu for this mission. I did not think we would complete this mission with just 3. Zong laughed. Even if Chai Clan is a super clan and has been in southern border for a long time, they are truly inept. Just 3 rank 8 immortal Gu were enough to blow them away. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch also showed his disdain. At present, there were over 20 rank 8 immortal Gu listed on the Sovereign Immortal Apertures exchange list. These rank 8 immortal Gu were of various paths and could be exchanged for using contribution points. Fang Yuan had been helping many Gu immortals undergo tribulation, which spiked the number of rank 8 Gu immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Because of this, Fang Yuan put some rank 8 immortal Gu on the exchange list. This move stimulated all the rank 8 Gu immortals. They were excited to the point of madness. Even though many Gu immortals knew clearly, Fang Yuan was dangling a carrot in front of them so that they would work for him like a mule. But this carrot was too large and too glossy. It really made them salivate. How hard was it to obtain a rank 8 immortal Gu? How hard was it to refine it? The Gu immortals simply could not resist this temptation. Congratulations, Bing Yuan, for saving 2 rank 8 immortal Gu from Master. When we return, you will definitely be rewarded with lots of bonus contribution points. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch flattered. Fang Yuan's task rewards were not fixed. They could change according to the change in situation. Bing Yuan laughed reservedly. Actually, I don't care much about contribution points. I saved the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu not for contribution points, but to help my family. You know that my Shui heir is Lord Fang Yuan's fiancé after all. This again. Bing Yuan is showing off her relationship with Master again. Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch looked at each other secretly, seeing the complex emotions in each other's eyes. They had heard of Bing Yuan mentioning this relationship so many times that they started feeling nauseous. But even so, every time they heard it, Zong and Golden Fur Immortal Monarch could not help but feel envious. Not willing for Bing Yuan to stay on this topic, Zong said, "Our side is clearly so strong. Why do you think Master still used such a huge price to trade with Chai Clan?" Golden Fur Immortal Monarch immediately replied, "In my opinion, Master traded with Wu Clan, Chai Clan, and Fang Clan, probably because he wants to convert to righteous path." Zong heaved a sigh. "If I had status and strength like Master's, I would run wild. Who can stop me? A mere Chai Clan will be turned to ashes with just a flick of my finger. Will I still talk business with these people?" Bing Yuan snorted coldly. "Which is why you will never become an existence like Master. Master's considerations are always far-sighted. How can we reckon what he is thinking? If we make guesses, it is no different than ants trying to estimate the sun and moon." Yes. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch quickly added, "Actually, even if we turn to righteous path, our lives will be pretty good. Just look at those Chai Clan Gu immortals holding back their anger. It was really refreshing." "A hairy man," finally get to experience the taste of equality. The three immortals looked at each other and saw smiles on the others' faces. Fang Yuan said, "Whether Master walks the righteous path or demonic path, we only need to know one thing. That is, we follow Master's decision. If Master wants to negotiate and do business, then we will do business. If Master wants to kill someone, we will go kill that unlucky fellow." Naturally, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch patted his chest strongly. Zong also nodded, saying with emotions, "In the history of humanity, besides Renzu, I only respect Master." Over this recent period of time, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a huge transformation. The transformation on the surface was the rapid increase in their cultivation level and strength. And the internal mental transformation was that their loyalty towards Fang Yuan was increasing rapidly. The authority of the supreme demon, harsh agreements, and terrifying battle achievements made these Gu immortals feel dread and not dare to rebel. On this basis, Fang Yuan only needed to give some benefits, and these Gu immortals would feel deeply grateful to him. And currently, Fang Yuan's treatment towards them was something the other forces simply could not match. Such huge benefits made these Gu immortals gather tightly around Fang Yuan. Chapter 2140, Establishing Dao Veins Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A huge butterfly was fluttering in the air. This butterfly was pure white and let out graceful cloud light. Its speed was sometimes fast, sometimes slow. When it was fast, it was almost like teleportation, and when it was slow, it moved leisurely like fluttering leaves. This was a totem killer move, Cloud Light Butterfly. The totem killer moves Zhanbu Du brought from Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven had extremely high value. Based on their grades, these totem killer moves were divided into basic totems, unique totems, and super totems. There were thousands of basic totems, including Dark Capital Strength Tiger, Golden Bell Totem, Rain Eagle Totem, and so on. After the cultivators of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven refined a basic totem, they continued to develop the totem, making it a totem unique to them. These totems were different for different Gu immortals. For instance, Zhanbu Du combined Rain Eagle and Thunder Fish into Kuanping Totem, which was his unique totem. It could not be copied by others because this totem was closely related to the distribution and scale of Zhanbu Du's Dao marks. Above unique totems were super totems. There were extremely few of these totems, and they were rare to the point of being only rumors and legends. Zhanbu Du only heard of them and had not seen any. Many Gu cultivators of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven also were doubtful regarding this grade of totem. But in Fang Yuan's opinion, they should exist. According to legends, super totems can leave the Gu cultivator and exist by themselves. They possess the ability to cultivate and can act by themselves. Isn't this speaking of Qing Chou? Qing Chou was originally a killer move, but through Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements, it turned into an immemorial desolate beast. Even the Grand Spectral Soul went down because of Qing Chou. All the myriad paths reached the same point in the end. When totem killer moves were cultivated to the limit, they would be like Qing Chou, transforming from a dead killer move to a certain living form. From another angle, Gu refinement was also the same. Gu cultivators refined many dead Gu materials into a living Gu worm. And Gu worms and killer moves were the same in essence. Life, Gu worms, killer moves, and others, they were just a manifestation of Dao. Unfortunately, I still cannot improve totem killer moves into compound killer moves at the moment. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. When totem killer moves were used to deal with the enemies, they had to leave the sovereign immortal body and would no longer be under the protection of unrestrained heavenly marks. Maybe in the future, when my heaven path attainment increases, I can use heaven path Dao marks with totem killer moves to create compound totem killer moves. Fang Yuan already made some estimations. His heaven path attainment level needed to increase. In fact, his heaven path attainment had been rising all along. He was continuously refining heaven path Dao marks into unrestrained heavenly marks, and was using heaven path Gu like Heaven's Envy Immortal Gu. These experiences gave him insights towards heaven path. But his heaven path was still far from reaching master level. Master level heaven path attainment was the starting point for qualitative change. Fang Yuan continued to cultivate totem killer moves. So far, he was accumulating totem killer moves. Fang Yuan carefully selected these totem killer moves from the basic totems, and after perfecting them, they were at rank 8 killer move level. A message appeared that disturbed Fang Yuan's cultivation. Fang Yuan stopped his cultivation and inspected this message. This message came from Lu Weiyin. The letter focused on the method of artificially creating earth veins. My thought of modifying the sovereign immortal aperture is possible after all. Fang Yuan thought with some joy. Over this period of time, Fang Yuan had published the exchange list and invested greatly to nurture his subordinate Gu immortals. Because of this, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a huge increase in their strength, They became extremely active and took the initiative to do missions everywhere. The sovereign immortal aperture situation had already stabilized. Fang Yuan estimated he could annex 3 more grotto heavens before the ecosystem started breaking down again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this. It was best if he could devour all the grotto heavens and increase his strength to the limit before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. When he goes to Crazed Demon Cave in the future and faces off against Venerables, he would have a much easier time. However, even if Fang Yuan placed all the variant Human Alliance Gu Immortals inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, including Chi Si Ancestor, to overlook the whole situation, he could not annex all the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Even if he could do so, Fang Yuan would not do it. If he did it, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's ecosystem would turn completely chaotic, and with just a little carelessness, it would break apart. Currently, Fang Yuan was in a secure environment, and there was already this threat. When he fights with Venerables, and they discover this weakness, they may have some special methods to exploit this weakness. In fact, Fang Yuan's Silver Luck Pillar was loose and not condensed. It was hinting to Fang Yuan that this obvious weakness was very likely to be used by Venerables. Just relying on manpower did not work. Fang Yuan racked his brains and finally thought of another method. That was to construct veins. Heaven had heaven veins, earth had earth veins, and humans had human veins. The so-called vein was extraordinary and special. Not only was it an agglomeration of Tao marks, but it also contained the characteristics of movement. Heaven veins might be formless, but they contained abundant heaven path Tao marks. At the same time, these heaven path Tao marks were not constantly unchanging. They circulated and transformed continuously. So when Qi tides swept the world, there were Qi harvest fruits every time they dissipated. And in the 2 heavens, because almost all the grotto heavens were placed on a heaven vein node, the Qi harvest fruits emergence became even more obvious, turning into a calamity. Earth veins were similar. After the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, earth veins appeared and spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin, and others used the characteristic of the earth vein movement to escape smoothly. Why were there abnormal situations occurring in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture? What was the truth and source of it? Where was the crux of the issue? When Fang Yuan researched it, the answer he got was very thought-provoking. The answer was the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal aperture. By right, there should be conflict between different Tao marks, but there was none of it in the sovereign immortal aperture. Tao marks of all paths were harmonious. Excessive harmony was not a good thing. There was no absolute good or bad in the world. Just like when Ni clan encountered the meteor calamity. This meteor calamity was extremely destructive, and Fang Yuan had to personally make a move to resolve it. The source of this meteor calamity was just a spurt of fire rain in Mini Red Heaven. After Fang Yuan annexed Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, his fire path Tao marks had a massive surge, which caused frequent fire rain in Mini Red Heaven. And among all the fire rain, one spell continued to grow and happened to shoot through a charcoal lake. The Fire Rain's Tao marks and Charcoal Lake's Tao marks merged together, forming rank 6 level killer move Meteor Rain. As the Meteor Rain entered Mini Orange Heaven, it combined with the Tao marks on its way, and its strength increased to rank 7 level. As it entered Mini Yellow Heaven, it combined with Metal Path Tao marks, and its might increased to rank 8. When it was above the Ni clan army, the scale of these meteors was already dense, enough to fill the sky, reaching tens of thousands. The smallest were only the size of a small field, while some were as large as a mountain. If there was the presence of conflicting Tao marks, this calamity would have not occurred. It was very likely that when the fire rain shot through the charcoal lake, it would be restrained by the earth path Tao marks in the charcoal lake. Its might would fall sharply, and it would end there. But because of the harmony between Tao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture, after the fire rain went through the charcoal lake, it became Meteor Fire Rain. After Fang Yuan realized this crucial point, he understood how to end the issues in the sovereign immortal aperture. It was simple. That was to make the Tao marks in the sovereign immortal aperture conflict. Once there were conflicting Tao marks, the sovereign immortal aperture's biggest issue would be solved easily. It would be stable like the outside world's 5 regions. Lu Weiyin's letter also confirmed Fang Yuan's idea. He mentioned, when Shadow Sect refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Mushroom Man Paradise had also secretly helped. Spectral Soul might or might not have realized this issue, but that was not important. Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth might oppose each other, but they reached a tacit agreement through Red Lotus Demon Venerable because of Fake Gu. Lu Weiyin analyzed. The fundamental reason for sovereign immortal fetus Gu being rank 9 was non-conflicting Tao marks. But if it were to be taken a step further and raised to rank 10, the Tao marks had to conflict. This conflict was not taking a step back, but instead, to make the sovereign immortal body's Tao marks follow the master's intention, it could either be non-conflicting or conflicting Tao marks at will. making the Tao Marks conflict could resolve the sovereign immortal body's greatest flaw: strong attack, weak defense. However, Fang Yuan clearly did not have enough capability to accomplish this. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was unable to do this. After all, that would not be rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, but rank 10. Rank 9 Immortal Gu were already rare and mighty. Rank 10 was only a rumor of legends. Fang Yuan had lived for hundreds of years, but had only heard rumors of 2 rank 10 Immortal Gu. One was Destiny Gu. One of the main materials for refining rank 10 Destiny Gu was rank 9 Fate Gu. Another was Eternal Gu. This legend originated from the Legends of Renzu. Currently, from Lu Wei Yin's letter, Fang Yuan learned of the possible 3rd rank 10 Immortal Gu, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Fang Yuan could not accomplish conflicting Tao Marks. Then what should he do? Easy. Since he could not create conflicting Tao Marks, Fang Yuan went to the extreme to make Tao Marks even more harmonious and condense them. But this cohesion and harmony was selective and would be under Fang Yuan's control. What was the solution? Fang Yuan did not need to think much before the method of vein construction emerged in his mind. There were many kinds of Tao veins: heaven vein, earth vein, human vein, fire vein, water vein, and so on. In Eastern Sea, undercurrents interwove under the sea, forming a natural route for transportation of goods. Many of Eastern Sea's caravans made use of Gu worms to go deep under the sea and used the undercurrents to move rapidly. In a short time, they could travel for 10,000 li, or even 100,000 li, to engage in trade. This was actually one of the forms of water veins. Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance naturally contained the way to construct artificial earth vein. But Fang Yuan still wanted to consult Lu Wei Yin regarding the specific way to put it into practice. Regarding him and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Fang Yuan was always on guard. For instance, Fang Yuan had never let Lu Wei Yin enter the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Or for example, Fang Yuan preserved Paradise Earth's Dream Realms and Mushroom Man Paradise. He did not make a move on them without deep consideration. Adding in Lu Wei Yin's suggestion, I can modify my previous idea and get an overall mature way to implement it. I can let those Gu Immortals finish the early steps. Or maybe, I should let Meng Qiuzhen explore Paradise Earth's Dream Realms first and raise my Earth Path attainment, which would make it much more convenient for constructing the Earth Vein. Chapter 2141. Fang Huan's Revival Central Continent. In the depths of an earth trench, inside a pitch-black cave, 2 cold rays of light shone suddenly. This was by Ningbing's gaze. As she ended this closed cultivation session, she had not only created an Ice Path killer move, but also gained some insight towards Ice Path. I can clearly feel my understanding of ice and snow deepening by a little. I am not far from Grandmaster level. Bai Ningbing mumbled. Such a pity that after I converted to Dragon Man, my comprehension speed of ice and snow path fell sharply. My current master level is mostly the accumulation from before. Previously, Bai Ningbing possessed Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique and had an extremely high innate advantage when cultivating Ice Path and Soul Path. Her attainment levels in those paths could increase rapidly. But after converting her body, it influenced this aspect. Dragon Man was specialized in Enslavement Path. If Bai Ningbing were to change to cultivating Enslavement Path, she would have an advantage in it. But the level of this advantage could not compare to the help the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique provided in cultivating Ice Path and Soul Path. Man was the spirit of all living beings. The talent of the 10 extreme physiques was far superior to the talents of the variant human races. Bai Ningbing cautiously walked out of the cave. This cave was formed naturally and was at the side of a cliff in the earth trench. Bai Ningbing activated Breath Concealment Ice Pearl. Shortly after, an ice thread-like thin line appeared on her slender and fair neck, circling around it. This move was created by Bai Ningbing and was not from Bai Xiang's true inheritance. The killer move did not let out any aura when activated, because the aura was stored as tiny ice pearls on the ice thread. The disadvantage of this move was that it sacrificed some of its power, and once there were too many ice pearls, they would combine into one and turn into a noose that would strangle Bai Ningbing, causing serious injuries or even death. I must conceal my aura when exploring this deep into the earth trench. Bai Ningbing's expression was calm as she quietly activated an investigative killer move to scout her surroundings. After she left the earth treasury, she started cultivating in the depths of the earth trench. She was chased down by wild beast groups and suffered a lot. Fortunately, with the killer move by Xiang, as long as a fragment of her body remained, Bai Ningbing was undying. Otherwise, she would not have survived until now. There are 3 immemorial desolate beasts within 100 li radius, as well as an ancient desolate beast group. Bai Ningbing quickly understood her surroundings. She only had rank 7 cultivation. It was extremely dangerous for her to live in this environment. Even ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals found it difficult to explore this place. With huge risks came huge rewards. The cultivation resources here were at rank 8 level. Even if Bai Ningbing could not use them, she could sell them in Treasure Yellow Heaven and buy the resources she needed. Bai Ningbing liked taking risks. Most people would be on tenterhooks about this kind of life, but she immersed in it and enjoyed the thrill of being at the brink of life and death. Although it is dangerous to cultivate here, there is still a chance of survival. But in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, it is even more dangerous. Be they Fang Yuan, Shadow Sect, or Heavenly Court, they will all hunt me down. Bai Ningbing had a clear judgment of her situation. Bai Ningbing had just walked out of the cave when her expression changed slightly. She sensed that most of the wild beasts suddenly acted like cats that had smelled fish, beginning to rush towards one direction. Some beasts and beast groups were unmoved, but they were soon engulfed by the will of the majority of the beasts and rushed forward as well. Thereupon, a massive beast tide formed rapidly under Bai Ningbing's gaze. What's going on? These beasts seemed to be attracted to something. They gave up on their fights and territories to go after it. What could it be? Bai Ningbing could not help but feel curious. Without any hesitation, she immediately activated a movement killer move as she joined the beast tide. The beast tide started gathering together. Countless ancient desolate beasts and some conspicuous immemorial desolate beasts were surrounding an area. This area was also on the precipice of the earth trench. It protruded slowly like a burial mound. At this moment, it was letting out yellowish-brown and red light. The light was like water as it moved around dazzlingly. On the peak of the burial mound, there was a tombstone. The tombstones seemed to have writings, but they were obstructed by the light. They could not be seen even by using investigative killer moves. Bai Ningbing had already transformed into Bystander state and joined with the beast groups. What place is this? There is such a dense earth path and fire path aura here. What is hiding here? Immortal materials? Or Immortal Gu? But why is there a tombstone? The tombstone seems to have some characters written on it. Is it made by someone? Who is buried there? Bai Ningbing looked at the surrounding beasts. She had a trace of understanding. Most of these beasts are earth path and fire path beasts. No wonder they were attracted here. There are only beasts of other paths here, and they were forcefully pulled in by the beast tide. Boom. Right at this time, the 2 lights over the burial mound suddenly shot towards the sky, turning into a giant yellow-red pillar of light. The beasts roared in excitement. Some beasts began to charge towards the pillar as if trying to get the top spot, but they were soon knocked down and trampled by the beasts behind them. The beast groups fell into chaos and madness, fighting and killing each other as they charged towards the pillar of light. But even if some beasts reached the front and collided with the pillar, they did not get what they wanted. The pillar of light remained unmoving. It was like a large mountain that refused to budge an inch. Bai Ningbing was a Gu immortal and had intelligence far above the beasts. She hid outside the chaotic battle, and although she was still implicated, she mainly observed the changes. As time passed, there were heavy casualties among the beast groups with corpses scattered everywhere. The yellow-red pillar of light also started to shrink, seemingly converging into the burial mound. The beasts became even more frantic, their bloodthirsty, pained, and chewing noises filled Bai Ningbing's ears. This vast world is truly profound without limits, and it has endless mysteries to explore. Let me see what is going on. Bai Ningbing began to move closer towards the mound. When the beasts had killed each other and the survivors were riddled with injuries, the yellow-red light was completely absorbed by the mound. The tombstone on the mound also dug into the earth. The mound seemed to have reached the point of qualitative change as it suddenly split apart. Crack, crack. Thin cracks spread all over the mound. Shortly after, the mound burst open from the inside and a Gu immortal's aura leaked towards the surroundings. A naked male immortal opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings in a daze. Who am I? But at the next moment, he started becoming clear-headed as he recalled many things. I remember, I am Fang Yuan. The male immortal's eyes shrunk in amazement and shock. Roar. Beast groups roared and pounced towards the naked immortal agitatedly. The male immortal opened his eyes wide and flew to the air. I am alive again. I am Fang Yuan. I am Lava Demon Lord. Bam! A huge sound erupted as red light waves spread from the male immortal's body. The light waves surged like a tsunami, drowning its surroundings. Everywhere they passed by, the red light waves burned everything. Most of the beast groups were burned to death instantly, and some of the surviving beasts were even more injured. Some were lying on the ground on the verge of death, while a small portion of the beasts went berserk as they charged towards the male immortal. The male immortal Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn as he let out the red light waves again. The red light swept the whole battlefield, causing a large number of casualties, but there were still several immemorial desolate beasts that managed to reach Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not keep his composure anymore as he shouted towards Bai Ningbing. Lend me a hand. I will reward you heavily after this. Okay. Bai Ningbing agreed without hesitation and attacked directly. Within a short period of time, she easily killed those several immemorial desolate beasts. It was because they were already heavily injured. Many thanks, friend. Fortunately, with your help, I could, Fang Yuan was suddenly cut into two at the waist. Bai Ningbing grabbed his head, holding his upper body as she smiled cruelly. I thought about it. It is still more convenient to soul search directly. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing with wide eyes. This female immortal had light blue vertical dragon pupils and had a pair of spiral dragon horns. Her glistening silver hair was shiny like crystal, extending to her waist. Her skin was snow white, and on her peerlessly beautiful face, there was a hint of crazed indifference. Such a beautiful woman. Fang Yuan died with his eyes wide open. Bai Ningbing searched Fang Yuan's soul, but was unable to obtain any valuable information. Although Fang Yuan revived in the mound, he was still muddle-headed and did not know many things. Bai Ningbing landed on the broken mound and searched carefully. There were still no gains. This area had such a large scale of earth path and fire path down marks, but they have disappeared completely, and it is no different from ordinary ground now. But Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan's body. No, to be more accurate, these down marks condensed into the immortal body. Wonderful, truly amazing. Bai Ningbing praised repeatedly. Through soul search, she knew this Fang Yuan was from a previous generation. He cultivated earth path, but later inherited heart fire true inheritance, so cultivated fire path as well. He did fire monster business and had been one of the tycoons of this business in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He had died long ago, but for some reason, he actually revived. This grave-like mound seems to have the same effect as Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard. It can let Gu immortals revive. Bai Ningbing was excited about this discovery. She had made a huge gain this time. Not only did she discover the mysterious mound, she also captured Fang Yuan's soul and obtained his inheritance, as well as cultivation insights. The even bigger battle spoils were the beast corpses that filled the battlefield. There were many rank 8 immortal materials here. Rank 7 immortal materials were even higher in number. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. Rumble. With a loud sound, a mountain landed on the ground like a large stamp. The famous mountain was red and squarish. This mountain did not have even a trace of soil. It was completely formed from all kinds of copper. It was Copper Seal Mountain. Previously, Copper Seal Mountain was targeted by the tribulation of the 3,000 heaven path down marks. Half of it was split by the lightning, giving out dense smoke and sparks. The entire mountain had turned into a molten state and emitted a terrible smell. But now, after Fang Yuan issued the corresponding missions, Copper Seal Mountain was repaired by many Gu immortals. It was not only restored to its former state, it was even larger now. Chapter 2142. Ideas about resources. Alright, we have finally moved this Copper Seal Mountain now. The exhausted Gu immortals let out breaths of relief. One Rockman Gu immortal did not rest and began to prepare. After a long while, he activated an Earth Path killer move. Under the effect of this killer move, Copper Seal Mountain seemed to shake slightly. The base of the mountain started emitting a thin, earthen yellow radiance. The threads of light gathered and formed a translucent, golden Earth Path mountain root. The mountain root pierced the ground and began to spread quickly. The Rockman Gu immortal continued to maintain the killer move. He had an expression of difficulty. His immortal essence was consumed rapidly. Finally, he could no longer continue and stopped the killer move. The mountain root stopped spreading rapidly and paused. It had entered deep underground and began to grow with normal speed. In the coming years, this mountain root would join with the surrounding down marks, maintaining and helping to stabilize Copper Seal Mountain. Trees had tree roots, while mountains had mountain roots. If they were casually moved, the roots could be broken and result in their destruction. Therefore, moving famous trees and mountains required special wood path and earth path methods. Otherwise, there were more disadvantages than advantages in moving them forcefully. The Rockman Gu immortal sat cross-legged on the ground and started to recover. He was extremely tired. His immortal essence expenditure was also the highest among the immortals. Naturally, after the mission completion, his contribution points would be that much higher as well. As for the other Gu immortals, they had finished resting and started to carry out the final inspection. After a while, the immortals gathered once again. That will do. This Copper Seal Mountain state is good. The mountain root situation is also pretty good. Such a famous mountain and mountain root can completely bear the task of being an earth vein node. Master is truly majestic and bold. He is actually constructing an earth vein in the entire Mini 5 regions. This plan is really too grand and will need at least 10 years to complete. It really makes me admire him endlessly. The immortals nodded. They had the same feeling. Alright, let's leave. We need to relocate the next famous mountain. There are not many Gu Immortals who can relocate mountains, but there will be fewer tasks like this as we continue finishing them. The contribution points are also abundant. Let's work hard and try to finish some more. Yes. Recently, if someone cannot continue, they will make a trip to the Liver Life Formation. No one wants to give up on those contribution points. I already went before this. Haha, is that so? I also went there. The Immortals left Copper Seal Mountain while conversing. If the mini-5 regions were looked from high above, one would see about 10 groups of people working hard to relocate mountains. Of course, it was not just famous mountains. Besides famous mountains, there were also the 10 Earths that could act as Earth vein nodes. There was a detailed description regarding 10 Earths in Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. The 10 Earths were Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Earth Cave, Earth Prison, Production Earth, Flying Earth, Formation Earth, Treasure Earth, and Tomb Earth. These 10 Earths could bear the task of being Earth vein nodes. The first step in Fang Yuan's artificial Earth vein construction was to arrange all kinds of Earth vein nodes in the mini-5 regions. He would then use Earth path methods to connect the nodes. Lastly, he would make adjustments. Currently, Fang Yuan could only create half of the 10 Earths: Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Production Earth, and Formation Earth. The other 5 Earths were beyond his ability. For example, Tomb Earth. The formation of this Earth was shrouded in mystery. Even Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could not see. Through it, Gu Immortals could revive in this area. Tomb Earth's tombstone was also extremely mysterious, possessing the ability of information path. It seemed to be able to extract and condense all the information of the Gu Immortal's life from the River of Time. The greater the reputation of the Gu Immortal, the more detailed the writings on the tombstone, which seemed to provide more help towards the Gu Immortal's revival. The specific relation between them had to be verified. At present, Fang Yuan's subordinates were all moving mountains. Mountains usually acted as Earth vein nodes, and not the 10 Earths. These mountains needed to be at least of famous mountain level. There are not many famous mountains in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I estimate they can only cover 30% of the Earth vein nodes in the first step of the plan. The artificial Earth vein project was extremely large and needed the most investment. Fang Yuan had annexed a large number of grotto heavens and obtained an inestimable amount of cultivation resources, but now, he was starting to see the limits. Fang Yuan still had a famous mountain which he did not use. That was the recently obtained Human Smoke Mountain. It is better to keep this mountain. My intuition is telling me that if I continue to use Chai Clan's Human Path research results, I will be able to condense the essence of Human Smoke Mountain and form an incomplete Human Mountain. Fang Yuan was a Human Path Grandmaster. His intuition regarding Human Path was much more accurate than Human Path Masters. After killing many mortals raised by Chai Clan, Human Sea was complete, but Human Mountain had yet to form. The combination of Human Mountain and Human Sea would definitely be extremely powerful. Even in 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had not seen it. But this was a long-term project. The investment in constructing a secluded domain of heaven and earth was extremely big, much bigger than the investment in an artificial earth vein. The reason the incomplete Human Sea could be completed was because there were the painstaking accumulations of Eastern Sea's Xia Clan. It was at its final stage and required Human Path resources. Eastern Sea's Xia Clan suffered from their righteous path identity and could only collect the resources secretly. How could they dare to be like Fang Yuan, killing and massacring openly? Firstly, Fang Yuan chose the targets of slaughter cleverly. He did not cross the limits of the righteous Qi alliance. They ignored it. Later, he paid attention to Chai Clan's mortals. Fang Yuan decisively gave up on a portion of the benefits to negotiate forcefully. Even a super clan like Chai Clan finally submitted to Fang Yuan's demonic might, lowering their head to cooperate. I am starting to lack resources. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. The plan of constructing Human Mountain was definitely far away in the future. In fact, the incomplete refinement sea was also on the verge of being consumed. Fang Yuan had invested too much in this recent period of time. In fact, he had looted countless cultivation resources. These resources mostly came from 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens, which had a long history spanning several hundreds of thousands of years, and even 1,000,000 years. But it would not last long. Fang Yuan had been refining rank 8 Immortal Gu on a large scale. At the same time, he used rank 6 and rank 7 cultivation resources to nurture his subordinates. Fang Yuan had too many Gu Immortals under him. Just Langya's sect alone had many hairy man Gu Immortals. The Variant Human Alliance had even more Gu Immortals. There was also the group of Variant Human Gu Immortals like Bing Yuan, Shi Zong, and Emotan Sang. Beast Calamity Grotto Heavens Human Gu Immortals were close to 10, including Combat Beast King. And there was also Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, as well as Fang Yuan's clones Wu Shui, Zhanbu Du, and others. Not long ago, Mushroom Man Gu Immortals joined him. Among them, the strongest was Ku Xian Hong. The size of Fang Yuan's subordinate Gu Immortals far surpassed normal superforces. Even Longevity Heaven could not compare to him. That was to say, only the former Shadow Sect that had Zombie Alliance, and Heavenly Court that had the 10 great ancient sects under it, could compare to him. Were Wu Clan to possess this many Gu Immortals, Wu Yong might be laughing happily even in his dreams. A formidable character like Wu Yong did not care about the difference in races, he only cared if they were usable or not. Naturally, it would be better if they were all human Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan was expanding so much that no amount of cultivation resources would be enough for him to use. Fortunately, his foundation was extremely robust and could last for this long. But now, it was beginning to show signs of exhaustion. Looks like I need to plunder resources again. Although his accumulations were still there, Fang Yuan was preparing for the future. I have already looted the resources of the Variant Human Alliance. Only a portion of the Grotto Heavens remain now. Mushroom Man Paradise's situation is also the same. Almost all the Mushroom Men have moved over, let alone the resources accumulated there. Fang Yuan analyzed. He had placed his hopes on Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, but from the information Jean Boudou brought, Fang Yuan knew Longevity Heaven had placed its forces in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven itself was very powerful and was difficult to conquer. There were definitely forces eyeing it other than Longevity Heaven. So, although that place had plenty of resources, Fang Yuan did not want to target it at the moment. Eastern Sea's Blue Dragon Whale also had abundant resources, but it was also not possible. Ever since the last time he left, Fang Yuan had not been able to find any traces of the Blue Dragon Whale. He had used the killer move Heaven and Earth Travel to try to enter the Blue Dragon Whale's immortal aperture, but failed mysteriously every time. There is still a group of 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens who submitted to Chi Si Ancestor. They are all humans. These Grotto Heavens also have plenty of cultivation resources. Maybe I can cooperate with Chi Si Clone. For the moment, Fang Yuan did not want to invade super forces like Chai Clan and Wu Clan. That would expend his own luck. Any super force possessed enormous luck and had a few tricks up their sleeves. There might not be many benefits and the risks were definitely huge. More importantly, even if he invaded super forces, Fang Yuan did not want to take over too much of the outside world's territories. It was much better to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. Both his territories and himself were in one body. It was extremely flexible and convenient. Other Gu Immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture, so it was more beneficial for them to occupy territories. If they possessed the sovereign immortal aperture, they might also make the same choice as Fang Yuan. A strong wind suddenly blew over from 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool and charged towards the skies before dissipating. He Chun Xiu brought good news. Wu Clan's Fan Wind Gu was advanced successfully, though it failed 2 times in the process. Rank 8 Fan Wind Gu. In recent times, 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had gone through some adjustments, and its ability was much stronger now. Including Fan Wind Gu, Fang Yuan had already refined over 50 Rank 8 Immortal Gu with 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. I can sell true inheritances on a large scale and treasure Yellow Heaven in exchange for cultivation resources. The profits from doing Gu refinement business are also quite amazing. Fang Yuan thought of 2 ways to gather resources. According to Fang Yuan's current refinement path strength, he was only unable to refine Rank 9 and Rank 10 Immortal Gu, as well as some specific Rank 8 Immortal Gu. For instance, Fang Yuan lacked sufficient Rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Materials for Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. Chapter 2143, Tiger Poison Gu. You have only 7 days left to live. Meng Qiuzhen entered Paradise Earth's dream realm. What welcomed him was this sentence. What? Meng Qiuzhen blurted out in astonishment. In front of him was an old Mushroom Man granny. She sighed and said in a guilty tone, Little me, your grandmother is too useless. I really have no way to treat your illness. Using this short time, Meng Qiuzhen quickly scanned his surroundings. He found that not only was there a Mushroom Man in front of him, he himself was also a Mushroom Man. And right now, they were in a hut that was specific to Mushroom Man culture. This hut had deep green walls. It was constructed with special grass and mud. The roof of the hut was made with straws. The furnishings inside the hut were simple and revealed this was a doctor's home. Grandma, is it really hopeless? Is there really no other way? Meng Qiuzhen pretended to be in disbelief while trying hard to find clues regarding this dream realm. The Mushroom Man granny hesitated for a moment before saying, There is a way. Meng Qiuzhen immediately asked, What way? The Mushroom Man granny shook her head and walked towards a table. There were medicine pots all over the table. Some were white, some were gray, but most were black. Some of these medicine pots were opened. They were filled with dried medicinal herbs or pitch-black medicinal liquid, whereas some medicine pots were covered tightly with lids. The old granny seemed to be in a complicated mood. She subconsciously moved these medicine pots before gradually calming down. With her back towards Meng Qiuzhan, she said, "The one thing I can think of that can possibly save you is not a method, but a person." A person. Meng Qiuzhan got near to the old granny. He saw these medicine pots actually contained goo worms. The old granny sighed. Sigh. You know her too. Meng Qiuzhan had no idea who she meant, but he had plenty of experience and developed quite a glib tongue. He said, "Could it be her?" "Indeed, her. My tribe's previous witch, Fang Yuan," said the old granny. Every Mushroom Man tribe had a witch. Different from the Merman tribe's saintess, witches did not hold authority, but they usually had high reputation. Because witches were the most capable female doctors in the Mushroom Man tribe. Without the witch's support and blessing, the Mushroom Man's next tribe leader would face questioning and might even be unable to take the position. You only have hope of survival by looking for the previous witch, Fang Yuan. The old granny emphasized. Meng Qiuzhan immediately asked, "Then, where is she?" "Whip Mountain." The old granny looked at Meng Qiuzhan. "Little me, you are a good child. I have watched you grow up. The plague is terrorizing the tribe, but you should not have been infected. It was because you helped me treat others of your own accord that you got infected. You also know a thing or two about Fang Yuan's matter. Although she is extremely strong, she betrayed the tribe, so you can only go look for her personally. The tribe won't help you." Meng Qiuzhan nodded. He keenly sensed that the old granny had some hidden meaning behind her words. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked, "But Grandma, I simply cannot reach there with my strength. I must see Fang Yuan to obtain her help, not only to keep my life, but more than that, I want to bring back a way to treat the illness." Good child, good child." The old granny was relieved. "That is what I want you to do. Rest assured, you are taking the risk to go to Whip Mountain. Your journey will be filled with dangers, and Whip Mountain is moreover a human territory. How can I, your grandmother, let you go like that?" The old granny turned sideways and opened all of the medicine pots on the table. "You can take 3 of the goo worms here. They will provide a huge help to you." "Many thanks, Grandma," Meng Qiuzhan said while thinking. It was like this indeed. He had plenty of experiences in exploring dream realms. With just this conversation, he had already probed the key of this dream realm stage. The crucial hidden point of this stage of the dream realm is the selection of goo. If I did not sense the old granny's hidden meaning and mentioned it, I might not have gotten the chance to select goo. Choosing 3 goo worms will definitely lower the difficulty of the dream realm. But which 3 would be better for me? Meng Qiuzhan carefully observed the goo worms while secretly activating Dream Butterfly, Immortal Gu. With the help of Dream Butterfly, Immortal Gu, Meng Qiuzhan soon found various clues of the second stage. Choose quickly, stop wasting time needlessly. You need to treasure every breath of time you have, the old granny urged. Meng Qiuzhan said through clenched teeth. "Grandma, let me consider for a bit longer," the old granny said with a cold face. "Humph, you are already in this situation. You must be decisive. Choose 3 goo worms immediately, then leave the valley through this secret passage. If this time passes, that passage will be closed for 7 days. Choose quickly." Meng Qiuzhan was not able to put it off any longer, but fortunately, he had already gotten much information in this short period of time. "I choose these 3. Meng Qiuzhan quickly chose 3 goo from the tens of medicine pots. "Good. You chose well. Huang Xiaomi, time is pressing. I can only help you till here. Leave now." The old granny's voice had just ended when Meng Qiuzhan's sight turned dark. The dream realm entered the second stage. He had rank 3 cultivation, and using his goo worms as well as the 3 new goo, he traveled rapidly through the mountains, although it was arduous. He walked through the dangerous man-eating forest, past the high fog, and crossed the death marsh. He was now facing his final obstacle, a 1000 Beast King level black bear. Meng Qiuzhan fought a long and bitter battle with the black bear. Finally, the black bear collapsed on the ground. Its thick body shrank within a few breaths of time like a balloon that was poked. In just a short while, its blood, flesh, and organs turned into purple poison which flowed out of its wounds and orifices. Meng Qiuzhan carefully squatted and took out Tiger Poison Gu. This rank 3 Tiger Poison Gu was one of the 3 Gu he chose in the first stage of the Dream Realm. Once activated, it could emit Tiger Poison. Tiger Poison Gu was like a black scorpion, but its head had golden markings that resembled the character for King. It came out of the white-silver aperture and started absorbing the poison that was all over the ground. Soon, the poison was completely absorbed by it, and its body was slightly enlarged. With a shift of Meng Qiuzhan's will, Tiger Poison Gu obediently flew back into his aperture. The first stage had many Poison Gu, like Snake Poison Gu, Dove Poison Gu, Bee Poison Gu, and so on. Against the 1000 Beast King level Black Bear, Bee Poison Gu, which is restrained by bear physique, should never be selected. Snake Poison Gu and Dove Poison Gu have rather slow effects. Only Tiger Poison Gu is specialized in dealing with this kind of large beast, and its effect takes place quickly as well. Moreover, when used with Poison Liquid Gu, Tiger Poison can change form and become extremely practical in battle. In the fight with the Black Bear King, Meng Qiuzhen used Poison Liquid Gu and Tiger Poison Gu to form a Poison Liquid Tiger. The Poison Liquid Tiger was able to fight the Black Bear King head-on. It greatly made up for Meng Qiuzhen's weakness in direct combat. Meng Qiuzhen stayed at the back and continuously used Poison Path Gu worms to help the Poison Liquid Tiger and claimed victory in the end. Naturally, Tiger Poison Gu also had its disadvantage. The disadvantage was quite big as well. There was a common saying that even tigers would not hurt their cubs. Tiger Poison Gu had no effect towards infantile targets. According to Dream Butterfly, Immortal Gu's information, Meng Qiuzhen had already known in the first stage that the black bear was the final obstacle and also the most difficult one. He acted according to the conditions and selected the most crucial Tiger Poison Gu. Tiger Poison Gu's toxicity and venom quantity has fallen greatly, even though I gathered the remaining poison after the battle. Tiger Poison Gu needs time to recuperate. My overall power has decreased quite a bit. Fortunately, this is the final obstacle, and this is a dream realm, not the real wilderness. Huh? What happened? Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed slightly. The second stage of the dream realm was still stable and did not disappear like he expected. Is there still another obstacle? It can't be. Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu already scouted everything. Wait a moment. In the search before, there was also a mortal. This mortal did not have Gu Master Cultivation, so Meng Qiuzhen did not think much of it. Maybe, if Tiger Poison Gu was not selected, the mortal would provide some help to the Gu cultivator exploring the dream realm. But now, Meng Qiuzhen realized this mortal seemed to be a crucial factor. According to the gathered information, Meng Qiuzhen naturally knew of this mortal's location. He immediately moved towards the location. Halfway on his journey, his strength started decreasing rapidly. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen immediately inspected himself and turned pale. The plague has erupted. There were clearly about 2 more days left. Could it be, the battle with the black bear expended too much of my energy, and my body is unable to bear it, so the plague erupted earlier. This plague was specific to mushroom men. Once it erupted, mushrooms would grow all over the body. The bigger the mushrooms grew, the more vitality they would extract from the mushroom men. The plague broke out so violently that when Meng Qiuzhen discovered it, he was already sapped of his strength and collapsed on the ground. Is this dream realm exploration going to end here? I haven't even seen Paradise Earth's face. To help the main body's plan of constructing Earth Vein, Meng Qiuzhen started the exploration of Paradise Earth's dream realm ahead of time. No, I still have hope. Persevere. I must persevere. This place is not that far from that mortal's location. Although Meng Qiuzhen was powerless and could only lie on the ground, it had not reached the worst situation yet. At least, he had strength to breath and could use the Gu worms in his aperture. He immediately activated a healing Gu worm and started delaying for time. The healing Gu could not cure the root problem and only lessened the threat of the plague. But its effect was minimal, like a child trying to stop a car. Damn it, the battle with the Black Bear King expended over half of my primeval essence. My primeval essence will be used up soon. Meng Qiuzhen was forced into a predicament again. But right at this time, he heard rustling noises. It's that mortal's footsteps. Good. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes shone as he used all his strength to shout. Help, help. Chapter 2144. Pulling mushrooms. Even though he used all his strength to shout, Meng Qiuzhen's voice was still faint. Who was asking for help? A mortal girl pushed aside the brambles and came to the place. Here, look below. Meng Qiuzhen spoke, his voice so faint that it was like a whisper. The mortal girl did not hear him, mumbling. Did I hear wrongly? Sigh. It is getting late. I need to quickly gather mushrooms and sell them in 2 Clan Village. There are so many mushrooms here. The mortal girl saw Meng Qiuzhen. But right now, Meng Qiuzhen's body was already covered with mushrooms. The mortal girl squatted and started picking the mushrooms on Meng Qiuzhen's body. Every mushroom she picked, the cause of Meng Qiuzhen's falling vitality would decrease by 1. His illness was alleviated rapidly, and his strength slowly recovered. That's right, there are still 2 days before my illness truly breaks out. For now at least, my life should be safe. Meng Qiuzhen quickly realized. He then spoke. Girl, the mushrooms on my body are delicious. It doesn't matter if you pluck them all. The mortal girl jumped from shock. Don't be afraid. I am also a person. It was me who asked for help earlier. Thank you for saving me, kind girl. But I did not do anything. Meng Qiuzhen gave a forced smile. Pluck all the mushrooms from my body, and that will be saving me. These mushrooms are harmful to us mushroom men, but they are harmless and even beneficial to other races. The girl was shocked before smiling. So you are a mushroom man. I have heard rumors about you guys since I was a child. The rumors said you were gentle and never harmed people. I had never seen a living mushroom man before I met you. Meng Qiuzhen quickly said. Pick the mushrooms quickly, I can't last much longer. The girl's hands were nimble. She rapidly picked the mushrooms from Meng Qiuzhen's body. He was out of the hopeless situation and rescued from the brink of failure. There is still one last mushroom. The girl said seriously. Wait. Meng Qiuzhen's expression changed. You don't need to pick that mushroom. Ah. The girl blinked her pure eyes and her face reddened slightly. I can't pull it out. Does it hurt? Meng Qiuzhen was pale as he took a sharp breath. Don't pull it. But the girl shook her head, saying stubbornly. That won't do. Mushroom Man big brother. You said it earlier. I need to pick all the mushrooms from your body for you to be cured. Don't. Ah. The girl pulled up her sleeves, showing an extremely serious and cute expression. I don't believe I can't pull it out. Meng Qiuzhen, a huff. Amidst the miserable cries of Meng Qiuzhen, the second stage was finally passed. His sight changed from a chaotic whirlpool of colors to gradually clearing up. This was a bustling and busy market with people walking everywhere. This is Tu Clan Village. Behind Meng Qiuzhen, the mushroom man Huang Xiaomi, who was covered tightly, said in a low voice. Meng Qiuzhen's mind shook slightly. In the previous two stages, he had played the role of Huang Xiaomi, but in this third stage, his identity was actually changed. This situation was not common. Meng Qiuzhen quickly inspected himself. I became that human girl. Meng Qiuzhen sighed inwardly. Huang Xiaomi's strength was barely enough, and now, Meng Qiuzhen was a mortal, a young girl at that. The change in identity caused Meng Qiuzhen to feel some doubts. What was the main mission in this Paradise Earth Dream Realm? In the previous two stages, he had Huang Xiaomi's identity and had estimated the Dream Realm's main mission was to save the Mushroom Man tribe by curing the plague. But now that his identity changed, Meng Qiuzhen immediately felt his speculation wavering intensely. No matter what, since Huang Xiaomi followed the human girl into Tu Clan Village, I should still try to help Huang Xiaomi to find the Mushroom Man witch. Meng Qiuzhen decided to continue following the previous trail. Fang Tu, you came? Quick. The position beside me is very good, take it quickly. The evening market is not like the morning market. It only lasts for a short period of time. A middle-aged uncle waved at Meng Qiuzhen. Thank you, uncle. Meng Qiuzhen thought for a bit and placed her basket filled with mushrooms at the space beside the uncle. Huang Xiaomi silently helped Meng Qiuzhen set up the mushrooms. The middle-aged uncle took a glance and exclaimed, These mushrooms are really fresh. Naturally, Huang Xiaomi said proudly. The middle-aged uncle's gaze moved towards him. This is my distant relative. He came to help me. Meng Qiuzhen quickly replied. The middle-aged uncle did not ask anymore. The evening market had already started, crowds of people were moving around, and everyone was busy. Some were busy buying, some were busy selling. The traded goods were all mortal materials like mushrooms, vegetables, bean cakes, and so on. This was a mortal market and had daily necessities. There were no transactions of Gu worms, unless a merchant caravan passed through Tu Clan Village. After about 5 minutes, the crowd began to grow sparse. At this time, sounds of disturbance came from ahead. Step aside, move aside. Can't you see Lord Green Beast is here? A young man shouted. 5 to 6 people were pushing through the narrow pavement. Everywhere they went, pedestrians made way in fear and nervousness, while some even showed disdain and hatred inwardly. Fang Tu, hide quickly. Don't let that beast see you. The middle-aged uncle quickly reminded. Meng Qiuzhen was dazed. Lady Fang Tu. At the next moment, the leader of the group, the bald youngster, shouted. His eyes let out a sneaky light as he noticed Meng Qiuzhen from far away. What's going on? Meng Qiuzhen narrowed his eyes as he saw the bald youngster walking towards him with quick steps. The bald youngster had thick brows and large eyes, but had not even a single hair on his head. Instead, there was a tattoo of a green beast on his head. The bald youngster rubbed his green beast tattoo and smiled widely. Lady Fang Tu, you are selling mushrooms again. I want to buy them. Meng Qiuzhen was inwardly vigilant while asking, How much do you want to buy? The bald youngster raised a finger. I want to buy 1 kilogram. Help me pick the big and good ones. Meng Qiuzhen began to pick the mushrooms. This is good. That one is also good, I want them. The bald youngster nicknamed Green Beast pointed here and there. I told you. I want this one and that one. The bald youngster said. Which ones do you want? Meng Qiuzhen frowned, sensing that the young man seemed to be toying with him. The bald youngster grinned. Forget it, Sister Fang. Let me help you. We will choose together. The bald youngster acted immediately. Soft, so soft. He chose several mushrooms and said. Meng Qiuzhen replied. These are all fresh. I picked them just today. Smooth, so smooth. The bald youngster praised again. Meng Qiuzhen slowly looked up and said with a frown. You are touching my hand. Sorry. The bald youngster laughed. Meng Qiuzhen opened his eyes wide. You are still touching. Accident. It was an accident. Meng Qiuzhen was speechless. He was actually being molested. Uffed. Shameless guy. Actually molesting an innocent girl in broad daylight. Huang Xiaomi could not endure it anymore. He shouted. Who are you? Why are you standing beside my lady Fang? The bald youngster was immediately provoked and stared at Huang Xiaomi. The two started arguing. Sparks seemed to be flying in the air. This is the limit of Dream Butterfly, Immortal Gu. Meng Qiuzhen sighed inwardly. Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu could inspect the details of the next event of the Dream Realm, but it could not inspect what the owner of Dream Butterfly would encounter, because the changes in the Dream Realm would occur when the Gu cultivator entered and interacted with the Dream Realm. Meng Qiuzhen had already inspected the bald youngster and this two-clan village's market in the previous stage, but he was unable to know what he would encounter specifically in advance. The two argued in front of Meng Qiuzhen. Their argument got increasingly heated to the point of nearly exchanging blows. Meng Qiuzhen was just about to persuade them to stop when a flash of inspiration hit him, and he kept quiet. Ugh, I am getting angry. Brat, you are looking for a beating. The bald youngster suddenly rubbed his head and attacked. Humph, who is afraid of you? Huang Xiaomi did not show weakness, attacking immediately. The two started fighting. Don't fight, don't fight. Meng Qiuzhen called out while retreating. He was an immortal body now, and had no ability to interfere in a Gu master's battle. But fortunately, be it Huang Xiaomi or the bald youngster, they both cared about Meng Qiuzhen. When Meng Qiuzhen retreated to a safe distance, they started using Gu cultivator methods. After several rounds, Huang Xiaomi was clearly at a disadvantage and was not the bald youngster's match. This ruffian is really strong. Meng Qiuzhen was slightly surprised. He was well aware of Huang Xiaomi's strength after he acted as the latter in the first and second stage of the Dream Realm. But he did not expect the bald youngster to be so strong. He had already suppressed Huang Xiaomi. Wait a second. You are not a human. You are a variant human. The bald youngster suddenly called out. In the heat of the battle, Huang Xiaomi's identity was exposed. Amazing. You spy. What are you trying to do by entering my two-clan village? You definitely have bad intentions. Ha ha. I am going to make a great contribution. The bald youngster continued to shout. Attack him together. He is a mushroom man. We don't have to uphold the moral of humanity against such a person. Despicable. If you are a man, fight me alone. Huang Xiaomi was heavily outnumbered and captured, but he was still shouting indignantly. Ha ha. I will be two clans' hero by catching you. The bald youngster laughed, kicking the bound Huang Xiaomi. Just lie still, you variant human. After saying this, the bald youngster ran towards Meng Qiuzhen and asked in concern. Sister Fang, are you all right? You definitely had no idea or were forced by this mushroom man. Haha, how will you thank me now? Chapter 2145. Being a bystander, Meng Qiuzhen shook his head, saying in an impatient tone, Brother Me is a good person. The bald youngster interrupted him, shouting hurriedly. As expected, the scheming mushroom man threatened Lady Fang. Let's go and report to the elders. Move. Under everyone's gaze, Meng Qiuzhen went with the flow and entered two-clan village with the bald youngster, Huang Xiaomi, and the rest. On the way, the bald youngster reminded Meng Qiuzhen softly. Sister Fang, you need to report properly, otherwise you might be implicated as well. Variant humans like this mushroom man are vicious things. He is already sure to die. Meng Qiuzhen did not respond. The tied Huang Xiaomi shouted. That's right, I deceived Fang too and threatened her. You are creating a huge trouble for your two clan by capturing me. Someone will definitely come to save me. Huang Xiaomi was saved by Fang too. He clearly did not want to implicate his benefactor, thus saying this intentionally. The bald youngster led Huang Xiaomi to two-clan village's prison and received praises from two-clan village's elders. After everyone left, the bald youngster invited Meng Qiuzhen to his home. It is already late, Sister Fang. Come to my home to have dinner and stay for the night. Back when we were neighbors, we used to play together. My mother will also be very happy if she sees you. So this green beast had this kind of relationship with Fang too? Meng Qiuzhen nodded and let the plot develop. Soon, Meng Qiuzhen followed the bald youngster to his home. This was an ordinary two-storied bamboo building. Only the bald youngster and his mother lived here. The bald youngster opened the door to the kitchen and said loudly, Mother, look who I brought. Ah, little Fang. I haven't seen you for many days. Are your parents okay? The bald youngster's mother was very enthusiastic. They are both fine. Thank you, Auntie. Meng Qiuzhen said half-heartedly. The bald youngster's mother nodded, smiling. Little Fang is here as a guest. Take a seat. I will prepare some dishes. The bald youngster said impatiently. Mother, you should prepare more delicious food. This meal will be your son's celebration feast as well. You brat, what have you done this time? The bald youngster's mother frowned. The bald youngster patted his chest. Mother, Your son made a huge contribution this time. I arrested a mushroom man and locked him in prison. What? The bald youngster's mother paused. The bald youngster quickly narrated the event. The bald youngster's mother frowned as she looked at Meng Qiuzhen. Little Fang, this brat likes to talk nonsense. Is what he said true? Yes. Meng Qiuzhen nodded before adding. But big brother Huang Xiaomi is a good person. Before he finished speaking, he was once again interrupted by the bald youngster. All right, Sister Fang, I have warned you several times. You can say this at home, but don't talk about it outside. Okay. The bald youngster's mother waved her hand. Brat, there is no more soy sauce left. Go to the nearby shop and get some soy sauce. Hurry up and go. How can I make food without soy sauce? Oh, all right. After the bald youngster left, his mother walked towards Meng Qiuzhen. Come, little Fang, tell Annie what is going on. The Dream Realm's third stage passed like this. Fourth stage. Deep in the night, underground prison. My identity changed again. When Meng Qiuzhen came to his senses, he immediately realized this. He had left the mortal Fang Tu's identity and become a Gu master again. Moreover, his cultivation was rank 4. I am actually the bald youngster's mother now. Meng Qiuzhen shortly discovered that the bald youngster's mother was actually a mushroom man. Meng Qiuzhen immediately had a guess. My current identity is probably that Huang Yuan. This dream realm originated from Paradise Earth. What was special about it was the identities in the different stages of the dream realm were not fixed. I might even play the role of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable in the next dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen smiled. Till now, he had not seen even the shadow of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the first stage of the dream realm, Meng Qiuzhen learned that Huang Xiaomi's Mushroom Man tribe had a former witch, Huang Yuan. She had great strength and was the only doctor that might be able to cure the plague. However, he knew from the old granny that this former witch Huang Yuan was expelled from the tribe for some reason. This Mushroom Man Huang Yuan concealed her identity and lived in Two Clan Village, a human territory. She even adopted a human child to perfectly conceal her identity. If that bald youngster knew his mother was actually a mushroom man, I wonder what expression he would show. Meng Qiuzhen laughed. He used a very short period of time to get familiar with the Gu worms on him. The Gu worms were comprehensive, covering attack, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. Meng Qiuzhen intuitively sensed some of these Gu worms could combine to form a mortal killer move. Unfortunately, the situation now did not allow Meng Qiuzhen to test the killer move or its possible combination. The third stage already gave obvious clues. Although this mushroom man Huang Yuan was expelled from the tribe, her heart is with the tribe. She immediately moved during the night to save Huang Xiaomi. I must move quickly. Meng Qiuzhen immediately went deeper into the underground prison. The structure of the underground prison was simple and clear. Very soon, he saw Huang Xiaomi, who was tied to the wall in the deepest part of the prison. Meng Qiuzhen used his Gu worms, silently melting the lock on the prison door. Huang Xiaomi, wake up. Meng Qiuzhen walked towards Huang Xiaomi and was about to inspect his condition. Suddenly, Huang Xiaomi detonated, turning into ash that covered Meng Qiuzhen. Shortly after, alarm bells rang and guards started shouting. The whole prison started emitting dark yellow light. The concealed Gu formation was activated. Oh no, it is a trap. Meng Qiuzhen helplessly discovered that Huang Xiaomi had completely disappeared. He hurriedly retreated, using poison Gu to corrode the Gu formation, but it showed little effect. Such guts. Breaking into my two clans' jail. It is indeed like that captive said, someone came to save him. Surrender quietly, and we might spare your life. Two elders with similar faces like they were twins were transported by the Gu formation and arrived in front of Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen sneered as he started the fight. The battle lasted for 60 rounds before he was defeated and captured by the two elders. The dream realm dissipated. I failed. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body as he sighed. Paradise Earth's dream realm was not easy to explore, but Meng Qiuzhen had plenty of experience. He reached the fourth stage before failing. His soul was quite injured. Meng Qiuzhen began to think about the events while healing his soul. Those two elders are really strong. They both have rank 4 cultivation, and they have extremely good teamwork when fighting, like they are one person. Not only do I have to fight those two elders, I also have to deal with the Gu formation. It is quite straining. Naturally, there is another important reason. I am not familiar with poison path Gu worms. I should use this time to deduce the hidden poison path killer moves. There is another reason as well. Meng Qiuzhen reflected on himself and realized he had been fretful in the dream realm. Although that fake Huang Xiaomi deceived his initial detection methods, if he was in his normal mental state, he would not have rashly entered the prison and would have used Gu worms to inspect the situation once again. At that time, Huang Yuan's mood was extremely anxious and I was unknowingly affected by it, clouding my judgment. There were emotional disturbances in the previous 3 stages as well, but they were all suppressed by Meng Qiuzhen. At the 4th stage, the dream realm's emotions would naturally be deeper than the 3rd stage. This was also one of the difficulties of exploring dream realms. Using this time, Meng Qiuzhen deduced 5 poison path killer moves which were mostly based on Poison Gu. Entering the dream realm again, Meng Qiuzhen inspected patiently this time. He made an astonishing discovery. Not only was Huang Xiaomi fake, the whole underground prison was also fake. This is a fake prison. The real prison is still below. The Gu formation's main body is also below. Meng Qiuzhen carefully entered the real underground prison. Two Clan Village's real underground prison was unexpectedly complicated and extensive. The underground prison was like an ant nest. It was filled with thousands of paths intersecting each other. Meng Qiuzhen felt like he had entered a maze. The whole mountain seems to have been dug and made into a prison. This Two Clan Village is clearly an ordinary force, but it was actually able to do this. No, there's a trace of Earth Tunnel here. Meng Qiuzhen was probing carefully and soon discovered traces of one of the 10 Earths, Earth Tunnel. This mountain must be of famous mountain level. It contains a natural Earth Tunnel. Two Clan Village just slightly developed the Earth Tunnel and was able to gain a large amount of resources. No wonder they were able to nurture 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen was moving everywhere in the prison. The underground prison was mostly empty, and there were more beasts than mortals locked up in it. Meng Qiuzhen was still unable to find any clues even after some time. The Dream Realm had exhausted a large amount of his soul foundation by now. Those 2 Gu masters. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly heard the sounds of Gu cultivators traveling through the Earth Tunnel from ahead. He quickly moved aside and hid. Swish, swish. The 2 Gu masters slipped out from the Earth Tunnel. The 2 rank 4 elders. Meng Qiuzhen was observing secretly and immediately recognized them. They were all along in the underground prison, so they were able to reach the fake prison immediately in the previous situation. The 2 elders talked while moving. This mushroom man is quite tight-lipped. He actually endured such cruel torture. Even if he does not say it, we are already aware that a mushroom man tribe has been hiding in the surroundings of Two Clan Village. It is just that we don't know the specific location. Right, we must obtain the specific location of the mushroom man tribe from this captive and eliminate them. In a few days, we will be able to remove the defensive methods on his soul. At that time, we will know everything by searching his soul. 0. The title is literally translated as buying soy sauce. Chapter 2146. Prison break. The 2 elders gradually stopped, entering another tunnel as they moved along instead. The 2 of them rapidly left the place. Meng Qiuzhen's eyes twitched. The scene in front of him reminded him of certain memories in his mind. In the 500 years of the main body's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a super clan known as Two Clan emerged in southern border. Their Gu Immortals were most skilled at digging tunnels and using them to launch sneak attacks in battle. Does this have anything to do with this 2 village? There were several possibilities regarding this. Firstly, 2 villages' inheritance was excavated by someone. Secondly, 2 villages' bloodline was spread by descendants. They rose to become immortal during the era of abundant dream realms, or they were simply secluded Gu Immortals. Thirdly, 2 villages' members revived in Tomb Earth. Meng Qiuzhen successfully found his way to Huang Xiaomi after following the route of the 2 rank 4 elders. Huang Xiaomi was curled up in a corner of the cell, having fallen asleep. This time, Meng Qiuzhen investigated carefully. After finding out that there were no traps here, he entered the prison cell. He immediately found that Huang Xiaomi was in poor shape, at the brink of death. Huang Xiaomi had the Mushroom Man plague to begin with. It was quite fatal. If one had insufficient resistance, they would die. Today, he first fought against the bald youngster before getting interrogated by the 2 elders. His entire body was overgrown with mushrooms. If Meng Qiuzhen did not arrive in time, he would die in just a few more breaths of time. Meng Qiuzhen sighed to himself. It was a close shave. If he came later, this dream realm exploration would have failed entirely. He immediately tried to save Huang Xiaomi. Thankfully, he was prepared for this. The mushrooms on Huang Xiaomi's body continued to shrink until all of them went back into his body. Who are you? Huang Xiaomi was barely able to open his eyes. His vision was still blurred. Meng Qiuzhen answered immediately. I am Huang Yuan. I have already used a killer move to suppress the Mushroom Man plague in your body. Your situation is dire. Your life force is almost depleted. I cannot pull out the mushrooms casually, as it will consume your life as well. Huang Xiaomi immediately thanked. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Sigh. It is still too early to say that. Let's go out. I need to research on this plague. You don't have much time left. Meng Qiuzhen said. He had not created a poison path killer move that could heal Huang Xiaomi's illness yet. However, the next scene might request for him to heal this Mushroom Man plague. Naturally, that was just his guess. While searching for Huang Xiaomi earlier, Meng Qiuzhen did not have a chance to activate Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu, thus he did not know what the following scenes would be. You need to persevere, let's go. Meng Qiuzhen helped Huang Xiaomi to get up as they left together. But halfway through, they met the bald youngster. Stand there. As expected, someone came to save you. The bald youngster shouted. The two elders were behind him as well. They were furious and shocked. Such guts. Vicious thief, you dare to break into the prison. Quickly activate the formation, capture this person as well. Once he said that, the Gu formation activated. The two elders fought while the bald youngster assisted them. Meng Qiuzhen sighed internally as he fought against them. He had many poison path killer moves. They were evenly matched after fighting for some time. But soon, the bald youngster saw a weakness and attacked Huang Xiaomi instead. Huang Xiaomi could not resist. He was a huge burden to Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen had to grit his teeth as he helped Huang Xiaomi time and again. Eventually, he lost the initiative and got suppressed by the two elders. In the end, Huang Xiaomi was killed by the bald youngster, dying on the spot. All variant. Human mushroom men deserve to get killed. The bald youngster shouted with a righteous tone, filled with excitement. At the next moment, the dream realm shattered. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture, healing himself while collating his insights about the dream. I used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu earlier to investigate this dream realm, but I did not find the bald youngster. To think that after exploring this dream realm to a degree, it would develop on its own and create new characters. Why did the bald youngster come to the prison? From his tone, he seemed to have discovered my traces. What method did he use to find me? Unless he already found out about the secret of his identity. He knows that his mother is a mushroom man variant human, so he went along with the flow. After his injuries were healed, Meng Qiuzhen went back into the dream realm with several questions to answer. The route did not change. Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the prison cell in advance. He lurked at a corner and watched as Huang Xiaomi was beaten and interrogated by the two elders. These elders had outstanding strength. More importantly, they had the help of the Gu formation. Meng Qiuzhen did not want to use brute force. After 2 failures and accumulating experience, his own strength already surpassed the original Huang Yuan. But his greatest weakness was still Huang Xiaomi. His earlier failures already proved that as long as Huang Xiaomi died, the dream realm would fail. It seemed that this scene of the dream realm required him to save Huang Xiaomi successfully. Meng Qiuzhen waited patiently. After the two elders left, he immediately went to Huang Xiaomi's side. Not waking him up first, Meng Qiuzhen directly used the poison path killer move to get rid of the mushroom man plague in Huang Xiaomi's body. Next, Meng Qiuzhen woke Huang Xiaomi up. Huang Xiaomi found out that his illness was cured. He was overjoyed. Thank you, senior. Please save the mushroom man tribe. Many of our members are afflicted with this plague. Meng Qiuzhen nodded, giving Huang Xiaomi some poison path Gu so that he had some battle strength. Huang Xiaomi did not need Meng Qiuzhen's help. He was barely able to walk on his own as they sneaked out. But this time, the bald youngster still found them along the way. Stand there. As expected, someone came to save you. The bald youngster was very excited. Meng Qiuzhen had a peculiar expression as he asked, I used many methods to conceal my traces. How did you find us? The bald youngster chuckled. I'm not afraid to tell you. With my genius talent, I created a move called Earthly Underground Chi. After I captured this mushroom man, I secretly used this tracing killer move. How can you get rid of it in such a rush? Not bad. Even though you are an external member of the clan, you have some talent. Very good. All thanks to you. We found this problem today. This is your merit. The 2 rank 4 elders looked at the bald youngster in a renewed light. Thank you, lords. The bald youngster was very excited. He had the demeanor of a lackey. I will do my best. Meng Qiuzhen. After an intense battle, Huang Xiaomi still died in battle. Meng Qiuzhen failed his 3rd exploration. After deep analysis and deductions, he went into the 4th exploration. This time, he sneaked in early and hid in a corner. After the 2 elders left, he immediately entered the prison cell, healing Huang Xiaomi's illness and even giving him healing Gu worms. Wait here and heal yourself continuously. Do not step out of the cell. There is a tracking method on you. If you try to get out, the enemy will find out. Meng Qiuzhen instructed. After I kill the crucial Gu masters, when you see this healing Gu worm fly in the air, get out and escape. Huang Xiaomi was very obedient. He nodded. I will listen to senior's instructions. Meng Qiuzhen made the optimal arrangements and left the cell. At the other side, with the development of the dream realm, the bald youngster appeared. He was summoned by the 2 elders and made his way to them, but was suddenly attacked by Meng Qiuzhen. Even though the bald youngster had great strength, he was not Meng Qiuzhen's match. Not to mention that Meng Qiuzhen had prepared for this assault. The bald youngster died on the spot. But Meng Qiuzhen found that he could not move. An intense feeling of sadness, guilt, and regret overwhelmed his heart. he found that he lost control of his body. What is going on? It seems that I cannot kill the bald youngster. Maybe because they lived together for so long. The mushroom man Huan had already treated him as her real son. The feeling was so intense that even with Meng Qiuzhen's fortitude, he could not suppress it. Mushroom man Huan shuddered as tears flowed down her cheeks. It could not be stopped. Clank, clank, clank. Alarm bells suddenly rang. The Gu formation was activated as the two elders found their way to Meng Qiuzhen. They must have gotten suspicious after waiting for the bald youngster for so long. They came over to check. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen's exploration failed as well. So this guy cannot be killed either? Meng Qiuzhen was troubled, because he could not unravel and dispel that earthly underground chi killer move. Even though it was a mortal killer move, Meng Qiuzhen did not know what Gu worms were used in it. And more importantly, even if he knew, could the Gu worms on him achieve such an effect? If only I knew how many Gu worms the bald youngster had. It is a pity I have already lost the opportunity to find out. In the third scene, Fang Yuan's identity was Fang Tuesday. If he tried to investigate, with the bald youngster's affection for her, he should have gotten some clues. Earlier, when Fang Tu sold mushrooms, the bald youngster flirted with her. It was a great opportunity. But back then, Meng Qiuzhen had not thought of this. Because Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu did not let him see this scene. Back then, the bald youngster did not exist in this scene in the first place. The dream realm changed on its own after saving Huang Xiaomi, causing the bald youngster to appear. Now, after reaching this scene, the earlier ones had vanished already. After deep consideration, Meng Qiuzhen went into the dream realm again. This time, he did not enter the cell directly and wait there. Getting there early was useless. Meng Qiuzhen had to wait for the elders to leave before he could try and save Huang Xiaomi. Meng Qiuzhen set up some arrangements on the route that the elders would take instead. He used Create Dream Immortal Gu to establish a complicated tunnel along the way. After making his arrangement, Meng Qiuzhen came to the prison cell. The two elders had just left. He immediately saved Huang Xiaomi but did not leave him in the cell, bringing him away directly. The two elders were just about to meet up with the bald youngster, but they lost their way. With this crucial gap in time, Meng Qiuzhen successfully brought Huang Xiaomi away. During this period, the bald youngster chased them and wanted to stop them. But Meng Qiuzhen did not kill this troublesome guy, instead making him faint on the spot. After stopping Huang Xiaomi from taking revenge, he successfully passed the scene of the dream realm. Chapter 2147. Where the Gu masters reacted and quickly retreated. Meng Qiuzhen stomped on the ground with a loud sound. A hole immediately appeared below him. A Gu master was caught off guard. He fell into the trap. Wanting to restrict me with this method? He was just about to fly out of the pit, when Meng Qiuzhen held a huge rock that was the size of a horse carriage and tossed it down. Don't. Boom. The huge rock crashed down and sent the Gu master into the pit, losing all signs of life. From below the rock, bright red blood started to spread into a puddle. What are you doing? Are you crazy? You are actually attacking our own clan member, a two clansman? The remaining two Gu masters watched this as their hearts jumped intensely. Aren't you guys indignant? Meng Qiuzhen snickered as he approached. Even though the bald youngster had limited Gu worms against Meng Qiuzhen's combat attainment, how could these mortal Gu masters resist him? After a short while, they were all sprawling on the ground. Stop it, we give up. The Gu masters pleaded in a hurry. The sixth scene of the dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen became the mushroom man Huang Xiaomi again. His injuries had healed already. The mushroom man plague was successfully healed through Huang Yuan's secret treatment. Huang Xiaomi also obtained some poison path Gu from Huang Yuan. Using these Gu to form killer moves, he could completely get rid of the plague that troubled his mushroom man tribe. Huang Xiaomi moved stealthily in secret, trying to escape. The surroundings of two clan village had surveying Gu masters that did patrols regularly. A group of rank 2 Gu masters, with a total of 5 members, were moving in the forest. Stop, we will rest here. The leader suddenly extended his hand, instructing. The moment the group rested, a colorless and odorless poisonous gas spread towards them. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 Gu masters fell on the ground, falling unconscious. Huang Yuan's poison path killer move might only be effective against rank 3 and below Gu masters, but it has no aura at all when used. It is very valuable in realistic situations. Meng Qiuzhen evaluated as he set off again. He could not kill these 2 clan Gu masters, even though they could not resist him now. Once he killed them, 2 clan village would get alerted, they would chase after him. But a change happened before Meng Qiuzhen's very eyes. The dream realm suddenly changed. A Gu master group led by the bald youngster met with Meng Qiuzhen head-on. Variant human thief, you are still here? Stop there. Where are you trying to escape to? The bald youngster was slightly stunned before shouting and chasing after him. It seems that this happened in history as well. Meng Qiuzhen was helpless about this. Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu could not detect such sudden changes in advance. In fact, even if he saw it, Meng Qiuzhen could not do anything about this. No matter what route he chose, with the natural development of the Dream Realm, the Bald Youngsters group would still meet up with Meng Qiuzhen regardless. And looking at it from another perspective, this was a necessary event for this Dream Realm. Only by escaping from the Bald Youngsters' pursuit could he successfully pass this scene. An exciting chase and escape battle erupted between the two sides. The Bald Youngster chased while Huang Xiaomi, who had recovered, did not waste time fighting him. He escaped while setting up traps, killing the rest of his group members. The Bald Youngster was the son of Huang Yuan. To play safe, Meng Qiuzhen did not attack him. Eventually, Meng Qiuzhen successfully escaped. The Bald Youngster stood behind him without any hope of catching up. He shouted, "Mushroom Man Thief, I will remember you. One day, I will kill you." Their grudges intensified. 7th scene, 8th scene, 9th scene. Meng Qiuzhen acted as the Bald Youngster Green Beast at times, while acting as Huang Xiaomi at other times, using the Poison Path killer move. That Huang Xiaomi brought back, the Mushroom Man tribe successfully healed from the plague. But war ensued. Even though the location of the Mushroom Man tribe was not discovered, with two clan villages' rampant searches and investigation, they could not hide for long. The two sides started to send their Gu masters to engage in small interactions and battles. The two sides suffered heavy losses, but because of that, champions appeared. Two Clan Village had the Bald Youngster, who was Huang Yuan's adopted son. The Mushroom Men had Huang Xiaomi, the tribesman of Huang Yuan. The two interacted occasionally, fighting against each other frequently. Because of their contest, their strength grew rapidly. They reached rank 4 at the same time. On both sides, their clansmen and tribesmen died terribly at each other's hands. They became the greatest enemies of each other's lives. Finally, at the 12th scene of the Dream Realm, Meng Qiuzhen acted as Huang Xiaomi. He set up a trap and sowed discord, causing two clan villages' higher-ups to feel wariness against the Bald Youngster. Green Beast was not a two clansman after all. He was not truly one of them. The Mushroom Men set up a trap that did not seem obvious. It seemed to be the true gathering spot of the Mushroom Man tribe. Two Clan Village immediately dispatched the Bald Youngster to go and probe them out. Even though the Bald Youngster knew that something was up, he was uncertain. After going and investigating, the Bald Youngster fell into a trap. He was in a life-and-death crisis. "Green Beast, today you will die," Huang Xiaomi shouted, leading his troops to encircle and attack the humans who were lower in numbers. "Even if I die, I will drag down 10 Mushroom Men with me to die together," the Bald Youngster shouted. He was bathed in blood and covered in injuries, but his morale was high. Even the Mushroom Men attacking him realized that this person was a true warrior. Eventually, the Bald Youngster used up all his strength and primeval essence. He was all alone. Tens of Mushroom Man corpses were lying around him. "You variant humans will not live for long. Damn it, damn it. I want to kill my enemies, but I have no way of doing that anymore." The Bald Youngster smiled coldly as he knelt on one knee, raising his head up with pride and arrogance. He shouted at Meng Qiuzhen, "Huang Xiaomi, come and kill me. Even if I die at your hands today, I have merely lost to the schemes of those two clan elders." "You understood it after all." Meng Qiuzhen smiled coldly as he walked forward, ready to deal the final blow, but suddenly a change occurred. Huang Yuan concealed her appearance and appeared suddenly. A wave of white poisonous smoke spread out. She saved the Bald Youngster successfully. But at the next moment, a human Gu master who had rank 5 cultivation level made his move. Boom. With a loud sound. Not only was the white smoke dispersed by the human Gu master, everyone's vision cleared up, and he even obstructed Huang Yuan from escaping. Huang Yuan held on to the Bald Youngster as they landed at the periphery of the battlefield. Village head. The Bald Youngster was overjoyed when he saw the rank 5 human Gu master. He also looked at the female Gu master who saved him. From this female Gu master, the Bald Youngster could sense a familiar yet foreign aura. He asked in curiosity, "Benefactor, who are you?" Chapter 2148. Lutu. At this time, two clan villages' Gu masters appeared from all directions, surrounding all the Mushroom Men, as well as Huang Yuan and her son. The Mushroom Men fell into panic as they got encircled. Huang Xiaomi shouted, "Don't panic. I have already requested for help from the tribe. They will arrive shortly. We need to persevere until then." The Mushroom Men Gu masters forced themselves to calm down. Two Clan Village's leader did not attack directly. He took a few steps forward and stared at Huang Yuan with a complex gaze. "Yuan heir, as expected, you came." Huang Yuan snorted coldly. "What do you want?" Once she said that, the Bald Youngster realized at once. His body and mind shook, gasping, "Mother!" Her identity was exposed. Huang Yuan got rid of her concealment and returned to her original appearance. "At this point in time, I can't hide it from you anymore, little rascal." Huang Yuan looked at the Bald Youngster and sighed deeply with a melancholic expression. The Mushroom Men were all shocked. This is the previous generation witch. Why did our former witch save the human Gu Master Green Beast? From their conversation, it seems that they are mother and son? So Huang Yuan was exiled from the tribe because she had an affair with two clan villages' head. They even had a son. The truth was unveiled before everyone. They quickly understood the whole situation from start to finish. Mother, are you really my mother? Are they speaking the truth? The bald youngster was so shocked he could not control himself. All along, he had lived as a pure human. To think that he was actually a mixed breed of human and mushroom man. Huang Yuan sighed deeply. They are all correct. I am sorry for hiding it from you for so long. The bald youngster took in a deep breath as he stumbled back for a few steps, looking at Huang Yuan with wide-opened eyes. He had never seen his mother's mushroom man form. With the truth of his identity exposed, he could not accept it so easily. Two clan villages had looked at the bald youngster deeply before turning his gaze to Huang Yuan. Yuan heir, is he really our son? I did not expect that after leaving me back then, you would stay behind and lurk within two clan village. You even raised our son all alone. It has really been tough on you. Huang Yuan snorted coldly. You are two clan village head, while I am the witch of the Mushroom Man tribe. We are destined to be separated. But our child is innocent. I only stayed in the village for a reason. That was because my son, a hybrid, will not be accepted by the tribe. Thus, all these years, I let him grow up in two clan village. Eventually, I would reveal the truth to you and make you take him in. Saying so, Huang Yuan looked towards the bald youngster, saying gently, Didn't you ask me who your father was when you were young? Now you know. I had my own plans, but reality is often not under people's control. Today's scene was something I did not anticipate. Child, no matter what, regardless of how much you hate me or your father, you need to remember something. People who live in this world, be it humans, variant humans, or mixed breeds, have to be happy and blissful. They should not dwell on grudges or hatred. A big heart will allow you to see a big world. Thus, mother named you Lu Tu-1. Hearing this, Meng Qiuzhen was shaken internally. What? Green Beast, is Paradise Earth immortal venerable? He actually has mixed blood, but how can a mixed breed become one of the 10 human venerables? No wonder I felt such intense emotions after killing Lu Tu as Huang Yuan earlier, causing the exploration to fail. So it turns out my deductions were wrong. They really are mother and son. Mother, say no more. Lu Tu shook his head as he stepped backwards, looking at Huang Yuan in disbelief. How? Are you a mushroom man? Huang Yuan's heart jumped. Lu, you lived among the humans since you were born. I know you cannot accept it immediately, but... Boom. The ground behind Huang Yuan cracked open as a two-clan rank 4 elder came out and sneak attacked her. Huang Yuan was caught off guard. She was sent flying as she spat out a mouthful of blood while in midair. This two-clan rank 4 elder did not have strength to chase her after using this move. He had a twisted expression. Huang Yuan, back then, you saved Huang Xiaomi. My brother died at your hands. For today, I practiced this cracked soil-shattering life-killer move for a long time. How does it feel? Ha ha. Mother. Lu Tu subconsciously ran towards Huang Yuan. Lady Huang Yuan saved our Mushroom Man tribe from the plague. Quickly save her. Meng Qiuzhen shouted too. Too late. My fellow two-clan village members. Kill them all. Two-clan village head shouted as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. The Mushroom Man Gu masters quickly defended against their enemies. They were unable to care for anything else. Lord Village Head. Lu Tu was anxious at the moment. He could not call that person his father. He defended Huang Yuan as he looked at two-clan village's leader in disbelief. Lu Tu was not a 3-year-old. He was a veteran in war. He knew about people's hearts. When the situation occurred earlier, two-clan village's leader had used words to distract Huang Yuan. He used Lu Tu to draw away her attention and kept the elder hidden, so his sneak attack succeeded. You made this decision after all. Huang Yuan stared at two-clan village's head, her former lover, with a cold expression. The situation was urgent. There was no time for healing. She quickly suppressed her injuries and stood up. I am the head of two-clan village. I am responsible for all the lives of my two-clan village's members. Moreover, culling variant humans is the righteous duty of all humans. Two-clan village's leader snorted as he attacked. You have such a cruel and wicked heart. Huang Yuan screamed before pushing Lu Tu aside, fighting against two-clan village's leader. Boom boom boom. The two fought with a huge commotion. The effects of their attacks spread out, causing unguarded Gu masters to die continuously. Thus, the surrounding Gu masters moved away, creating a huge space for these two to fight in. Stop fighting. Lu Tu was anxious. He screamed in his anxiety and helplessness. His body was in poor condition. He could not join the fight now. Lu, escape. Huang Yuan shouted. Lu, you are a mixed blood, but you are still my son. I've seen all your achievements so far. Quickly come and help the village. These mushroom men deserve death. Two-clan village's leader shouted. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Lu Tu's entire body shook. He was completely lost at the moment. A dark light flashed in the eyes of Two Clan Village's leader as he thought of a plan. His cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan. With the latter injured from the sneak attack, Two Clan Village's leader had the upper hand. He controlled the situation. Two Clan Village's leader purposely forced Fang Yuan to approach a certain Gu master of Two Clan Village. This Two Clan Gu master unfortunately fell into Fang Yuan's attack range, but his cultivation level was only rank 2. Fang Yuan did not think much about it. Her attack landed on this Two Clan Gu master and killed him on the spot. No, Lu Tu shouted, subconsciously running over. It turned out that this Two Clan Gu master was his close ally. They had gone through dangerous situations many times in the past. Go away, Allah. Fang Yuan saw that Lu Tu charged in. She screamed with a pale expression. Two Clan Village's head used the chance to attack thrice, landing 3 attacks on her as she fainted on the spot. Mother! Lu Tu shouted, using his body to block the leader's path, protecting Fang Yuan behind him. Don't harm my mother. Two Clan Village's leader burst out with killing intent. He was about to attack when he suddenly heard some shouting from afar. The Mushroom Man tribe's reinforcements. Their tribe leader arrived. Two Clan Village's head squinted as he thought. We came here stealthily without many people, but they are all elites. It is not worth losing them over these Mushroom Men. Moreover, so what if we win? As long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe's hideout, they will not lose against us. Thinking so, Two Clan Village's head ordered, retreat. What are you thinking of doing? Seeing Two Clan Village's head approach, the bald youngster called out nervously. Two Clan Village head sighed as he showed a gentle expression on his face. Lu Tu, I will not attack you. You are my son after all, but your mother, she is a Mushroom Man, a variant human. His voice suddenly became sharper and louder. Do you want to side with the variant humans? Two Clan Village's head shouted again. Lu Tu gritted his teeth but did not speak. All these years, how many Mushroom Men have you killed? Do you think they will accept you if you side with them? Two Clan Village's head smiled coldly. Lu Tu snorted coldly, staring at Two Clan Village's head fiercely. I want my mother to live. If you have any ill intentions towards her, I will not let you off. Two Clan Village's head chuckled. If you continue keeping her in that state, in just a while, she will die from her injuries. Lu Tu was completely lost at the moment. Two Clan Village's head suddenly attacked, causing Lu Tu to faint. He brought both son and mother away. Kill these humans. Bring Fang Yuan back. She knows the secret of our tribe's hideout. The Mushroom Man Gu masters chased relentlessly. The Huang Xiaomi that Meng Qiuzhen was portraying also shouted among them, but he did not do anything, because he had already used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to check the next scene. After the Mushroom Man Gu masters failed in their pursuit, Meng Qiuzhen arrived at the next scene. This time, he became Fang Yuan again. His body was bound by chains that pierced through his bones. He had no primeval essence at all. He was completely out of strength. In the dark prison cell, the door was suddenly opened. Two Clan Village's head walked in. Meng Qiuzhen squinted. From the situation of the previous scene, this was clearly an ambitious and formidable person. Two Clan Village's head smiled. He came prepared. You know my objective. Don't be too rash to reject it. Let me show you this. Two Clan Village's head took out an information path Gu worm. Immediately, a video played itself in the air. The scene within it was vivid and lively. In a well-decorated room, Two Clan Village's head opened the door and met with Lu Tuesday. I heard from my subordinates that you are awake. I immediately came to meet you, my son. Two Clan Village's head had a warm expression. Lu Tu was covered in bandages. The moment he got out of bed, his body wavered as he fell back onto the bed. How is my mother now? Lu Tu immediately asked in an urgent tone. 1. These are the same characters as Paradise Earth, his later venerable title. Chapter 2149. I confess everything. Two Clan Village head sighed deeply. Your mother is a noble mother. For your sake, she took a huge risk and stayed within Two Clan Village for so many years. Two Clan Village head's tone suddenly changed. But I cannot let her off. She is a Mushroom Man, a variant human. You are also clear about these Mushroom Men. Those of other races will have different motives. The best outcome for these Mushroom Men is death. But you are different. You are my son. You know that I have no other children. You are my only son. Allah, come and help me. Only I can accept you here. This Two Clan Village is your home. As your father, I owe you a lot. I will do my best to make up to you in the future. After this huge battle, you have already accumulated sufficient credits. I know that you want the Two surname. Originally, the village would need to test you, but father will allow it now. From today onwards, you will be a true Two clansman. With the new surname, you will no longer be Lu Tu. You will be called Tu Lu. Child, father is proud of you. This is your new life. Lu Tu laughed loudly. His voice was filled with mockery and sadness. The goal that he had always pursued was finally achieved, but he felt no sense of accomplishment or happiness. I don't want the Two surname. I want to exchange for my mother's life using all the contributions I've done for Two Clan Village over these years. Lu called out. But Two Clan Village's head had an expressionless face. He shook his head with a firm attitude. Lu gritted his teeth, blood flowing out from his teeth as he pointed at Two Clan Village head. If you kill my mother, I will not live alone. In fact, I will stake my life against yours. Allah! Two Clan Village's head shouted coldly. Lu did not speak. He stared at Two Clan Village head fixedly. The atmosphere in the room became immensely tense. The father and son stared at each other with a deathly gaze. Eventually, the expression of Two Clan Village's head changed. He shifted his sight towards the ceiling as he sighed deeply to himself. His sigh was filled with complex emotions. There was anger, hatred, helplessness, and sadness. Two Clan Village's head looked at Lu deeply as he said with deep emotions. All these years, father did not discover you. I really owe you a lot, my son. If I had taken care of you, things would not have gotten to this stage. Never mind. Since it was my fault, I will satisfy your request. I will let your mother escape, but I will only let her go secretly. However, the Mushroom Man tribe needs to be eradicated. Not a single one of them will be left. This is your father's limit. It is also the greatest compromise I can give you as the head of Two Clan Village. Although, you need to understand my difficulties as well. Lutu's expression was immediately moved. He gulped. Village head. As long as you let my mother off, I don't care about those Mushroom Man tribe members. All these years, Lu had been fighting against the Mushroom Man tribe. They had immense grudges and mutual hatred. He only cared about Fang Yuan after all. Good child. Two Clan Village's head was very excited. He patted Lutu's shoulders. But I cannot let your mother go now. You know that even though we have the advantage, as long as we cannot find the Mushroom Man tribe's location, we cannot obtain true victory. But your mother knows the location of the Mushroom Man tribe. She knows how to find them. Alu, I need your help. Convince your mother to tell us this secret. I promise you. I assure you. As long as we eliminate the Mushroom Man tribe and get rid of this huge threat, I will let your mother off, and she will live in peace for the rest of her life. This, Lu hesitated. Even though he wanted to eliminate the Mushroom Man tribe, he understood that his mother had deep feelings for her tribe. Two Clan Village's head patted Lutu's shoulders, saying in a kind tone, Father will not force you. Think about it yourself. You are still injured. You need to recuperate. I will give you enough time to think. I believe in you. The video ended here. Two Clan Village's head smiled coldly as he approached Fang Yuan. What do you think? Do you want your own son to come and convince you personally? Think about it, one heir. You can disregard your own life, but what about your son's life? If our relationship really turns sour, neither of you will have a good ending. I may not kill him, but I just need to send him to fight on the front lines and kill all of your tribesmen. What do you think? Meng Qiuzhen looked at Two Clan Village head with a look of appreciation. Unscrupulous and shameless, you are quite something. Ha ha ha. A great person would not mind small sacrifices. Have you just found out about it? It is too late now. Two Clan Village head laughed loudly, but he felt that Fang Yuan's gaze was not normal. Meng Qiuzhen nodded in a serious manner. Exactly why I appreciate you. As his laughter stopped abruptly, Two Clan Village's head could not believe what he had just heard. What did you say? Meng Qiuzhen had a straightforward attitude. His gaze flickered. Actually, you don't have to go through the trouble. Don't you want to know the location of the tribe? I'll tell you directly. What? Two Clan Village's head was dazed. Meng Qiuzhen shrugged. During this period, he used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to check the next scene, and the following one as well. He obtained crucial information. In the end, Two Clan Village's army attacks the headquarters of the Mushroom Man tribe. This meant that Two Clan Village's head would learn of the location of the Mushroom Man tribe eventually. In history, Fang Yuan might not have exposed the location even after interrogation and torture, or after Two Clan Village's head threatened her using her son. But this was the dream realm. Fang Yuan was not really Fang Yuan. She was Meng Qiuzhen. Not only will I tell you the location of the tribe, I'll even tell you that the tribe has a small secretive tunnel. You can send elites to attack it while the main troops are at the front. Meng Qiuzhen suggested. Two Clan Village's head had a look of deep disbelief and suspicion. The more cooperative Meng Qiuzhen was, the less he believed in the words that were said. Two Clan Village's head was silent for a moment before he laughed coldly. As a captive, you dare to toy with me? Good. Very good. To think that you would disregard your own son, you are such a cold-blooded person. No, listen to me. I am really telling you the truth. Meng Qiuzhen said sincerely. But Two Clan Village's head shook his head. His voice became even colder. I won't listen. Do you think I will believe you? You can test out what I just said. Meng Qiuzhen could not help but roll his eyes. Two Clan Village's head continued his cold snicker. Do you think I am stupid? In the earlier battle, your Mushroom Man tribe created a trap. This time, it must be a trap too. You want me to lose my elite members? Meng Qiuzhen sighed deeply. If you do not test it, what will you do now? Without knowing the Mushroom Man tribe's location, how can you attack? Two clan villages head laughed loudly. I am prepared for that. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped and said, Master Wu Xiao, please come out. Wu Xiao greets two clan villages leader. A Gu master with a grim expression, having a tall and thin body, was created by the Dream Realm. I'll let you know, this is the famous doctor of Southern Border, Master Wu Xiao. Did you think I came unprepared? Two clan villages head introduced. Meng Qiuzhen sighed. What's the point of all this? Wu Xiao walked forward and used Gu worms to investigate Meng Qiuzhen, and said, reporting to village head, this captive has tight defenses. If we soul search her abruptly, not only will her soul dissipate immediately, will even cause a backlash on the attacker and cause them to get badly poisoned. Two clan villages head nodded. Precisely so, I asked for you to come here. Master Wu, you cultivate soul path. You can use soul healing methods and are one of the 6 great doctors of Southern Border. In the current Southern Border, only you can resist the Mushroom Man poison path methods, while preserving their souls at the same time. Wu Xiao smiled proudly. Village head, I am flattered. Please watch me as I use my methods now. Wu Xiao started to use his killer move on Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen grunted. Intense pain assaulted him as his body shuddered. Cold sweat broke out. The Dream Realm intensified at this moment, causing his soul foundation to dwindle. Stop it. Don't you want to know their location? I'll tell you directly. Isn't that enough? Meng Qiuzhen shouted. Do you think I will believe you? Wan Air, I know you too well. Saying such words is an insult to my intelligence. Two clan villages head snorted and waved his sleeves in anger. Meng Qiuzhen pretended to cry out in agony. I am telling the truth. Two clan villages head was enraged. You dare to lie further? Meng Qiuzhen pretended to have broken down. I can't take it anymore. I'll tell you everything. Two clan villages head waved his hand. Say no more. I will soul search you either way. Meng Qiuzhen shut his mouth at this moment. He was certain now. At this juncture, he needed to pass the Dream Realm's test. Some Dream Realms were like this. They could only be passed after expending Soul Foundation. If one Soul Foundation was too low, they would die in this Dream Realm. GUH. Suddenly, Dr. Wu Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He took several steps back. His forehead was covered in sweat. He panted heavily. There was purple blood flowing down his lips. Amazing, impressive. A poison within a poison. To think that there is such an amazing method in the world. To think that I was actually hit by it. It seems that I have to use my final method. Wu Xiao turned his gaze to two clan village head, reporting, but this method has a drawback. What drawback? This is considered forceful soul search. The target would go insane. But their insane words are truthful thoughts. Two clan village's head did not even look at Huang Yuan. He said without hesitation, please go ahead and use your method. There is no need to hold back. Yes. Wu Xiao immediately took action. A few moments later, Huang Yuan went insane. She lost her mind completely. This was the first time Meng Qiuzhen had encountered such a situation. This condition directly influenced his thoughts as well. Tell me the Mushroom Man tribe's location. Two clan villages had asked. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to tell him the truth, but his words that came out were, la la la, my homeland exists in my heart. He he he. Huang Yuan started to smile foolishly. How do I get into the Mushroom Man tribe's headquarters? Two clan villages head continued to ask. Use your legs to walk in. Of course, you can crawl too. Ha ha ha. Huang Yuan started to laugh madly again. Chapter 2150. Crazy Mother. Two clan village head became anxious. He started to fire off questions. But even though Huang Yuan spoke the truth each time, her replies were all nonsensical. Two clan village head did not get the answer he wanted. He looked towards Dr. Wu Xiao with an unkind gaze. Dr. Wu Xiao was shocked too. Amazing, too amazing. This mushroom's will is too strong. Even though she lost her mind and has fallen into insanity, she became even purer as a result. Each of her actions resonate with her true feelings. In her heart, she will definitely not betray her tribe, even if they exiled her. Two clan village head, there is nothing else I can do. You? Two clan village head was very angry. He controlled himself. Then Master Wu Xiao, you can go rest now. In the jail cell, only two clan village head and Huang Yuan were left. Two clan village head looked at Huang Yuan and laughed coldly. Don't worry, even if you are crazy, I can still make use of you. If I cannot get an answer from you, I will capture more Mushroom Man higher-ups and ask Master Wu Xiao to take action. I do not believe that I cannot find out the location of your Mushroom Man tribe. Thus, in the next scene, Meng Qiuzhen turned into Huang Xiaomi. The elite Gu masters of the Mushroom Man tribe were beside him. The night was dark. They had already stealthily arrived near Two Clan Village. Brother Xiaomi. Fang Tu secretly went to receive him. These years, Fang Tu had received the help of Huang Yuan and Lu Tu. She started her cultivation journey and was now a rank 2 Gu master. She had received immense help from Fang Yuan. Because of her fortuitous encounter, she bore goodwill towards the mushroom men. How is the situation? Meng Qiuzhen asked immediately. Fang Tu answered. The village head is already prepared. Tomorrow morning, Fang Yuan will face the trial publicly. She will be beheaded. On the other hand, I have already found out about the location where Lu Tu is kept in. All right, we will split into 2 groups. One group will head to the execution ground and lay an ambush. The other group will save Lu Tu and pass him those Gu worms that we prepared. Meng Qiuzhen instructed. The sky gradually lightened up. Right when Fang Yuan was about to be beheaded, Meng Qiuzhen led the Mushroom Man Gu masters to attack the execution ground. You came after all. 2 clan village head laughed. Everything has gone according to leaders' estimations. The elders praised. Mother. On the other hand, Lu Tu also arrived with his reinforcements. 2 clan village head frowned. You chose the other side after all. Forget it. Today, I will slay my kin in the name of justice. I will correct my past mistakes. Kill that pair of mother and son. Try your best to capture all the remaining mushroom men. A chaotic battle started. 2 clan village soon gained the upper hand. This was a trap that they had set in the first place. The Mushroom Man tribe also predicted this, but there was no choice. Fang Yuan was the former witch. She knew too many secrets of the tribe. She could not be allowed to stay in 2 clan village. Huang Xiaomi and Lu Tu fell into tough combat. They were surrounded by strong foes. To think that the day would come where we fight on the same side. Lu Tu looked at Huang Xiaomi, smiling bitterly. Meng Qiuzhen suddenly laughed heartily. Don't worry, our reinforcements are here. At the crucial moment, the dream realm changed once again as a large number of Mushroom Man Gu masters joined the fight. It turned out that the Mushroom Man tribe leader had gone all out. He led the entire tribe to attack 2 clan village in a last-ditch attempt. To win or to die trying. There was no other possible outcome. Most of 2 clan villages' higher-ups were at the execution ground. Because of their temporarily weakened defenses, the Mushroom Man army actually broke in and charged all the way into 2 clan village. An intense battle erupted. The village head and tribe leader were both rank 5. They fought against each other. Lu Tu and Huang Xiaomi's alliance became the crucial element that could break this stalemate. They were too familiar with each other. Even though this was their first alliance, they had immense coordination in working together. Both of them had rank 4 cultivation level. Once they joined hands, their battle strength rose greatly. Even 2 clan villages' head could not resist them. In the end, the Mushroom Man tribe won, while 2 clan village suffered a terrible loss. The remaining Gu masters escaped into the prison, resisting with all their might, desperately attempting to survive. Meanwhile, 2 clan village's head was heavily injured. He was on the brink of death, captured by the Mushroom Man tribe. Mother, how are you? What happened to you? Lu Tu managed to save his mother in this chaotic battle after suffering huge injuries. But he found that Fang Yuan had already gone mad. Fang Yuan looked at Huang Xiaomi. Son, oh son, you must live in happiness and bliss. That is why I named you Lu Tuesday. Come, smile for mother, show me a smile. Oh mother. Lu Tu was covered in tears. It was my fault. If I had not barged in, you would not have gotten hit by the village head. You would not be in such a state. At this time, Wu Xiao was brought over. He begged for mercy. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know what happened to your mother. Speak. Lu Tu roared. 2 clan village head who was heavily injured smiled and replied in a cold tone. Ha! Your mother cannot be saved. She had gone completely insane. That's right. I caused it. This Dr. Wu Xiao is the direct culprit behind it as well. You will all die. Lu Tu's expression was distorted. He was about to make a move. But Huang Yuan suddenly stopped him. Don't kill him. Don't kill anyone. That is not good. You must be a kind person, you stupid rascal. Mother, you finally recognized me. Lu Tu cried. Slap. Huang Yuan suddenly slapped as Lu Tu became stunned. Who are you calling mother? My son is right here. She grabbed Huang Xiaomi, patting the latter's chest. This is my son. Look at my son. Huang Yuan said proudly. My son is so strong and tall. He is such a wonderful lad. Oh son. Huang Yuan was smiling earlier, but suddenly, she cried. Mother let you down. I hid your identity from you and shaved your head because I was afraid that your hair might grow into a mushroom cap instead. Will you blame me? Lu Tu wept in agony as tears flowed like a river. But Huang Yuan paid him no attention. She only looked at Huang Xiaomi. For the first time, Lu Tu looked at Huang Xiaomi in a pleading gaze. Huang Xiaomi nodded as he acted. Mother, I won't blame you. You will always be my wonderful mother. Huang Yuan shed tears of joy as she said, Stupid rascal, I'm glad you forgive me. But don't kill your father, don't kill anyone else. I want you to live in peace and happiness, that is all I want. Let them off. Conflict and slaughter only breeds deeper conflict and hatred. It will make you empty. It will torture you. It will make you unhappy. If you are not happy, You will not be Lu anymore. The surrounding people were silent. Even two clan village head was the same. You want me to spare these people? Lu Tu's eyes were red. He clenched his fists as his expression became distorted with rage. How can I do that? He forced that question out through the cracks between his teeth. Two clan village head smiled coldly. He had already lost completely. He became disheartened. He had no fear towards death. But Dr. Wu Xiao suddenly shouted, "There is hope. There is still hope. Your mother still has a chance of regaining her sanity." Lu Tu grabbed Wu Xiao's shoulder and lifted him up. "Tell me, what method is it?" Wu Xiao quickly answered, "Even though your mother is mad, she still has a bit of her mind left in her. Look at her actions and words. They are pure and sincere. This is her inner heart. As long as you do not go against her wishes, in time, her condition will not aggravate. Her mind will grow and recover. After that, with my healing, she will definitely be able to recover. There is still hope." Wu Xiao shouted for his life. In order to live, he did not give up any opportunities. Bam! Lu Tu threw Wu Xiao to the ground. Ah! Lu Tu raised his head to the sky and shouted in pain and agony. His two enemies were right in front of him. They were completely defenseless, but he could not take revenge. For the sake of his mother, he had to follow her wishes. "Fine, for my mother's sake, I will spare you two today." Lu Tu gritted his teeth. He used so much force that his teeth were bleeding. The dream realm ended here. Meng Qiuzhen's soul returned to his body. He sighed deeply to himself. To think that Paradise Earth had such an arduous and difficult life. Heroes often experience difficulties beyond an ordinary man. No wonder he had no hair in the depiction of his appearance that was left behind in history. But that green beast tattoo is also gone. Paradise Earth is actually the mixed blood of human and mushroom man? How did he become venerable? After that, did he manage to save his mother? When he was still young, he had a rash temper and deep killing intent. He was no different from any other person. How did he end up being the person he was? The dream realm gave Meng Qiuzhen many questions, and they could not be answered for now. But the fact was that his attainment level had risen. Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level jumped to Great Grandmaster. Not only that, his Poison Path attainment also rose to Great Grandmaster. Before this, Fang Yuan's Poison Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. This dream realm that Paradise Earth left behind contained the true meaning of both Earth Path and Poison Path. Fang Yuan took a risk to raise his Dream Path clone into an Immortal. The gains were quite apparent now. Not only were Food Path, Poison Path, and Earth Path elevated to Great Grandmaster, even Luck Path and Ice and Snow Path were Grandmaster now. Space Path, Metal Path, Wind Path, Cloud Path, Lightning Path, Information Path, Light Path, and Dark Path were also at Master level. After passing Paradise Earth's Dream Realm, he only had a few Dream Realms left. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would definitely be able to use up all of these Dream Realms. At this moment, he had basically no weakness in most cultivation paths. However, Painting Path, Weapon Path, and Pill Path were still blank. This could not be helped. These paths did not exist in any of Spectral Soul's Dream Realms. This might be part of Spectral Soul's plan, or maybe even he did not have attainment in those paths. After all, they were produced after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era. Meanwhile, Painting Path was kept in the hands of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He did not let any information leak out. It was even more secretive than Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Luck Path inheritance. Moreover, a portion of Spectral Soul's Dream Realms were taken by Feng Jin Huang while pursuing Fang Yuan. But she obtained very few Dream Realms. It was not worth it for Fang Yuan to take them back. After all, Feng Jin Huang had immense luck. After becoming an Earth Path Great Grandmaster, Fang Yuan immediately started to modify the details of his Earth Vein project. He saved a lot of cost and reduced the time needed for it. Looking at the time, Ko Xian Hong should have already arrived in southern borders Wu clan and met with Wu Yong. Fang Yuan counted and planned.